right. And we are live. So what is up, guys? It's Aniki here. We got a big squad with me today. We're doing the Heroes Billboard Chart stream. Today we'll be discussing top arcs, least favorite arcs, top 10 in the verse, top 20 overall, hitting all the notes that we can, just taking a composite of the entire series. But real quick, let's run through the introductions. Let's start with Ponzu.
Yo, Panzu, translator. Yo.
Kid.
Yo, what's up? What's going on, guys? Glad to be here.
We got Ian.
Hey there.
And then we got Rex.
The prodigal son has returned.
All right, Flo.
Hey, Flo, you already know what it is. And Rex, every time you give your introduction, you have to say, I believe Toya. I mean, Davi's not Toya.
For real, like I'm surprised you're supposed to open with that. Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's what I'm supposed to.
That's your thing, bro. That's your thing.
That's my
the
gimmick.
meme.
That's my
That's
gimmick.
Rex doesn't believe that Davi is Toya. That is the Rex moniker. Like,
Damn.
it's called
Naruto
branding,
always
bro.
said, believe it. He's like, hi, I'm Rex. Davi's not Toya.
Believe it.
You're one of those. You're one of these, man. Damn.
All right, gotta restart the stream and get it right.
All right. So, one of the things that I'm going to tell you guys right now, because I'm starting with top 5 arcs. So, the only person who gave me a list that didn't have the Pro Hero arc in it for their top 5 was Florian.
Whoa.
Wait, was it? No, mine was number 1.
Oh wait, nope, you're right. I'm tripping.
Yeah, relax. No,
I was
okay.
about to say, whoa.
This is gonna be an interesting take.
I was like, I can't wait to hear that take.
That's not the one. It
I
was
was
the
about
to
Pro
start
arc that was
swinging.
missing. Actually, no, that's right. Pro Hero arc is in everybody's. In
Yeah, it
fact,
should be.
the lowest it's ranked is 4th. And that's
I
on
think-
my list.
Whoa.
I have Pro Hero at 4.
Fair.
Okay. That's fair.
But East and I both also have the Liberation War as in the current arc in our top list.
I
Oh,
refuse to put it in.
I didn't put it in.
I refuse to
on mine.
put in. I refuse to put it in.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah,
I-
it's fine that you have it though.
Yeah, like
Yeah, it would have went. Pro Hero art would have went down if I would have counted this current art, but
Yeah.
it's not finished, so I didn't want to put it in there.
Pro Hero would have been 3rd if I didn't put Liberation War in.
Nice.
But Rex has one of the most interesting picks because in 5th place he's got the Hosu City arc.
Cool.
So the hero killer arc. If
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Sustain
That's-
incident.
yeah, the standing incident. Yeah.
Nobody has that in their top 5 anymore.
Nobody
got-
has it.
I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have it still in my top 5. It's like my 3rd one. I love this arc.
Boom, I can plug that into your column real quick. Hosu City. We got Florian is also the only person who has the sports festival in his top 5.
Actually, you know what? What's funny? I had the sports festival as my number 5, but then as I thought about it, I was like, I like the same. Like, I kind of count them as like kind of the same kind of art because it like directly leads into the next one.
Because
But I
of the
was
Ida
just
stuff.
Yeah, because of the Ida stuff. But I was like, I kind of like to have more. I love the sports festival. It's like it was my number 1 art for a long time. But that stain stuff was that's what really like sold me on my hero. But yeah.
I actually really wish East was here because his number 5 pick is Joint Training.
Oh man, he would have went off and explained it. No,
Wow.
He'll come back. He'll come back.
he's made like mega threads about that thing. He loves
Yeah,
that.
like that's why like East having to like go is like tragic because that was one that I was really.
That would've been
really-
great.
Can you pull it up on the screen so we all can see like
Yeah.
everyone lists or?
Yeah, I'll share it with you real quick. Share.
Because I want to see how everybody feels about
I'm about to put it in the Zoom chat.
the Zoom chat. Okay.
Skibbity-bop-doo-dah. Let's see.
Are we starting with favorite characters or which one?
We're starting with the arc discussion.
the arc discussion. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
because
you need access. You
can't
got to
see
make
it.
it. No, you got to make it open.
Access denied.
go.
Plus us, yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm tripping right now.
Gotta love pre-production, everybody.
Actually, it's because I don't remember all the. I figured like once I shared it, it was gonna be like, all right, cool. You shared it with these people, they can see.
Yeah, Google is very secure about everything that they have. So like,
I'm currently like looking for the unlock setting.
especially when I log in from somewhere I don't usually log into my Gmail account, they be like, yo, bro.
Yo,
I'm like,
whose
it's
mess is this?
me. I'll be like, it's me. What do you mean?
We're gonna send you 2 codes, a phone call, and a GPS signal.
Dude, one time I forgot my password, so I had to wait a whole week to change it because they had to verify it and look over the information that I submitted to them. I was like, okay.
Yeah, they're very strict with that kind of shit.
I mean, it's good. It's just.
I mean, yeah.
It just ends up being inconvenient.
Well, but I'm glad they do it because I've had the same Gmail, like my main primary account, since I was in the 4th grade, and I haven't had to change it.
All right, I sent another link, and I changed the settings so anybody that clicks the link can access it.
Okay.
Oh shit!
So
And Nikki, I sent you something
oh, bet.
Whoa!
on Twitter.
Oh, this is all of them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa!
So
I'm
we
not
just
gonna
expose the niggas.
Yo,
All right.
I just saw the worst arcs.
I'm not gonna spoil myself. I'm not reading it.
And yo, Aniki, yo, you're crazy. There's no way.
Yeah, we were.
There's no way you have that as your worst arc. There's
You weren't
just
here,
no
but
way.
Aniki said to my face, "Man, I sure do hate the Deku versus Muscular fight. It was crazy."
That is like the biggest paraphrasing I've ever heard. It might even be just as honest.
It could be a lie, but I don't know. I don't think I do that.
And one thing I will say, like just to get where y'all stand, when we say worst arc, we don't necessarily mean the arc is bad, right?
No.
Okay, cool.
There's no
How I
arc
picked
in My
mine
Hero
was-
that I consider bad.
Okay, cool.
It's just that,
I guess it's just based on preference, really.
yeah, so here's the thing, right? I thought about it. Part of the reason why I put the Forest Training Camp arc in last is it's the arc I have visited back again the least. Like
That's
I-
fair.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Yeah, it's the one that I find like the least engaging to go back to.
It's kind of strange because it is like a transition arc and
Yeah,
a standalone
that's
arc.
weird. That's really weird.
Like
So,
if you
yeah.
like when you combine it with Kamino, then like it gets kind of like elevated. But,
Yeah.
like, as just it's like, but the fact that it's its own entity.
For the-
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the longest time, I didn't know there were 2 separate arcs. I thought it was all one arc because literally the way it transitions,
Yeah, because it
It's
goes
like-
right into the other.
it's like the next day or like the next couple of days, it's like right into it. So I thought it was all one arc. So
I feel you on
Yeah.
that one too.
Which I
And-
mean, that's good that when you read the series as a cohesive unit, it fits really well. It's just if you take it out on its own, it's just not as good.
yeah,
but-
it's a really smooth transition. Like, don't get me wrong, as far as like being like, if you're just like evaluating it on its quality as a transition arc, it's really smooth. Like it just like naturally flows, but it doesn't feel like there's an actual transition period. It's like
As a standalone, you don't resonate as much with it. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I get you.
So like,
So, but
The fact
are we
that-
gonna start with a specific thing, or are we kind of just bouncing off other
we'll
stuff?
like bounce around things that like people find alienating. For example, I want you guys to scroll down and look at the top 20 strongest in the verse real quick,
I'm gonna mute my mic.
because there's something in it that I think you guys will find is particularly interesting.
We all have Shigaraki number 1.
What
Look at
the
those
yo, no. All right, Ian. All right, bro.
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Oh wait, whoa! Actually,
Whoa.
So,
I forgot to send my
Nikki,
stuff.
do you need me to update my, because I sent you my list, so
oh yeah, I'll start putting it in.
bro.
But it's
Should I defend myself now or later? Because
Later. We'll go through that later.
whoa.
Send me your address so I can call the paramedics and something.
yeah.
Something.
Whoa.
That's crazy, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, but it's true.
No, it's not.
It's not true, bro. It's like it can't be like.
But you're wrong. I put it there. So what do you mean? Call me a liar?
Wow, that's the best defense I've ever heard.
Yeah, it is.
That's the defense every writer
That's
of a story should
class
have, where it's like, oh, this is filler. You should have put that, but I wouldn't have put it there.
Damn!
What you're
Whoa!
talking about.
Whoa, that list, damn! Whoa! Sorry, I'm just discovering right now the list right now, so I'm really shocked. But
All right, so
yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to reveal this to the chat now. The reason why everybody's freaking out is because Ian has, for his
That's
number
me.
one strongest in the verse, Hitoshi Shinso.
Yeah,
That's my man, the
That's weird,
demigod
bro.
of this man-made earth.
That's crazy, man.
Aniki, I'll send you my stuff. I forgot to send it to you.
Oh, thanks, man.
I don't know if I should just send it through Twitter or...
It doesn't matter which one you send it through. I'll start plugging it in as we're going.
All right.
Oh damn!
So do y'all want to just like start from like top 5 favorite
I'll
arcs
just-
and just like
I'll just
and do everyone
paste
number 5 to number 1?
Yeah, we can do that.
wait.
Actually, here, Rex, like, how about you go in on explain your list real quick, like your ordering and whatnot.
Of my top 5? Okay, cool. I'll do
Yeah,
that.
just because, like, of the road, like the way it's set up.
Yeah, for
All right.
top 5, just name them from 5 to 1, and then we'll do a 1 by 1 or something.
Okay, so number 5 is Hustle City or the Stain arc. Number 4 is Overhaul. Number 3 is Camino Ward. Number 2 is Pro Hero. Then number 1 is My Villain Academia.
Why?
Why what?
Why did you pick those?
Yeah, like
Okay.
you're supposed to expound upon.
Oh,
like,
okay. All right, so for Hustle City, I think up until that point we kind of got inklings of like where My Hero could go.
Mhm.
And up until then, it had been happy-go-lucky besides USJ, and like that was fine with me. Like honestly, if Horikoshi would have kept the series like as it was, like US Joe Sports Festival, I would have been completely fine with it. I was enjoying the series immensely then, but when we got the Stain arc, and we got to see who I still think is like one of the best introductory like villains / antagonists in the series, Stain.
Mhm.
Because like Shigaraki was like kind of like a throwaway. Like at the time, he was like throwaway.
Yeah, like purposefully.
Yeah, purposely thrown away. Then when we got Stain, it was like, holy like, is this what we're gonna get like with the villains in My Hero? And his impact has been so heavy, and literally every arc up until where we are now, Stain has impacted so much. And Hostel City just stands like as I remember that spread reading it week to week. When he did a stump down, and then everyone got afraid. When I read that for the first time, I was like, yo, this is the greatest shit I've ever read. So like, of course I was hype at the time, but like it was amazing. So that's why it's number 5. Then number 4 would be the Overhaul arc. This arc, like where to begin? Like for a long time it was my number 1. But like as like just thinking about it, the reason why it's number 4 is like the reason why it's not higher. There's a couple things in the arc that I kind of like don't fully like all the way, like the Deku Eri stuff. Even though like I love, like it's cool with me, I feel like there was I don't say a better way to do it, but like that still was like a power up that kind of wasn't deserved. And like when I first read it for the first time, I was like, oh, whatever, fuck it, I love it, because like Deku as a character progresses so slowly that anytime we get any inkling of like upgraded strength, it's like, yes, finally something. Because when he went 5% to 8%, I was like, all right, come on, bro, just give him like 5 more percent or something. So like that. Also, I feel like the female characters were kind of shafted in the overhaul arc. I feel like they could have deserved, because especially the way it started, it kind of showed them fighting the villain. Like, okay, they're going to be integral parts, even though they were. I just feel like they could have got more personal fights. We could have saw them fight the gigantic dude, the Bane looking dude, a little bit more. I feel like there's just so much more that we could have got out of them. So like those things, like even though those are like huge knocks against it, I just like it brings it to 4 instead of it being like my favorite or my second favorite or something like that. And then number 3 would be Camino Ward. This was the only arc in My Hero I think that almost had me crying, because like the whole All Might and All for One stuff, and then like when he, because I remember reading it week to week, and when he lost his form, I was like, no way. Like then everyone saw it. Like just, I think that as much as we've gotten in My Hero, that still has the most emotional out of any arc. That still has like the most emotional impact with me. And like just to see like the guy that we've revered since the very beginning of the series fall from grace, and they end the scene where he says "You're next." It's like, wow, what a great way to wrap up the first half. Like not the first half, but the first saga of like My Hero. And like Kamino Ward is my number 3. Then number 2 will be Pro Hero. It's fucking Endeavor. What more do I need to say? Then next is My Villain Academia. Um, Reading this week to week gives me the same feelings as the current art we're going on. It's just like despair and like just especially seeing the villains finally get their just due and getting like explanations of like the way Toga is, the way Shigaraki is. We got like even though Twice already had like a backstory, we get to see another backstory of Twice and him finally like overcoming his issues with thinking he's a clone. Seeing how like the quirks are personalities, like just all of these things compound on each other. Shigaraki's backstory 236 is still my favorite chapter of the entire series. And then we get to see like the Tenko Shimura backstory, then the Shigaraki Tomura backstory, and him with the hands on his body and face as a kid is still one of the creepiest things in My Hero. Like that, like if I ever saw that kid walking up, I would like hit him upside the head with a bat. But like just that arc overall, then Rick Dasher was such a great villain, or not even a villain, antagonist for the arc, because he started off thinking that the League were something that need to be wiped out, and come to the realization that Shigaraki embodies everything that he thinks needs to happen in the world, and just like it's honestly it's the perfect arc in My Hero. I think it's I think it's a classic. I know a lot of people don't consider it. I think it's not too long, it's not too short. It wraps everything up beautifully, and then it transitions well into like the rest of the story, and it sets up the villains as a credible threat for the rest of the series. Because up until that point, a lot of people were complaints were the main villains of My Hero aren't enough to be considered main villains, and people like Overhaul and Stain are so much better than Shigaraki, so much better than all the people that we have, and then this sets up those people as credible threats, and that's why it's my number 1. All 5, not 10-5.
I can rock with
Nice. Very cool.
that. Yeah, no, like that explanation's actually pretty legit. Like, that's actually part of why I love NBA, and the other part of it is the fact that I used to always say a villain tournament arc was coming. So
Yeah.
we finally got one. All right. Flo, let's hear you defend your list.
Just to start, I did not put the current arc in as it's not finished, so I was didn't want to put it in. Let's see. Number 5, I got the Sport Festival. This arc was at the point in the series when we got to the Sports Festival, it was the best arc that we've gotten throughout the whole series, the most impactful arc. This is what pretty much put My Hero on the map for everybody, right? Like that's the more you see on Twitter, you know, the fight between Deku and Todoroki, and the emotional moment where Deku told Todoroki that, you know, this is your power too. Like it to me, the arc just speaks for itself, right? You have amazing fights, amazing character moments. You're starting to see more of the not only Class 1A and a little bit of Class 1B, but they kind of get shafted. But it's still a great arc to me. Number 4, Camino.
Hold on. Actually, I wanted to touch on that, like once you mentioned the fights, because a lot of people complain about how the Sports Fest has a lot of squash matches.
I mean, well, that's just how most of the series fights are, because matchups matter in My Hero, right? You see, like how Bakugo versus Tokiyami, and Tokiyami is one of my favorite characters, but it stands to say that if you have enough light, you could dim Dark Shadow, and Dark Shadow won't be as strong. But.
See, my defense for it has always been, it is nice to get lots of drawn out fights and like see people fight, but you have to ask, what does it do for the story?
Mm-hmm.
And if I look at the third round, like that bracket, what would Mina versus Aoyama really brought to the narrative?
Yeah.
If it had been
Exactly.
like, this, like really big 10-minute spectacle where it's kind of like you have to. What we got out of Aoyama was him being built up to be this weird, quirky kid. And if you get the fight, then you're just info dumping all that into the sports festival. And it
kind of gets cluttered.
Making sure you strike while the iron hot is important. And those fights weren't as important as keeping the arc at a decent pace, allowing for the matches that were going to be built up around characters, because it's important to remember that more or less Shoto is the main character of the sports festival arc. That arc specifically does exist to introduce his character to us.
Yep.
Because, like he pops up during the first season and he's got the clutch factor, but he's really just an edgy boy that's like really quiet and freezing people all the time.
And then we also get introduced to the fact, the relationship between Shoto and his father, and how he's the number 2, and it's a
Which
lot
has
of
very long-term consequences. So
exactly, and we find out about the quirk marriages and how even more how the societies revolves solely on quirks, and how people are like seeking power and stuff, which is great for the story in the long term, and has a lot of great narrative structures later on. But number 4, I have Camino. Pretty much everything that Rex said earlier. Is there an echo?
Yeah.
A little bit. All right. Yeah. So this was probably one of the best arcs to. It was the next best arc after the sports festival to me. I didn't put the Stain arc because even though the Stain arc was good, it didn't hit as emotionally for me compared to Todoroki's backstory and Ida's backstory. It wasn't even a backstory, just his
motivations.
Yeah, motivation to get revenge for his brother and stuff. So it didn't really hit as home for me. It was still a great arc and I still loved it, but I'll still put Camino and Sports Festival over it. But Camino is still an amazing arc. It pretty much set the tone later on into the story. After that arc, we head into the Rise of the Villain saga. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the saga is
as soon as All Might goes down, pretty much the Hero Society starts to crumble because they put all of their faith into one man, and then it just pretty much sets the tone for the rest of the series. And we're seeing everything unfold on us right now. Number 3, I have Overhaul. Overhaul was the first long arc in My Hero, and even though Horikoshi's always done better with shorter arcs, he did an amazing job with Overhaul, having the what's it called, the dichotomy between Shigaraki and Deku, and Overhaul and Mirio. And Aniki made a video, I believe there was another one, someone else made a video on how their relationships between them and their growth are parallel to each other.
I think that was Oceans. Oceans did that.
Yeah, Oceans. And so it was an amazing arc. There's some little flaws here and there, as like Rex said, but it's still, I still love the arc. It was the first major death we have in the series, and then the death hit home. Mirio losing his quirk was a huge twist. Some people complain about how Ares might be a plot device. We'll still have to see for that to happen. I don't believe she will be, but we'll see what Horikoshi ends up doing with that. Number 2, I have MVA. MVA, just amazing arc. Reading it week to week, it was just so amazing how much of a showman Horikoshi pretty much was. Right in the very first page of the arc, not page, but very first chapter of the arc, you have the sign My Hero Academia. Then you see Shigaraki walking over it and destroying it, and then you go to My Villain Academia, and then you see Doctor coming in, Giganto. There's every chapter hit after hit after hit, and it just all built up to something that was so beautiful of how Shigaraki's backstory was folded. Horikoshi really showed his symbolism off in this arc, right? When, like how Rex was saying, his hands and his placements in there, and how Shigaraki got his name, and then how All for One gave him his last name, and everything in the arc, almost everything really hit for me. And then as for number 1, it's Pro Hero. 10 chapters, short, easy, concise. Everything is compact. There's no misses in any chapter. Every chapter hits. I'll honestly give the arc a 10 out of 10. To me, it's a classic. To me, there's nothing you could take out of it and nothing more you could put into it that will make it any better. It did everything it was accomplished to do. It set it up so much things for future events to happen. It gave a lot of room for Endeavor to grow. Endeavor character development happened in such a short time, but it was so needed. And how I always analyze the arc is that you have an overachieving failure who finally gets what he wants to be number 1. But since he didn't actually deserve it, he kind of feels some type of way about it, right? So not only did he get what he wants, when he gets what he wants, he reflects on all his past decisions that got him to that point. And he's just like, it wasn't really worth it, because now his relationship with his family is fucked up. He's noticing that like he doesn't even really know what it means to be number 1, and yet he wanted it so bad. And everything, like Endeavor's character development, that arc was fantastic. So Pro Hero number 1, top 2 but not 2.
That actually was kind of why I feel like everyone loves Pro Hero arc. You kind of went in.
Yeah, it's perfect, bro. Like,
that's true. The Pro Hero arc is the most human arc in the whole thing, because
go on, my bad.
Because you recognize yourself in Endeavor as human, making faults in your life, making mistakes, learn from it. And it is so well done that you can just admire what DJ Ricochet on that one.
Exactly. And it pissed me off when some of the fans were getting mad that he was getting a redemption arc and stuff like that's how it's redemption arcs are supposed to be. You're supposed to take a bad character, make him reflect on his past decisions, and then they grow from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. No one's perfect. Stop judging other people. And plus, it's a fictional character, so shut the fuck up. But
yeah,
it's not like this is an actual guy who did this, and then Horikoshi is just like, no, he's a pretty cool kid. Like, no.
My main thing is,
go ahead.
What I like about that though is that, one, everything wasn't even fixed that arc. In fact, it was like heavily established that no, things are still very much not okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you think about it, that incident, the Kyushu incident, takes place in about November. Because MVA starts in the middle of October, roughly, like a little while after the overhaul arc. So, and then you think about Remedial Course arc, where we first have Endeavor talking about this introspection, and that's in about September, early October. So you see a month later, he has these conversations. And then you go and you think about what happened later with the Endeavor agency stuff, and that's still another, month or two after that, and it's still not fixed. And so, and a lot of as far as for personal experience wise, it's very much reflective of people who have had abusive parents, and then you try to figure out how you want to navigate with them as you get older, because you can't just pretend like everything is all chummy, because it's nah, you still totally stomped on me, so I don't know, that part really sucks.
What's funny, there's a lot of parts of the My Hero fandom that I don't like, but the funniest group is the group that says Endeavor was the best character since Jump. The moment he was introduced, he was the GOAT. They be I was like, yo, he was beating his wife. They're so? They're so? He was the GOAT. I'm like, yo, that's the funniest part. They loved Endeavor from the beginning. That's yo, he's the greatest character.
Also, small detail that I'm just going to announce real quick. If you look in the chat, I just placed the Discord link. If you click it, you can now join the Church of My Hero Academia Discord. So
there you go.
There we go.
There we go.
What happened to Ian?
Did Ian just disappear?
Ian disappeared.
Oh, snap.
I'm pretty sure he'll come back.
Oh, there he is. He's reconnecting. Perfect timing, because it's his turn to go through his list.
It's your turn, Ian.
Wait, I think he's still loading in.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
By the way, for my strongest list, I only had 16 at the time when I made it.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Just put some random characters in there.
Yeah. But I just sent it to you. I think I sent everything else.
Yeah, I'm guessing they didn't let you edit even though I gave you the permissions.
Oh,
Oh,
we can edit.
okay.
I sent it to
That's
Kid.
what I was. Okay, that's what I was confused about. I thought I'd just gain access to them. I didn't realize I can.
It asked me,
Type
it
in
like
there.
told me to give you the permissions, so then I tried to do it again, and it should have worked.
Okay, let me see if I can type. Actually, we'll check my email again.
Hello.
There it is.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, now I can edit.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right, Ian. So you missed the back end of the Florian rant. Let's see if you can top that with your defensive arcs list.
Okay. So can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Because my mic kept being weird and going out or something. All right. All right. So you want my top 5 favorite arcs?
Yep.
Yep. You
Okay,
just start from
okay.
5, explain your placement, and go from there.
All right. Now, Aniki, I don't know if you saw my message, but I'm gonna actually have to change my number 5 if that's okay. Am I allowed to do that midstream?
I'll let you do that midstream.
All right. So in my hands, man.
Oh, hello.
Oh shit, Ian's mic just cut out. I felt like that was gonna go somewhere dramatic too.
It was his mic cut out. He was like, "Here in my hand, I have the red and the blue pill," and it just like cut out.
He's about to take us to the Matrix and got sucked in himself.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
damn, man.
Foolish.
Gosh, I'm gonna try to jump to my phone. You can go to someone else because for some reason my mic's just being weird today.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go. Hanzu, let's go with you. Actually,
Okay.
yeah.
So I have to start from the bottom or from
Yep.
the top?
Go from 5 to 1.
Okay, overall arc. This arc was like, for me, an arc that changed my, that I waited for. I waited to see more of the world. Do you hear me, understand me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was reading an arc that shows us more about the society. So about the society, how the villains or the criminals from the past acted today, because we live in Mara Academia is based on our world, so the organizations like the mafia or the governments are really interested in those things in the world of Mara Academia, because I love world building. And yeah, and the vision of overall how he was speaking about quirks, about how it was a sickness, and the theory about it and everything. I really love this arc. The fight, Mirio was really a light for me. I love this character from the bottom, from the start to the finish. He lost his quirk, and the way that he lost his quirk, it was beautiful to me. But yeah, like I think this was Florian. Florian talked about the women in the story weren't presented well. So that's why this is my top 5 too, because at the bottom, because it has some flaws. Next, above it, I have Camino. I cried in that arc. I cried like a bitch. When All Might lost used his last punch, I was crying. So I had to put it in, and I loved the start from this arc, and yeah. So the way how Ophron was presented, and his dialogues and his monologues, and how he was talking to people of I really love the discussion between him and Best Genist, because at that moment I knew that he was going to give All for One to Shigaraki. At the moment that he said like, your quirk is not good enough for Shigaraki, I was thinking to myself, shit, he's going to do it. And that arc was really good. How's the arc? There's the arc of Stain. mm, the impact of staying in the story is still felt uh till right now in the story. We have war. We are right now in the war because people change her set of minds, and yeah, uh, I don't know how to explain it because, but bon, for me,
Well, you're talking about like the fact that staying like caused people to become like want to be more autonomous. The fact that like in
yes,
general, like and then like it snowballs from like Kamino with them
yes,
being like it's more dangerous, like what's going on, why like All Might's fallen, like all these things
yes,
happen that like just set the cultural groundwork for
yes, yes, yes,
like a
yes.
complete 180 for a lot of people.
That's true. That's why, yeah, you understand what I'm saying. So this Hozo arc is really important for the story in overall. But Hero arc, like I said, it is for me the most human arc of the story. You see the combination about the story of Endeavor, how he reflects on his faults, how he wants to be better because every man and woman on this earth want to be better. So and when I was reading this story, I was in depression. So it's really vibe with me. MVA just yeah, like I said before the stream, I'm a kind of guy who love the story where the character starts and ends as a king or somebody who see this as a king. And this is what we saw with Shigaraki. He came from in the whole story. He came as a kid because he was like a gamer. His way of talking, the way he was acting, and we saw the evolution from kids, this kid who had some traumas to a prince. We know his responsibilities, and I really loved it in MVA. The characters next to it, Twice, Toga, uh, Redistro. He's like for me, like an example how to be a boss or to be a leader for a group for Shigaraki in my eyes. He's the one who can introduce him to be a leader, how to control things. I think him like this. I think that Hideso is like this kind of character for Shigaraki. That's why I really love that arc.
I also think Redestro is one of the best written antagonists in the series, even though the way it manifests turns a lot of people off from his character. But a lot of people, because everybody's like, oh, he just became Shigaraki's bitch. It's like, no.
I never understood that.
But what's wrong with that though?
No. I will tell you why. I will tell you how he saw. You must understand from where he come from. His whole life, people were telling him, "You're the one. You're the boss. Yeah, you have to be the best of the best," and he never felt free the whole time. And he saw the first thing in his life facing Shigaraki, what is to be free. He saw his king in him, what he couldn't not be. And it's why that he tries to, in a really disciplined way, to be, to make him better. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
We hear you, man.
We're letting you spit.
Yeah, you was getting off some good stuff, man.
So yeah,
I
that's
like that a
why.
lot.
So that's why in my eyes that Shigaraki, Kohei made him like this, but we will see in the later arcs how he will affect Shigaraki. I'm reading a lot of him right now because it's like the one who made Jesus, who baptized Jesus. It's like this for Shigaraki in my eyes.
Yeah, and like the thing is that the Redestro not bowing to Shigaraki would have been a character break because what he claimed to believe, what he professed, if you can come face to face with the manifestation of your own ideology and just go, fuck it, and like that's bad writing. Like then he's not the zealot, he's not the guy who's been invested in liberation, he's not that person, he's not actually any of those things. It would have made him a fraud for him to not accept that Shigaraki was above him at that moment and embodied his beliefs way better. So like for me, like that arc, and then like the other thing, like that character needed to surrender. It made no sense.
Yeah.
And like that was the whole reason why it was specifically a zealot group that ended up taking them out, because of the whole point was like, even if you think back, they were like, we don't want you guys being the face because we don't trust you. You don't have like a high ideology, any of these other things. And so when the reason for fighting him is that he doesn't think they'll represent his cause well.
But now he does.
No, he does.
He lost, like the entire reason for fighting him is gone.
Yeah, the only reason you would have him break character is if that was the point, to be like, oh, he is a fraud, like he's not what he seemed. But obviously, Hori wanted to keep him in character, so
which allows him to stay in the story, and allows him to.
Yeah, people are too obsessed with killing off characters and missing the forest from the trees, and that if they're still around, they get to develop and have more value to the story.
And
that's why it's always ridiculous to me that people want All Might to die in Camino. But yeah.
It's also like and Redestro, just because of that, has become like heavily clowned in so many different ways. But they're like, oh, he lost to Tokoyami, and I'm like, no, his prosthetics that aren't built for combat necessarily broke.
Yeah, that's the only reason why Tokoyami really had the edge in that chapter, is because of the prosthetic legs.
Dude, you don't understand. Like, out of a lot of things that make me mad, when people say he got low diff, it gets me visibly upset. I'm like, Arr! I'm like, no, it's not true. I'm like, not true.
And like my thing is like I always tell people, everybody's gonna keep saying all these bad things about Redestro, but keep in mind he never actually really got to use Claustro properly because he couldn't stay pissed.
Yeah.
So he couldn't even
Horikoshi
use
didn't make that robot design for nothing. Like, that's coming back.
Oh yeah.
So
we'll see it soon, definitely.
Yeah. All right, Ian.
This time for real.
Yes.
Can anybody? Okay, everyone can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why my mic was being dumb. All right. So originally I had My Villain Academia as number 5, but I'm going to have to bump it down to number 6 and replace it. I will be replacing it with an arc that I feel gives me the same amount of joy and enjoyment, but it doesn't have the one flaw that I think NBA has. And this arc is the babysitting arc. Now let me explain.
All right. You gotta go. You gotta go, man.
Okay.
So
I can feel why you love this arc, but you have to explain to me why is it in your top 5.
The remedial course arc is Ian is out here trying to cause controversy.
No, I have said remedial course is in my top 6 forever. So the fact that I'm now committing to the idea that it's in my top 5, it's just perfect. So here's the flaw of MVA, and here's why babysitting arc tops it. So MVA's main flaw is that it has the same flaw that a lot of arcs in My Hero Academia have, which is that they just start, and they also don't have too much of a structure to them in terms of like location awareness. So whenever the characters are running through the city, I really have no investment of anything they're fighting or anywhere they're going. What I love about MVA are the character analysis that Horikoshi is doing for his characters, but the actual moment to moment of getting to those things, for me, are just relatively boring in some ways. Like when Twice is taking down the city, it doesn't really feel that impactful to me. It's impactful in terms of, oh man, Twice can now let loose as a character, but I don't need to know who the army are, but I don't have any sense of where we're going, how much length we've got. So it feels like each of these character analysis that are like 10 out of 10. Like I love everything about when we're focusing on the characters, but it feels like every time we have to jump to the next one, it feels a little disjointed for me. So now we have the babysitting arc, a perfect 6-chapter arc where we have character analysis for both Bakugo, Todoroki, All Might, and Endeavor, mostly Endeavor. But Todoroki and Bakugo, I never thought this would happen, where Horikoshi would look at the 2 strongest characters, the 2 fan favorite characters, and say, nope, get out of the story. Your character flaws are going to keep you from being true heroes, and I'm going to make you watch children and interact with people and to show different sides of you. And so the picture of Todoroki using his fire in order to warm up a child, and he's smiling, he's using his fire in a way that just like makes him happy and shows like his progression. is like one of my favorite shots in the entire series. So it's just, whereas MVA is like a bunch of like punches to the chest, and it's like, oh dude, that was real good form. The babysitting arc, it's funny, it's quick, and it's just one big sucker punch to your face and then it dips. It's not there for too long, it's concise. Whereas MVA, I just feel like there's a lot of speed bumps in it. And so therefore, if I was going to choose which one to go back to, I would go to babysitting arc. I can read in 6 chapters and we're done. Whereas MVA, I might be like, I'll skip to the Shigaraki backstory, but when he breaks the tower and he's like talking to Redestro, I'll probably skim through that. Or I'll go to the scene where Twice is with Toga, but whenever he's saving everybody, like, I don't really care about any of those people they're fighting. I'll probably skim through that. Anything Dobby's doing, skim through that. So that's my reasoning, and that's number 5.
All I heard was I'm not a Chad, so that's why I don't like MVA.
Hold on. Here's the thing.
No, Florian, damn.
Here's how I know he's not capping though, because like we were like, nah, he ain't got to be trolling.
Yeah,
he's talking about an arc. Ooh, say as I figured you'd be asleep by now. The reason why is because Ian automatically downgrades your arc or your chapter if it doesn't have a lot of Deku in it. So like if he has swapped it out for an arc that had Deku in it, I would be like, oh, this is just him being like the Deku fan that he is. But no, he switched it up for Remedial Course arc, an arc about fucking human connection and interaction. So I can't be mad about that. Like,
yes, you can. You can still be mad about it. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't be mad about it? Just because people explain, so it doesn't mean you can't be mad.
NBA, so NBA trash number 4. Number 4 is Kamino, of course. All Might is just a character everybody loves. He was designed to be loved. He's perfect in every single way. And just the idea of, I love the idea with Horikoshi, and especially the beginning of the series, where a lot of people complain like, oh man, when's a character gonna die? Oh, All Might needs to die. We need to have stakes, guys. And My Hero always has it that whenever a true hero is backed into a corner, it's not a matter of them trying to survive for themselves. They will win if they are backed into a corner for somebody else. And I just adore the parallels between the Deku versus Muscular fight with All Might, where All Might, he loses like his will to fight, but then there's just that one woman who's inside, crushed under the rumble, and he's just like, well, I gotta fight now. Like, you're done, All for One. There's a person I have to save. Because remember, he can't hear everybody else cheering for him. All he has is that one person to call for his help, and he steps up and he wins because he's a hero, and he's gonna win because screw you. So that's why it's great. It makes me cry. I love all the pages of just like everyone screaming for him. Oh, that's another great emotional moment. The fact that All Might had this worry about that people would turn on him. And the second they see that he's in his deflated form, they're like, but who cares? He's still All Might. And they cheer for him. And that just gets me every time. That's one of those restores faith in humanity moments. So that was just great. So that's why it's number 4. Number 3, Pro Hero. It's basically just Endeavor's version of it. Whereas Endeavor has the luxury of building upon both Todoroki's story and All Might's story. I love the fact that he gets, when he gets stabbed not only in the eye, that's the thing most people talk about, but he gets stabbed in the side, directly where All Might got his injury. And so he is taking on both the burdens of the things that he has dished out and also the burdens of the number 1 hero before him. And so there's just all this imagery, symbolism. Hawks has, I think, the best character introduction in the whole series out of any character, because you immediately know what he's about. You immediately get his personality. You get his contradiction in terms of like, he's like, I'm kind of lazy, but I'm also number 2. Ha ha ha. And so you just get a lot about him. And of course, like Aniki brought up earlier, the Todoroki family drama creates this sense of like, we're going to give Endeavor this giant fight. And in the moment you might be like, yeah, forgive Endeavor. But then all of his family's like, that doesn't mean anything. Sure, you fought a big monster, but what are you going to do as a person? So I love how Horikoshi always treats these things seriously. He doesn't let bad deeds go unpunished, or at the very least, like, just get pushed aside because you punched a monster. So Endeavor's great. Babysitting Arc GOAT because it built it up. You know what it is. Number 2, Culture Festival. Gentle Criminal is my 3rd favorite My Hero character. So therefore, just his existence every moment he's on screen, it's like Horikoshi was like, you know what? I really like comics. Let's do a Silver Age villain or a Bronze Age villain. And it's just this goofy, fun stuff, but he always brings it back to the humanity of the character. I love all the implications of La Brava's power. Eri, I've made a video about her. She is literally an S tier character, and I will not hear otherwise. And Deku finally coming through the arc that he started in an Overhaul, where he felt ashamed and downtrodden on himself, but then realizing that instead of being a hero who saves everyone, a hero who always wins, a hero who does all these things, he changes his goal when he fights Gentle, and he says, like, I just want to be a hero who can show someone a bright future, which is just doing what's good at the time. And right now, a bright future is making sure this little girl can have a good time. Jiro's the GOAT. Concert's great. It's awesome. It's just
something else I want to just point out real quick. Deku saying that specifically is really nice because it's a direct callback to the title of the chapter where Night Eye dies.
Yep, exactly. So it's so good.
Deku's the villain of the arc.
Yeah, and that's even better. His crazy look, like when you tell Deku that you're gonna hurt somebody, well, it's over. So, and then finally, number one is the Overhaul arc. So, like I said at the beginning, I think one of MHA's like probably most notable weakness is a lot of its arcs feel like they just happen, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of build up to the moment, to where sometimes, sure, you can get like your Stain action, but then it feels like Stain's just now out of the story. We introduced him, we dealt with him, and we're gone. Whereas with, and he kind of comes out of nowhere. He literally comes in during the sports festival to be like, here's a plot thread, and then we just go to it immediately. So, whereas with Overhaul is the longest arc, and it has so much build up to it. We have natural reasons why a character like Overhaul would show up. I made a video about Overhaul. Overhaul is incredible. He's one of the most fascinating characters in all of MHA. He serves his purpose perfectly, and he's just a weird entity on his own. Overhaul arc has some of the best art in the entire series. Horikoshi was really, really stretching how he was going to tell his story. There's so many iconic panels. Mirio, enough said. There's like at least 3 Deku cry moments, so you know it's got to be at the top. I know people, they talk about the girls getting shafted. Totally true, but I just feel like there's so much good about it that it's not necessarily that the girls get shafted, it's that Uraraka and Tsuyu get shafted. Because if the Dragon Lady and Nejire got shafted, we don't know them, but the fact that those two got shafted, it feels weird. So yes, I'll take that L, but that's a lowercase L at the end of the alphabet, tossed off into the sea, and Deku makes me cry. The end. 10 out of 10 arc. I love it in every way. Now the only arc that could beat it is the current arc, because you want to know what setup that arc has? The entire series. Give me like a Deku cry moment, and it could easily overtake it. Also throw an Eri in there, and we're good.
Eri did appear. Eri already appeared.
Okay, so there's 2 things, because like while you've been going, Ian. First off, one of the funniest things about this, like immediately somebody was like, I bet $10 that Ian's number 1 is going to be the Culture Festival.
You were close.
And then they're like, oh, damn. But according to my boy Coyote Charles, you still got a capital L. So,
I mean, that's fair, but also I wouldn't have said it if that was true. So,
I mean, all I heard was the reason why you don't knock the women getting like shafted in Overhaul arc is because you hate women. So it's like, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, to be fair, I do hate Eri, and she's a child, so you know, you just got to add it to the list. So,
all right, wow, all right, kid,
I got some notes to take, guys.
All right, so like everybody else at first, I wanted to wait until the Liberation War was over to put it as number 1. But because of like everything that's been going on, and since everything that we're witnessing right now in the manga has been built up ever since the beginning, and I've just been getting like, you know, a lot of emotions as I was reading it, because like when I start reading a manga, and it's not just My Hero, it goes for like other series as well, I get really invested in it, and it's almost like I can actually picture myself in the character's shoes, and I can actually experience like what they're going through in these different kinds of situations. So like looking at what's happening in this arc itself, and just showing how, you know, everything that Horikoshi built up since the beginning is being displayed in this arc right here. It's just it's just pretty crazy to think that here we are right now, after like almost 6 years, since MHA has been in Weekly Shonen Jump, that he's built up the story this far, and now we're seeing everything executed in this arc.
It's like
And
that Hot Ones interview with Paul Rudd when he's just like, "Look at us."
Who would have guessed it? Not me. Not me.
Look at us. Look at us.
And like,
kids, right though.
and like probably like one of my favorite moments so far with this arc itself is probably with Twice. And like the sad thing about like Twice's death is the fact that he wasn't really there to say goodbye to like Toga and Compress. It was his clone delivering the message. Because I remember when I was reading this chapter, and as soon as I saw the hanky like just floating in the air, I'm like, oh my god, man, like, are we really going here? Because then I was getting flashbacks in my own life of like when I was reading MVA, where Twice was talking to Toga when Toga was in a rough state after she was fighting Curious, because of like how Curious used her quirk to like really mess up her blood inside of her body and everything, and she was knocked out for a while. And I was like, oh, okay. I remember, during that arc, Twice was looking after her. And then during the overhaul arc, Twice was, Toga was looking after him after his head split, and she had that hanky to pretty much symbolize their friendship. Like the whole, like that hanky itself is like so symbolic when it comes to Toga and Twice's relationship, and the fact that, when Twice died right there and he really wasn't able to, say goodbye to his friends, it really hurt. Like just seeing how how everything came together towards the end. But one of the things I really do like about that moment itself as well is the fact that, even though Twice, messed up a couple times, he still succeeded to do what he intended to do, was to put his life on the line to save his friends, which is something very admirable that I was really happy to see from his character. And that's why, like, when I saw volume 27 of My Hero last week, I'm like, okay, I'm really happy that Horikoshi decided to put him on the volume, because at first I thought it was going to be like a split between the heroes or the villains or Mirako, but the fact that he actually put him and Hawks going at it with each other in the volume 27 cover, I really did appreciate that. And I think he's a very well-written character. Like, Twice is definitely like one of my favorite characters in the series. So with Twice in this arc, that was definitely a favorite of mine. Just seeing the growth of like Shigaraki as a character, like, since the beginning, because like the way that I looked at it at first when I got introduced to Shigaraki's character is when I saw him introduced for the first time in the USJ, and he was acting like pretty much like a wimp. Like, some people didn't really give a shit about him back then, but I knew that, like, Horikoshi had plans for this guy, because a lot of people already know this already. Him and Deku are parallels of each other. And we're going to see them, grow throughout the story. We're going to see them hit some bumps, and then we're going to see them overcome those obstacles, because in pretty much with the overhaul arc itself, it was showing, Mirio and Overhaul, in a sense, were pretty much like stepping stones for Deku and Shigaraki to grow, in Deku's case, to grow as a hero, and for Shigaraki to grow as a villain. And we've seen that countless times with Shigaraki when it came to Stain, when it came to Readjuster as well. And it's just pretty crazy to see, like, this kid back then in USJ grow into what he is right now. And I was just really impressed to see, like, how far he's come. And I guess that's pretty much all I can really say about like this arc so far. Like, there's definitely a lot of memorable moments. Like, I'll be honest, at first I didn't really care about Mirako when she got introduced in Pro Hero. I was very invested in Endeavor and Hawks, but this arc actually made me care about her when she went in there and she went up against those high ends. And then when the time was right, the heroes came in there and they saved her, and she was able to show what she was capable of, which I can respect, because heroes are known to take sacrifices to put her life on the line to do what she intended to do, and she managed to put a crack in Shigaraki's tube, which, hey, give her some points for that. And just also this arc itself just getting me excited to see what we're gonna see in the future beyond this point, like seeing what kind of responsibility the students are going to have on their hands after this is all over. Because I don't know if Hawk said this in the Endeavor Agency arc or was the beginning of this arc that we're in right now, but I remember Hawk saying something where he was like, oh, it could come to a point where you might have to rely on the future on the next generation. This right here is like pretty much showing us that what we're witnessing right here, the fall of the heroes, and we're going to see the heroes rise up, and we're going to see them, overcome all those obstacles coming their way. And because it's pretty much a given at this point that the villains are going to win. That's why it's called Rise of the Villain Saga. So I feel like this is probably going to be Deku's way to prove to everybody in Japan or possibly around the whole entire world that he's the greatest hero by fighting this great evil and becoming and telling his story of how he became the greatest hero. Like he said in the first chapter, this is a story of how he became the greatest hero. That's what we're going to be witnessing right here and with this arc. And then with My Villain Academia, the reason why I like that arc is because it helped you sympathize with the villains in a sense where at first some people didn't really care about them, but this arc actually made you invested in their characters, and it shows that the reason why these people became the kind of people they are today is because of how society is. Because not everybody's gonna like run into somebody who's their idol and they train under them and they become this great hero because of the way society is in My Hero Academia. Certain characters are looked down upon. Look at Toga, for example. Look at Twice. Look at Shigaraki, especially. And I've always been invested in Shigaraki for like quite a while because I've always saw potential in him. But like with this arc itself, it showed that he had a dream to become a hero, and a lot of people saw that at first. People were like, oh wait, I thought he always hated heroes. Like, what's going on with that? But like this arc itself helps you understand him as a person. He wanted to be a hero, but because of the relationship his father had with his mother, he didn't really want to see his son get involved in something like that because pretty much like what happened between him and his mom really affected him because he felt neglected. And I actually remember like when I did my chapter reviews when I was doing like MBA and all that, I remember there was like people in my comment section, complaining about Nana, saying, Nana's a terrible person, like what the hell is wrong with her and all that.
Really?
Yeah, like I got comments like that where they were like, oh, what's wrong with Nana? Like I don't understand. Like people were like bringing up stuff where they're like, if Nana didn't do what she did, then things wouldn't turn out this way. But I'm like, you can't really blame her for doing what she did. Like heroes are known to take sacrifices to protect other people. She wanted to face All for One herself because she didn't want her family to get in danger. She decided to go up against the great evil. She doesn't want to get her son involved. She doesn't want to get her grandson involved or whoever else is in her family. She's trying to face the threat at hand, which is the whole purpose. When you wield One for All, you're eventually going to come across All for One. There's always been a beef between the successors of One for All and All for One himself. It's been going on for generations. So when I saw that, comment, I was like, that doesn't really make any sense. Because I remember I replied to that like in my next video where I was, going a little bit more in depth and explaining like I didn't really understand what that really meant because I felt like what she did made sense because I feel like any mother would do that in a situation like that because moms are known to like, be, very protective over their kids and they always want the best for them and everything. And she just wanted the best for her son. But I understand from the dad's perspective. Yeah, he might have felt neglected, but at the same time, Nana didn't really have any other choice in that situation. But because of what happened between, him and his mom, affected him in the long run, which happens with some kids when they grow up where, they have a hard life if it comes to family matters or other personal reasons. And because of that, that ended up, turning Tenko into Tomura Shigaraki. and he pretty much felt like he couldn't really do anything. Like he felt like his own sister betrayed him, even though in a way she didn't really do. Well, she didn't really portray him at all, which was another thing I was confused about, why people were throwing shots at Hannah, because I didn't understand why people were throwing shots at Hannah, because I was like, she was just showing her brother a photo of the grandmother. I don't understand why that's a bad thing.
My thing is like people treat Hannah like she's 7.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
she's 7. Like
Yeah,
Hold on, you know how many times I've told on my siblings? Like, it's an ebb and flow. It's an ebb and flow of like with kids, especially. It's like I don't want to get in trouble, or I'm definitely snitching on you in this situation because I'm a kid, and then as you get older and stuff, like the stuff that happens, like if Shigaraki never like manifested his quirk or it wasn't that destructive, Shigaraki would have never held that against her at any point. Even as an adult, he said it's okay, bro. Like it wasn't your fault.
And like here's the thing, especially because like the Nana slander really kind of bugs me. I think people need to remember that when she was handed One for All, the dude had a missing arm.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see, like when they do the flashback, they specifically said the dark-haired youth, and then like you see as it's being passed down, the dude is missing an arm and handing her strands of hair, crying. She knew she was gonna have to fight a guy that literally like ripped some dude's arm off, and like he had to hurry up and get to her. I don't want that near my kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not.
It's a sacrifice you gotta be
That's the
willing to
last thing you would want near your kids.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, like that's wild. Like that concept of like being mad about that is.
And we can see All for One eventually found her family anyways. Whether he made a move or not, he eventually found the family.
Right. And
he just never made a move.
Yeah, because like they weren't doing anything. So like once something finally happened, he was like, I'll profit off this.
Yeah.
Because like they didn't have One for All. Here you can tell they didn't have One for All. So he wasn't gonna get any cool quirks out of it. Mm-hmm. He had zero reason to actually care about her family when she was dead. And really, half of taking in Shigaraki is to fuck with All Might, not because fuck Nana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like it's like, wow, this kid is gonna be warped anyway because this quirk is definitely gonna mess him up.
Oh shit.
He's the grandson of one of my arch enemies, so like sweet, I get bonus points for like raising this kid.
Yeah.
And fuck All Might.
Yeah.
It's gonna hurt when he finds out about this. And I do not think Tenko was given decay. I think he's a mutant, like one of those beyond singularity types, just like Eri, and the quirk just manifested a bit.
He better not have been given a quirk.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all.
I think if we were gonna find that out, we'd have found it out already.
Yeah, definitely.
I have a question about this chapter.
Whoa. Oh, Squid!
Oh my gosh, Squid's in here?
Squid's finally here, but you didn't give me your list, Squid.
Oh,
and Sayas is here.
Yeah, I'm making my list. I'm quiet.
Yeah, if you look in the spreadsheet, you can just see Sayas going.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man. The thing is, I only made the top 10 strongest characters, and you have like what, top 50? I don't know what that is.
It's top 20. It's top
20. I have a question for y'all. If someone off screens you and then steps on your chest and got laid out, do you really think you want to fight?
No, not at all.
Getting laid out, a guy stepping on your chest, mocking your pose.
Endeavor didn't get laid out off screen though. He got hit with a pool cube.
Yeah, because I remember there was a panel where we saw like Shigaraki up in the air. He probably used air cannon, and then it hit Endeavor.
Yeah, I saw him. He was like moving
under
with
him.
the shockwaves. Yeah.
I missed it at first too, but it's in there.
Yeah, it's like
that was how insignificant it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, Shigaraki. Like what you expect?
Yeah, yeah, that's the other thing. Like JJ pointed out in the chat, if Shigaraki had decay, he would have. I mean, if Papa Shigaraki had decay, he would have been able to just handle All Might. Like All Might wouldn't have been able to beat All for One if he had already had decay.
Yeah, no way. Yeah, decay is just too strong of a quirk for him not to have used it against All Might. Because All Might would have died almost instantly because he would have never seen that coming.
Yep.
Like, yeah, like that's why like having the information on Shigaraki was so important because you remember even they were like, there's no records of somebody with this quirk whatsoever. So
just delete.
They had no idea how they were going to deal with that.
I'd actually wait. I do take that back because I remember somebody pointed out in the chat. He used his own strength itself to lay down. I forgot he was quirkless the whole entire time. That was my fault.
Yeah.
And Squid, I'm about to send you the spreadsheet so that you can put your list in.
This is so
okay.
hard. I'm just at this point. I'm
Yeah, no.
The
pretty sure I did this
spreadsheet,
twice
the
now.
spreadsheet will be filled expeditiously.
Yeah, especially because like it took me a while. It took me like over an hour to like fill out everything because I was just like I have to really think about like what I'm gonna put in here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put now a list down and then I'm gonna change it whenever necessary. I think.
So are we gonna talk about the absolute worst arcs in this series because we've been opening it up. Let's talk about some of the shit that Horikoshi has delivered to us.
Yeah.
I think I have
Wait,
my arcs.
How do you write in the spreadsheet?
You have to send me the request so you can be an editor.
Yes, I requested too, so I can put my the rest of my list.
All right. So, yep.
Yeah, I should only have 2 more controversial opinions, and we should be good.
I'm glad you think so.
Yeah.
Worst arc. Oh god.
All right. So let me just start it off. So
What could I think of any?
this arc to me was like bad, like especially reading it week to week. The provisional license exam. Like this arc was everything I hated about like just anime. Like it was just like it was so like I felt it was so boring. I felt that just like it just felt like it just wasn't moving and like it started off great because like the new powers and stuff, and then like I didn't care about any of the schools they were going against. Inasa was cool, but like it just felt like Horikoshi didn't do enough to develop or put a lot into the arc to where I would care about everybody. And then we kept jumping from everybody so fast that like the moment I was trying to get attached to something or like some scene, we'll immediately go to the next one. And I didn't like this arc for the longest time until the anime happened. After I watched the anime, that's when I began.
Okay, so if I wanted to see a bunch of 16-year-olds get their licenses, I would have went to the DMV.
Yeah, exactly. exactly.
Okay. So one thing I will say, like this is gonna sound weird, because like when I watched the anime, like of that arc, I was like, all right, it's better. And then like 6 months ago, I like was watching it, and I actually felt some kind of way about the Aoyama scenes. Like I was like, man, this kind of hits. It's still not like my favorite arc, but like seeing, like especially it was like watching it again and like recontextualizing the whole.
Yeah.
My quirk injures me. Like thinking about how many people's lives have been impacted by their quirks and the inconveniences.
Yeah.
How, because the thing is that Aoyama's always like trying to draw attention to himself, but at the same time, if you think about it, when he was like 5, he probably would have been the most noticeable kid in the class. He was wearing that belt since he was like 4.
Yeah.
So
you
he
ever
was
see that
always
one
the weird
kid?
kid with the navel laser.
You ever see that one kid with a helmet on at all times? That was Aoyama.
So, so like now he's trying to like be standing out for something more than just looking weird and having to wear a belt all the time to make sure he doesn't hurt people or crap his pants.
And again,
Well, and it's a great scene. Oh, you go, Rex.
I was saying, and again, this arc went from bad to me to just being my least favorite arc in the series, because I honestly thought this was a bad arc. I think that because especially like before this was the overhaul arc, right?
No, it was Camino.
Yeah, it's Camino, Privileges, then Overhaul. So it's also sandwiched between 2
phenomenal arcs.
Yeah.
So like from going for Camino Ward and then like All Might telling Deku you're next, and like I love the slice of life stuff of My Hero, but this didn't feel like this didn't feel like the slice of life stuff. It felt like it was supposed to be built up to this big arc of everybody finally taking that step to being the heroes, and it just did. And I just don't feel like it delivered in the way that he wanted it to deliver. Because I feel because I was really excited for this arc when I first heard about it. It's like, okay, we're going to get our license so we can do heroes works and we won't have the stain like issues, or we can fight when we want to, essentially. And I just feel like it didn't. like in retrospect, this arc is very important for the rest of the series. I just don't think that the arc itself is like the best.
I think
It's
Deku versus Bakugo is part of this arc, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's at the
Ah, that's
It is.
man. No,
It
no.
is.
Yeah, it
What are you
is.
gonna?
It
What are
makes
you
it more
gonna count it to?
difficult, right?
Overhaul?
It's a self-contained arc. It's a self-contained arc.
Highlight.
It's a
It's the
three-chapter
finale.
arc.
That's like
Three-chapter
that's like
arc.
excluding the Stain fight from the Stain arc.
it's
So,
it's the
I feel-
culmination of the arc.
Okay, so one thing I feel that like really made the switch to provisional from Camino really just really difficult for me was the fact that the sense of scale and the
Yeah,
tension.
it's a massive
like,
tone shift.
Think about
yeah.
it think about it like this. You're like going the equivalent of watching like 9/11, right? And then
Oh.
you're now going into a DMV.
This is
A
great.
school exam.
I mean, he's
You
not
go
wrong,
from-
though.
No, I
Yeah.
agree, but that's something that especially early in My Hero Academia had more quite a few times that they went the different arcs
I call
very
it tonal
drastically in
whiplash.
terms of straight.
That's like
Yes.
going from Vietnam to high school.
Like,
Yeah, but it's also like
the
you go
SAT.
from USJ, for example, where there's no
Yeah, I was gonna say, it just sounds like
essentially
My
takes
Hero.
Aizawa apart, and it's really horrible to a school tournament. Which
But I think that transition was well.
yeah, it was better. It was better, but it is already something
Well,
My
it's
Hero
just 'cause
does
the sports
more
festival is
often
so
that
better,
you
right?
have these.
1 second
drastic
you're on a
changes
field
of tone.
trip. 1 second you're on a field
Yeah.
trip, and the next second, oh wait, you just made news because another terrorist attack happened.
Yeah, that comes. I think it's just because for the longest time it shifted now, but My Hero for the first, really until I think the Pro Hero arc, it was always like a nice little cuddly school arc, and then a massive catastrophe, and then a nice little cuddly school arc.
Yeah,
like
so that's just par
massive
for the
catastrophe.
course.
what you doing
Yeah,
with these
and-
margins?
And what's crazy is I love those tonal shifts about. That's one of the things I love about My Hero. I just don't
It just
like
didn't work
this one
time.
this one was just so jarring, and it was just like, because usually like when we like, for example, USJ to sports festival, USJ was great. Sports festival was better. So usually like the way I feel about it is that usually the school stuff is equal to or better than the arc before it, and it just didn't feel like this. And Aniki is dying of laughter.
Florian is so petty.
I think I have my list more or less down. I think I'm still a bit iffy about the last three, but whatever.
What? Okay, so what
Just
I
saw a
like-
typo. That's all.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and because like all the arcs that I picked for my top arcs, like everybody talked about a lot. So like I didn't feel like they need to like flesh that out a lot. But I do want to talk about how Sayas has the Endeavor Agency arc as her number one.
Yeah, sure.
Oh
of course.
my
I mean,
God.
I mean, the thing is, I
Great.
think I
Oh.
just go from 1 to 5 because I think that's less of a surprise.
Oh.
The thing is,
That's
it's
an
just-
underrated arc.
Emotionally, it just hits with me. It's just, I think it's very cathartic. I think it's a very cathartic arc, and that's something that no other My Hero arc has. It's very much grounded in terms of, but the emotions are just there. It's not like this big fighting event. Of course, there's ending, but that's not really an anime to be taken seriously. And
Yeah.
The
But
Star
it's just-
Servant, like the bit of action that it is in there is really good.
Yeah, especially in the volume version. Volume version looks great.
yeah,
Really fleshed
it
it
out a
looks
lot more.
great, but it's not like this big cataclysmic, catastrophic fight that we had in so many other arcs. That's not there. It's
Say
a
as-
very grounded arc, and I really like it.
Just say you love Endeavor, man. That's all you gotta
I
do.
do. I
Just
mean,
say-
he is
just
my
say-
number one.
You gave this long-winded explanation just to it boil down. Endeavor is my favorite character. Just say that. man.
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
obviously. That's why the emotion are just there in this arc.
Sayas' top 3 arcs. The arc where Endeavor finally reaches a point of understanding with his children to a degree. The arc where All Might has to step down, and now Endeavor is number 1.
That wasn't the reason, though.
Man,
That
and
wasn't
then
the
Beta
reason.
City arc.
I have
where
to admit, I
Endeavor
was
takes
hard
his
pressed
journey.
not to
What's
put
the
the
next
remedial
one? What's
course
the
in.
next one?
I would have almost put remedial course at 5. But no, coming out
Endeavor
number
is
one,
famous on TV.
remedial course is awesome.
Yes.
It's just awesome.
Remedial
I mean,
Course
it
is
has
my number
great
5.
Bakugo moments, it has great Endeavor moments. Those are 2 of my top 3 characters. So
Yes.
what else do I want, right?
That was a great
bias
arc.
is
I
Your
love
crazy.
that.
final exams
but
is
the thing about remedial course is that there's also a lot that I like to skip. which is why I
How do
didn't
you
put it in
skip
top
5
5.
chapters?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
but it's very short, but it's like it has like as much really good stuff as it has really boring stuff.
Like,
And
oh wow, I can't wait to read this chapter. Let me go skip 3 panels.
yes.
Zip.
And Never Agency arc doesn't have that. And Never Agency, I love every panel. That's how much I like this arc. Camino Water second because I really it's just I thought about this. I first had Pro Hero, of course, second, as I wouldn't have been the only one. I see Rex, Panzer,
What?
I see. Yeah, but I decided that Camino Water is, I think, a better arc. The thing is, ultimately, Pro Hero is just a battle. It has, of course, Hawk's introduction and it has implications, but I feel like a lot of what and Pro Hero arc does emotionally is done better and more thoroughly in Endeavor Agency arc. And other than that, it's just a battle. And ultimately, I actually think that Camino Ward is probably a better, more emotional battle by itself. So I put Camino Ward at second. Then Pro
I can
Hero, then
see that.
Final Exams, just because I think that's finally somewhere where all students had a big moment. And then Culture Festival, because Gentle is awesome.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah.
One thing
You
I
know-
was
No NBA.
one thing I will say about the Camino
Yeah.
about the Camino Ward and MVA kind of thing, like where you was like you just feel like Camino Ward has like a more emotional impact. But for me personally, the reason why I think Pro Hero has a more of an emotional impact over Camino Ward is because I didn't like Endeavor. Like as a character, yeah, I understood the importance, but as a person, I didn't. But after Pro
Yeah.
Hero, it was such a huge shift for me as a reader. Like I hate this guy too. Let's
Yeah, I
please make it to the
understand
end of the story. Please make it to the end of
I
the story.
understand. I think that's a major
Yeah.
part why many people have this Pro Hero arc as one of their top arcs. The thing is, I kind of liked Endeavor before that. I did see the change coming, so that's not. It wasn't a massive shift for me in how I viewed Endeavor. For me,
you
it's
really
just in a way.
apologizing.
It's just for me. It's just in a way. It's just a fight for me because it didn't shift my perspective on Endeavor. What
I knew you were a fangirl. I didn't know you were an apologist, but
She just
No,
loves him
I'm
because
not.
he's
I'm not.
sick.
It's just that the thing is, the Endeavor change has been coming ever since he was introduced, and it was just that so many people were apparently blind to it until it was actually on the panel.
You know,
reading these new Vig chapters, gotta admit,
I will
Endeavor's
tell you.
been getting real canceled right now.
I will tell you why. I will tell you why Pro Hero is my second, because, like I said earlier, I was in depression, and I recognized myself in Endeavor.
Yeah,
How
I
he
can see
was.
that.
That's why this is my on my second place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
the thing about me when it comes to fights in My Hero, especially, actually, well, let me rephrase that. I only care about fights if there's meaning behind them, like the message behind it. And one of the things I liked about the Pro Hero arc when Endeavor's fighting the Hayanomu is that it was self-reflection when he saw himself in the Hayanomu.
Yeah.
And I liked how he was saying, you know what, time to put this to rest, use Prominence Burn, raise his fist up. It was pretty much, it's pretty much his journey of like going down a new direction. And I realized that, everything wasn't wrapped up in the snap of a finger just like that. I knew he had a long way to go. We've seen that in between a lot of arcs, and it made me really respect him as a character, and he's one of my favorites because of that.
Yeah, the thing is, I already had that moment when in the Remedial Course arc, like when, if not even in the short scene where we saw him when All Might stepped down and he was just in denial about that. That was already when I realized this is where the change happens.
Yeah.
And so I didn't see any massive change. It was just like we now saw like the perspective of his family, and we got. I think that was when Horikoshi tried more actively to make Endeavor look sympathetic, but nothing really changed in this arc. And I think the scene where Endeavor kneels before Natsuo, telling him he doesn't have to forgive them, goes much further in that regard than anything that happens in Pro Hero.
I think the way I think of it is, I think of sympathy and understanding as two different things. Like I won't really feel sympathetic towards him, but I can understand why he did it. The thought process makes sense.
He is rational. He's just not correct. And
Like
I don't feel bad for Endeavor.
No,
me neither.
Like it's like, dude, you signed up for this.
Yeah,
You might not have realized it, but this is what you signed up for.
Yeah.
but
Gotta
to that
admit,
same
he
degree.
needed he needs some tea spilled on his eyes like a couple of times. Not even gonna lie.
Like, but at the same time, like what you're doing, what you're trying to do, I do want to see that because I do believe people should strive and go ahead and become better people with or without forgiveness, with or without like ever being accepted, because you shouldn't be a good person so people like you. You shouldn't be a good person so your family forgives you. You should be a good person because that's what you want to be. And so Endeavor's arc being that, like, no, I need to become a good person and actually work on that is far more fascinating than like him just chasing like
The moment
I mean,
Or him
Aniki,
dying.
you know
redemption
that
becomes
when I
selfish.
first started watching My Hero Academia and you told me to read the manga, that I asked you, or you told me that there was more of Endeavor there and more in the story because I told you that I was interested in the story, and that was before the overhaul arc, even. That was after season 3.
Yo,
Remember that?
can I just say Sayas is the GOAT because on her least favorite arc, she has up to USJ.
Yeah, I know it's a bit I guess
Names on.
dodgy, not really answering a straight arc because that's actually 3 tiny arcs. But I just didn't like any of that. It's
honestly, I kind of do like to just lump the UA beginnings together.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I would have just written season 1, but then I thought just name an arc.
No,
I think
USJ
what-
is Liddy.
I think what really got into me, I think what really got me hooked into MHA in the beginning is probably when I saw Deku jump up to face the robot.
Really?
Like
That's
finally taking his steps. Like I thought that was
Yeah.
pretty cool at
Sure.
first.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
cool.
the thing is,
So-
I just didn't like any of the first season, and I have to be honest, if I hadn't started My Hero Academia at a top point where the 3rd season was already at the ending stage, like I started when I think I watched like the last episode of the 3rd season when it aired, and that was
We
when
watched the end of season 3 together.
something
We
like that.
watched like 10 episodes in Rabbit back when Rabbit was
Right. But the first season just
Rip.
I was not interested at all. And hadn't the 2nd season already been there, I would have probably not really bothered with waiting for a 2nd season at this point.
Yo, how comes I'm not able to write in the PowerPoint?
I gave you editor. It should let you do it.
I mean, they said I can only view this document.
Oh,
You have to request it at the top left hand corner. It should say request editing or something like
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Funny enough for me, the moment that I got hooked into My Hero is one that is not for many people. Is the ending of the first chapter, like when All Might told Deku he could be a hero, he started crying. I was like, all right. I was like, yep, I'm here for however long this goes on.
Well,
I was
if you
like,
want
yep,
to
I'm here.
No, I just wanted to mention because I think there was a misunderstanding in the chat. I don't like the part until USJ. USJ was kind of when that happened was when I thought, okay, let's
Yeah.
continue watching the 2nd season. But it was
So-
just the first 10 episodes or so of the first season. I just thought I don't really care about any of that.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. Like when I started My Hero, I was like, all right, I want to see where this goes because it got so much hype.
Yeah.
But because like I started like watching it like in December of 2016. So like specifically what made me watch it, I was like, all right, I gotta check this out. You know, like just some big talk. It was literally this meme where they were like, yeah, this kid's gonna be great, and it was like Naruto and Ichigo and like they made a whole fake manga page
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like the one where all 3 of the big 3 are like,
I actually
this
really
guy's
like
gonna
that
be-
image, to be honest.
and I was like,
That was
huh,
pretty cool.
that's a bold ass claim. So I peeped it, and then I was like, okay, like it's all right. And then like All Might floored me, like because I relate to All Might in a lot of ways, especially in like some of the like even in some of the unhealthy ways actually. And so much so that one of my ex-girlfriends actually called me All Might as an insult after we broke up.
Insult.
Yes.
I don't know how that could be viewed as an insult. Were you like
You
too
see-
patient?
You see
You're
yourself
too
as the symbol of humanity.
Too self-sacrificing.
Or the skinny form.
She was like, you're too self-sacrificing for like other people. You look out for everybody. But, like she tried to.
Don't you know that?
Yeah.
Not
Right,
you're
don't
missing
you know
along.
that Don't you know that self-sacrificing is not a character flaw? Because
Yes,
it's
it
too
is.
good. Oh, yeah, I know. But everyone's just like, Deku has no flaws, and it's like, oh, he's self-sacrificing to a fault. It's like being a good person isn't a flaw if you go too extreme with it. Gosh.
No,
Yeah.
self-sacrificing.
I mean, depends what you consider a flaw. Like the active loss of
That-
life, Like,
So I think
there's
the
many ways to decide the parameters. Of this.
No, I will tell you about something. But self-sacrifice if it becomes detriment to you in your life, it is a flaw. It is a flaw.
Yeah,
being self-sacrifice.
exactly.
Yeah. And so
Yep.
that, but like also when we were talking about how like everybody's like trying to get back up and fight, one of the things that I like is like when people that theme of a real hero will always try to find a way for justice to be served is like constantly being showcased throughout the series through other characters now.
Mm-hmm.
And like Endeavor especially, it's like reading Vigilantes, like this most recent chapter, Endeavor literally needed to have like his crew pull up and put like blast him with fire extinguishers. That's how like even just like 4 or 5 years ago, how much he was still struggling with that quirk. And so just like seeing how far he's come, and like now, even since the Pro Hero arc, he's been like improving, because if you look, he did Flash Fire, Fist, Hell Spider, and Prominence Burn at the same time. So now he's like combining multiple high tier moves and doing like, he is consistently improving, trying to find ways to like take people down, do the right thing. So like throughout the story, like everybody, even Endeavor, like embodies like chasing, like creating justice, even if don't write in that box, Squid. That was Florian being goofy.
What? What is this? What is this goof? What is this? What is this foolishness? Where am I supposed to write?
You're in the box now. That box.
Man, y'all gotta stop playing with me.
Which box are we writing? Which box are we
damn.
writing? Which box are we writing?
Oh,
Not the Bakugo boss.
East, what's up, man?
Oh,
Came out
hell, let's
west, let's go.
Yo,
We
it's
came
East.
back. We came back.
He came back.
The boys
We
back.
came back for the West. You know I'm the best. I had to step on the chart. Horror Coast, you got my heart. Let's
Everybody
go,
knows-
nigga.
Archbishop East came back spitting.
East,
All right.
I want you to know you're a pretty cool guy. I like that.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, damn. Ian, technically, you like Ian technically like Shigaraki. He was really good and a sweet boy, but I'm starting to see the darker sides of him. So I feel like a race ahead right now. So that nigga's about to get me out the paint. That's crazy.
All right, East.
Yo.
Did you figure out what your least favorite arc is yet?
Yeah, because since I don't really have one, I say the one I remember the least will probably be. It definitely be the teacher versus the students, because the biggest part I remember that arc is just Bakugo and Deku versus All Might. Well, I forget the other parts because they weren't as prominent in the manga compared to the anime. So if I had to say,
arc, but yeah,
yes, so if I had to do like a least favorite, I'd probably just stick that one right there.
really, man.
That's not that I don't.
Wow.
I don't have a least. I don't have a least.
Mineta.
I don't have a least favorite, but if I had to just pick one, because Aniki won't let me slide.
Damn,
Hey,
Squid.
You're cruel for that.
Yeah,
Huh?
but your
Hey, what
entry
is it?
for Squid's entry for the worst arc was provisional license to pass.
Yeah, that's really true.
No, say that with all caps.
You forgot the $2 signs.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So,
What did I miss so I can run through this shit like
we
blazing fire? 'Cause
mostly this was mostly like top 5 arcs discussions, just explaining like the greatness. So like,
I was starting fires.
Easy, you did miss Ian basically look us in the face and say that My Villain Academia is one of the most overrated arcs in entire manga history, and everybody's trash for loving it.
I told you niggas he was like Shiggy on the back. I told you, but you didn't want to believe it. Man, call me goddamn Ahsoka Tano from Star Wars, bro. I tried to warn these niggas, call me Darth Maul. I tried to warn these niggas that darkness is on the horizon. He was the one, he's the chosen one that let us down, but y'all niggas didn't want to listen.
Damn, you
Yeah,
were
but I
too
put
real. They tried to bury you,
babysitting
dog.
arc up there, so we're good.
This man put remedial course over My Villain Academia in the chat. The chat was had questions.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, so what I put
top 5 or
yeah, you actually run through your top 5 real quick, because you and I and Kid all put Liberation War. We're all like ready to eat dirt if something like goes wrong.
I mean, it's probably going to be good. I mean,
It's gonna be good.
That's not a high risk, I think.
I don't know who eating dirt, but it ain't gonna be me.
Yeah.
Because my nigga don't miss. Let me run through this real quick. At 5, I got JT joint training, the one that everybody gonna flip on the flop side when it get animated next year. That's number 5. cultural festival because Gentleman Like Bravo stole my heart, and somehow I end up rooting for the antagonist of an arc rather than the MC. That's
He
wild.
was the
That's
protagonist
crazy.
of the arc. Jekyll was definitely the villain, bro.
Say it again. Say it again. Number 3, I had Pro Hero Arc, but it's kind of tied with EA. I'm not gonna flex, but you know what I'm saying. I'm a sucker for a character drama right then and there. But Pro Hero's tied with that, and then it got at number 2, of course, NBA. You know what I'm saying. One of the most non-overrated arcs. You know, I ain't throwing shots at nobody in the chat. On the Billboard
I mean, you
charts.
could throw sass at me.
If you shoot your shot, if you shoot your shot, you got to be accurate.
Let me come in like Hoss real quick, starting some shit.
Grab the
But
mic.
I'm getting my wings flipped later on. But while I got the mic, I'm finna spit nothing but fire. And at number 1,
That's true.
we have one of the greatest arcs that ever been set up. To become execution, time by time. Act 1 has proven nothing but phenomenal. Act 2 is nothing but phenomenal. And when we get to Act 3, balls dropping.
Ooh, yeah.
And I don't mean the ball. I don't mean the ball on the court. I mean, Hori finna let his nuts hang, nigga. We got heroes versus the villains at number 1, nigga.
Put it on the forehead.
Put it on your forehead. Heroes versus the villains, the current arc. Top 1, nigga. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. So before we even got in the stream, people noticed my least favorite arc, and that one's Forest Training.
Oh, I can see that.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the Forest Training arc is probably my least favorite arc.
Hold up, you talking wild real quick.
Because and here's why. Like the thing that is similar to how like East was like, I think it'd be final exams. I don't go back to Forest Training arc like that. Like when I go and do like little season 3 rewatches, it's almost always starting at like episode 6, where they're already like in the hospital and stuff. Like the Forest Training arc as a transition, fluid, solid, very smooth, but it's very much carried by what comes after it and like the results of what happened within the arc. But like, and the other thing is that even though I never thought Deku used 1,000,000%, the Horikoshi putting that in there
It's ridiculous.
caused a lot of problems.
Wait,
for
what?
like people understanding what was happening in the story. And so it was just like a weird decision that like, yes, adrenaline, it was supposed
Should
to
have
be
just
obvious that
said
he was
plus
hyped.
ultra.
Are
Yeah.
you sure, Arlie? Are
Yeah,
you?
if you would have said plus ultra, that would have fixed it immediately.
He even talked about it in the vault, and he was like, man, he's like, I didn't know it was gonna cause this much issues, but people seem to misunderstood what I was aiming for.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like, I made it
ridiculous.
ridiculous so it would be obvious.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was a bit problematic because it was always so much about percentages.
This
Is
is,
Yeah.
I
hold on,
know.
but my
There's always now I
question-
can
Yeah,
use
but you
5,
have to
now I can
understand-
use 8, I'm up to 100. I'm
Yeah, but
over
No, the thing
100.
is-
Hold up,
Well,
my question.
the thing is,
My question
how?
is.
All right, go on.
Hold on, my question is, okay, if he's doing 1,000,000%, that means roughly a 10,000% increase, right?
Yep.
If he hit Muscular with that much force, that entire forest should be gone
Yeah, because he
at
Plus
the
him.
very least.
Yeah.
And
Him.
all
Body.
people should look.
But arms should be
300-mile
detached from the
hurricane.
body.
Yeah,
Earth would be
definitely.
gone.
But you know what? You know what I like to do though? I would like my MVP of these current streams, the chosen one. I would like my MVP to step up and clarify for everybody what Deku really did and how he took out Muscular. You know who you are,
Oh, thank you,
Mr.
bro.
Mr. E Waffles. You
Oh,
stay
okay.
out of here. You
Okay,
damn
wasn't
demon.
me.
You still
Rex
like
came up, he was like,
So,
I thought it was me. I thought it was me. Oh, whatever.
I knew it was historical strength.
Yeah,
No,
because-
not
Hyping himself
that
up.
part. I'm talking about like the actual like what are the mechanics of how he did it because people don't seem to like read what he said or they just kind of gloss over it. He said Delaware Detroit Smash. His fist is literally in the muscle fibers. He opens it. We see a panel of it opening, and then he punches through that opening and hits him into a wall. But everyone seems to still claim that he just punched really hard and that's how he did it. Wouldn't have made any sense.
It's because
So,
the anime didn't depict it that well.
man, they
Like,
skip
because-
everything.
Punching
Don't play
hard
with it.
doesn't work.
Don't
Just
play.
punch
Because
harder.
the way the anime draws, like it's a straight up guard breaker. He was supposed to like kind of blow his arm away with the flicks,
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
like if you look at the anime, they basically make the punch like contact with the muscle again and then hit him in the face. And so it sends the wrong like message the way it's operated, similar to how they messed up the Manchester Smash because they made the ceiling so high in the anime that
Yeah,
supposed
and he
to just
takes like
kinda,
10 minutes.
rapidly-
Like,
yeah.
how did he
It's-
dodge my attack that took 10 seconds to do?
Like it's
Yeah.
supposed to be a jumping flip axe kick, and it's just a jump and then like come right down. And it's like, no, he literally like pop, pop. And like,
Yeah,
it,
like
so it
in the-
also didn't like show how dangerous Overhaul was in that moment because it was supposed to be like bing bang, and then Overhaul just kind of no.
Well,
What's
and they
interesting?
didn't, they barely even showed like Overhaul's arms getting like, because in the manga you see him like start breaking apart and like flipping out because he did get hit, but in the anime it's just like he ducked his head. Crazy.
Yeah.
What puzzles me about the anime in that regard is that
Guys, don't speak about the anime. The anime made so many faults right now, please.
Half of the stuff that we talked about creditless is it comes from the anime.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, how do you mess up a show that doesn't even focus on the choreography as much as it does the emotions?
That's what they're doing right now.
How do you flop that hard on something that's not
Well,
meant to
have
be
you ever heard
choreography?
of?
Ben?
Well, have you ever heard of not watching the choreography? Think.
No, because I read My Hero. I don't read My Hero. Gosh.
Exactly.
No, I don't read My Hero. I flip through the panels and then throw the book and then get
Yeah,
the next
they read
volume.
Academy of Heroes. That's what they read.
Honestly, Academy of Heroes been here lately. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Nah, they said
Academia Hero My.
No,
Bro,
I've been reading Hero University, so you know.
Dude,
Damn.
Like Sky High.
no, I heard that shit not hitting. I heard they call Bigger Rocky. I heard he was like a landmark protector. I heard Bigger Rocky from Academy of Heroes got a random power up. So I feel bad for y'all. I mean, my Sugar Rocky, he been built up since day one. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got nothing but stripes and L's under his belt and W. But currently, Bigger Rocky got a random power up that made no sense.
I hate Bigger Rocky and Beku. And Ben Dever, he's like just a jerk. I don't like him.
Yeah, but Bakugo, I mean,
Bentel
Rakugo
and Box.
Yo, Ben Dever got instantly forgiven. We ain't
Guys, even the Sakuga of when Bakugo fly to Kirishima.
Yeah.
You ever see my man's become a rocket? Check it.
Oh, bro.
Okay, time out, because literally one of the things that I want more than anything is a joint attack between Bakugo and Kirishima, where he basically uses the howitzer level explosion to just launch him as a bullet.
Yeah. A meteor.
I mean, this has been coming basically since the sports.
Yeah, like it has to happen.
It's gonna get paid off, definitely.
Especially like
I need him to do
the movie and how like that's kind of what happened with Shoto, like using him as a wall.
Yeah.
Before he tried to kill Chimera.
I need Bakugo to catch Kirishima on one hand and Mina on one hand, and they just do Makia like that. That's the only way they getting through that nigga heart. Acid and Unbreakable. Let's go. I need that.
Oh, especially that new move she
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Acid Man and Unbreakable.
Oh, okay. I misheard you. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
So are we not gonna? Are we?
We're gonna transfer topics.
All right, very well.
Because we've been doing the arcs for a while.
All right.
We're gonna start talking about top 15 characters.
All right.
Ignore the fact that Bakugo is on the top panel.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, who's trolling, man?
Because Flo wanted to make sure we all had the right idea, apparently.
Yeah, man.
First off, East is a cheater because he put Tokoyami and Deku as number one.
Fair enough.
I think you can cheat at number 10, but at number 1, I mean that's
you see, it is because I am the founder of this church. You see, so I use my leverage in order to cheat.
That's what makes you better than all of us, because you're on.
Pulled the bishop card.
No, he pulled rank on all of us.
Dirt off your shoulders. You gotta get that dirt off your shoulders.
Yo, can we do this like just like everyone do like 20 to 19, like not like everyone
I mean 15 through what?
I mean, what I meant to say was like we list everyone 15 and 14 because I really want to hear everyone's reaction to like everyone's like
So who's
Oh,
gonna
from
do their
bottom
top?
up.
So
One-
who's gonna
No,
do
not
their
not
top
not one
15
person
first?
just giving the entire
Yeah,
list, but
Aniki
Yeah.
could do it too.
Oh, okay.
Just so it could be like one voice. Aniki could give it, and then we react to 15. Aniki do it for 14. Then we react. Then
Gotcha.
All
So
right, yeah.
I have a question. So who's gonna do their first top? eight?
Also, Ian actually forgot his 15 and only gave me
Did I?
14. Yes.
yes,
Did
I
I?
saw that.
What?
Mhm.
Oh no.
Yo,
I originally thought it was 10.
Yo, hello.
I
So-
didn't even know
Yeah.
we made the top characters. I just now
Well,
But
my
that being
apologies. My
said-
apologies. I'll look
pulled them
at
out
it.
of my sleeve, so
It's
it's a bit
all good.
shaky.
So I'm gonna start. I'm just gonna go from right to left. At 15,
Wait.
Squid has Kirishima. Sayas has Fat Gum. Kid has Mina. Ponzu has Aizawa. I have Tokoyami at 15.
Mm.
Shota
What?
Shota was Florian's 15. Kirishima is Rex's 15. And because of the he sent even more characters, his 16th and 15th are Toga, S, Gentle at 15.
Really, man. Why do you want to be special when everybody tries to be the underdog, bro?
He just
East just
No,
loves the
wait,
series.
15 characters. No, I'm gonna put 17 there.
He put 17 characters, man.
It's just rounding down,
you know what
guys.
you know what that shows? That shows he goes the extra mile.
Exactly. He was plus ultra on his
Yeah,
list.
man.
Listen, when you
Yeah.
listen, when you put in the work for a whole 2 years on the TL, and then you find a church, and then you can go ahead and put your extra characters. You know what I'm saying?
You know, none
I can respect that.
of these characters at the 15 spot is egregious to me. I feel like everyone it's all reasonable. Like
Yeah,
it's like,
Just put
Yes,
Aizawa there
yes.
for me.
Okay.
Focus
Look
should
at my
really be
fortune.
higher.
I put
Focus should
Aizawa
be higher for
15.
me.
We don't have. Okay,
Look,
never
to me,
mind.
Aizawa should be in everybody's top 10, but that's okay.
Yeah.
oh my god, I forgot about Azawa.
That's cap.
Oh well. Oh well.
So-
If I forgot about him, he wasn't that important for me to put him on the list in the beginning. So
You know,
Oh,
you
snap.
know
Oh,
why? You know why he's now in my 15th place, because I forgot about him.
yeah, like
Fair.
I like.
I wasn't even thinking when I did mine either.
wait, I gotta change something real quick.
Okay, so
I'm glad someone loves him though.
at 14 for Squid, we got Rappa.
Yo,
Wow.
That's surprising. I wouldn't have
Nice.
thought
He
about
is my
him at
favorite
all.
price set.
Okay.
Sayas has Toga at 14.
Mhm.
Kid's got
Okay.
Momo.
Hey, okay.
Ponzu's got Mirio.
Hey,
I have
That's-
Dabi.
hey,
Ian's got All Might.
you're
Deku for Florian. Damn.
Okay. I understand why.
Yeah.
Damn. Originally Deku was 10. Now he's 14, Florian.
I didn't know there was. I thought it was 10, and then I was just like, oh, I could put more people above Deku.
he
He
had
was
the
like,
same-
wait, I can slander him more?
Oh,
You've been hanging out with
Wait,
nuts, haven't you?
Guess how many people I have above Deku?
Wait, hold up. Wait. What was the
wait,
question?
wait.
What was the question? Because I'm being
These
accused.
are my favorite characters.
He doesn't have Deku on her list, man.
Sayas doesn't have Deku at all.
Oh, that's
I'm with it.
that's
I'm
a
with it.
two.
All Might is Rex's number 14, and Mount Lady is East.
Yeah.
14.
Yes, sir.
So
Oh,
He is quite
most,
tall.
Like most of these, I'm like, yeah, like this all tracks.
Tall woman goat. That's why.
Now
13th
remember, I
place.
gotta clarify for All Might. All Might is also 14 through 2. So because All Might lives in
Wait.
this nebulous space. All Might lives in this nebulous space just like Uncle Iroh from Avatar. He is designed to be perfect, to be loved, and to be
Yeah.
in the perfect places at the perfect time. So I have all the emotional investment that I should, but I feel had by Horikoshi, and so therefore he does not get a distinguished spot. He just exists in the "you made a perfect character" category, so he can exist anywhere except for number 1.
You know what?
Mhm.
None of
That's
that
fair.
perfectness came through in Bossing Say.
Holy
Hey
shit.
man, don't do Iroh like that. We don't slander Iroh.
Watch your
Jesus
mouth.
Christ.
Slander
Jesus
Iroh.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you,
Watch his
Squid?
God, what did I hear
Whoa.
right now?
What is going on?
Damn!
No way.
But I didn't.
Means
Son
back then
died.
he was still
Yes!
younger. He wasn't in the
Oh.
nebulous space yet.
Yeah, where the soap at? Because we finna watch this nigga mouth out.
Yeah,
You
that
might
was
be,
crazy.
you might be grounded, bro. Like I might have to put you on timeout for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think.
Wow.
It's really funny that that's actually the biggest
Man,
reaction out of this
because
entire
of you, I just
stream.
get a flashback of Iroh right now. Flashback. What?
Leaves from the vine.
Like, go watch the Tales of Ba Sing Se and see all the people he helped.
Leave from
No,
the vine.
yo, man, I love the guy.
I almost started
Move
crying.
so slow.
Yeah, bro. I was,
Stop it, man. I don't want to cry right now. I don't want to cry.
All
man.
right, so we're gonna have an Avatar
Anyway.
stream one day.
That song
One
hit
day,
different.
yeah, one day.
Need that.
That
Fat
song
Gun,
hit
you
wanna
different when
see
the
my-
lights off.
Yeah.
Fat,
let's go.
oh yeah, actually I listened to a lo-fi remix of that the other day. Woo. Fat Gun
Link it.
is
See
Squid's number 13. I will send you a link later.
I like that Fat Gum actually made it on a few lists.
Yeah, Fuyumi is Sage
Yeah.
is number 13.
Yeah.
Respect,
Nice.
respect.
I'm surprised it's that low.
Wait, no, sorry.
Yeah.
Gang Orca is Kids 13, which I like Gang
Nice.
Orca. Ponzu
Gang
has
Orca's cool.
Dabi at 13.
Yeah.
I've got Inasa. I actually really like Inasa. And I'm
Yay, good.
the one thing that I'm kind of bugged about is that he has not shown up yet this arc.
Inasa is the kind of character I always want to put in my top lists, but I never really find a spot for him because there are so many other people I like more.
Man.
So wait, which
how do you make
which
it
list?
disrespectful?
Wait, which list are we doing right now?
This is favorite characters, not power scaling.
Favorite characters. Oh man. Okay, so that is on 11 and 27, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then Ian's got a hold on. Sun Eater, a reasonable choice.
Oh shit! I forgot to put Sunny there in my list.
Yeah, me too. But I didn't
All
think
right, so here's the way I justify it in your top 15.
Another reason
If
overhaul
y'all
goat.
if y'all did not remember them, then they don't deserve to be in your top 15. It's just that simple.
That's how I look
Or
at
there
it.
might just might be so many good characters. Dang
Yeah.
it.
Bro,
It's-
bro,
it's
listen,
still
listen,
stands.
bro, listen.
Florian
No,
is
no, no,
Uraraka.
if-
Now we're gonna keep rolling. We'll discuss that at the end. Tokoyami is for Rex.
Hmm.
Hey,
East has present Mike at 13.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so here's a real question: why do any of y'all have Dobby on y'all list, like at all? Like it makes
There's
no
a
sense.
Dobby
I-
in
it makes
Pixel
no
list.
sense.
No.
Honestly, I don't see why people love Dobby so much.
I
Except
think
for
neither.
his,
Dobby on his list.
listen.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop something that's undeniable, and I don't care what you say, you can't deny it.
All right.
Because everybody gonna be on hush mode.
All right.
Dobby next to Shigaraki has the cleanest panels in this series. Undeniable.
yeah,
It's
no, that's
undeniable.
what-
That this
No,
nigga
I would
it's-
put Toga on that
No,
list.
Dobby has the most drip out of everybody in the show.
and the
It's just
cleanest
that-
panels.
And it,
In
Yeah,
terms
he-
of panels,
he
I would put
does.
Toga on that list. I think Toga is.
Shigaraki has my favorite
Toga's
panels.
great.
But for me, the reason why I like Dobby is that even without the Toya Todoroki drama, like all that stuff, even though like Horikoshi was like, he's got to see it intelligence, you constantly can see that no, like he's constantly making these decisions. And one, I love a good star screen. So the fact that he's not necessarily here for Shiggy, and the fact that he's really here for himself, and because of his like ideology from staying, like that kind of elevated him for me because it was like,
See
okay,
for me. Mhm.
he's got his own legitimate agenda. He's completely fine with destroying hero society. He doesn't mind if it like takes a bunch of people with him, but he's gonna do what he's got to do. And the fact that he like managed to take out Hawks because he took advantage of the situations, he's always being calculative. I like the way he approaches fights, especially now. Like whereas when he was against Giten, that like he didn't really have a choice to be like smart, like he was trying to be with like Tokoyami and Hawks. But like the guy actually has sense, and I'm positive that like he's kind of one of those characters I already believe in, and he's like very like the way he's like talks to people, the way he pulls up, the fact that he doesn't waste his time taking fights that he knows he shouldn't. Like
the Aizawa fight.
Yeah, like he's like, no, I'm out. Like as soon as Mirko showed up, he was like, Ujiko, get me out. Like knowing when to retreat is something that I actually respect in characters.
And this
Like-
is my thing about this is my thing about him shit talking too is all just like technique. Cause like I've been
all
watching
part of the plan.
I've been watching Clone Wars and the Double Down what you see on Starscreen. It's some characters that just like talk shit and just get beat and then they come back and they talk shit again, and they just get beat. But every time it's with Dabi, it's always cool calculations, and it's something you can't help in MHA that it's just a bad matchup, or some niggas just that strong. So it's like, yeah, you got me, but you really don't got me. It's like, I'm not. I may be like a jobber, or I may like take some L's, but when has Dabi really gotten his ass beat? When has somebody gotten his ass
just
beat?
straight up like clap, like that.
Like he himself, never really, right?
Yeah,
He's
his
always
tones
on
have
the way,
gotten
unskilled.
folded.
Yawn. He's trash. Whatever. Let's go to the.
Oh, this guy.
I don't want to hear none of that.
This
man.
guy.
That's so
Can't
garbage.
believe that Rex. I can't
know.
believe that Rex hates burn victims. Gosh.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yo,
How are you discriminated against victims? Victim blaming?
Oh,
Rex?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Cancel this, man. Cancel.
That's exactly what I'm doing, and I'm doubling down.
Double down.
What I love about Dabi is the fact that just like when he killed Snatch, he felt for it. I wasn't expecting this from him at that moment because he was killing people like when he saw people as trash, he killed them. We saw that so many times that he could kill like people because they weren't fit for his ideal. And when he killed the Snatch, we saw the blood tear on his eye. I was thinking to myself,
Yeah, that was great.
okay,
Yeah.
this guy has something. He's on another plane right now. He's thinking he see the bigger picture. Not like
When your
whenever
hero name,
Get10
I
was
have a
like,
question. I have one
Yo,
thing
what's
to add. When your hero name is after a verb, you kind of deserve to die.
Yeah, because another thing I really like about Dabi
what did you
is
eat
whenever
today? What did you eat today to be so
No, that's
respectful?
Squid. That's
he's
Squid.
always like
He's
this.
always
He's always like this.
That's a squid. Okay. Damn.
All right.
But yeah, all right, yeah, moving on.
At 12, Squid has Ujiko, which
Hey,
that's a good
We
pick. I
have
like
a
that.
few surprising, but fine.
Yeah, I like this.
Rafa,
Like-
Ujiko.
All Might for Sayas, Ochako
Nice.
for Kid, Mina for Ponzu.
Mwah.
I have Monoma,
Go.
Yes.
Jiro for Ian,
Yes.
Hey, we got the
Kirishima
most.
for Florian,
Mhm.
Mirio for Rex, and Bakugo for East.
Bakugo, don't even care.
Wow, Bakugo's really low for like that's.
Yeah,
that's
I think
what
that's the
surprising.
lowest Bakugo now.
Yeah, that-
Yes.
Wait.
that
It was
would be
It was
me.
Good job,
like a
East.
villain, like a
Excellent.
villain. That would be me.
Spot 11,
Yeah.
right? Spot 11.
No,
Yeah,
12.
With
That's
this,
12.
you had to ladder that moment. You had to do the ha 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 ha. That's me.
Don't worry. I'll get Flo later too.
All right. So next round, we got Overhaul for Squid,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Labrava for Sayas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised you didn't get excited about that, Rex. Stain for Kid,
He's not here.
Moneta for Ponzu. I've got Night
Yes, I actually kind of like Mineta in the list.
Eye. Toga for Ian, Shinso for Florian. Oh,
Cool.
wait.
Awesome.
Moneta for
I
Rex.
also like Shinzo.
Another
I actually
Mineta,
love
fine.
And Ida for East.
Actually,
Yeah.
somebody putting Ida in the
Honestly,
list.
Honestly,
Good.
Shinzo would be so much higher if he was in at least just a couple more arcs. Because he's
Yeah.
only been in 2 arcs, and in 1 arc he's
Man.
just fights Deku, then
Yeah,
he
that's-
has more shine in the other.
That's not the
Similar, I
best
think, with-
Shinso moment on this chart, trust me. But we'll get to that later.
The demigod Shinso will reign, but you know.
Yes, one of these days.
Stop
Next up,
calling this man a demigod when he looks like he can't even lift a 50-pound dumbbell. Come on.
Bro, you still looking at sports festival? You need to be looking at joint training.
I did look at him. 55
Nice
pound
voice.
now.
Toga for Squid, Monoma for Sayas. See, Sayas has
Nice.
taste.
He's great.
Another Toga for Kid.
He's so entertaining.
Kirishima for Bonzu.
Yep.
I got Eri. Overhaul for Ian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eri. Okay, first off, you have to remember that I have the most beautiful little girl in the whole wide world for a baby sister. So
Oh,
automatically,
congratulations.
innocent children who are just really adorable.
I
And
have
actually,
too many sisters, man. I don't.
and she goes through her an actual character arc. She's not
She's
a
so-
character who
she's
is
so
just a
good.
victim, and that's
so
what's
good.
cool about her. She's not just a victim. She helps save Deku while he's helping save her. Really, just go
watch
watch
my
Ian's
video.
video. Just go watch Ian's video. There, it like explained it. Like,
Oh no, I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was just
Yeah.
interested in your reasoning. I can
Yeah.
agree with you 100%, but just want to know your reasoning.
oh yeah, like
That's
no,
simple.
like, she's just yeah. And like actually seeing Aries smile in the anime straight up made me cry. So
Yes, yeah.
Now,
I like the
Now-
symbolism when you saw Overhaul break away too.
yes,
Yes. Yes.
Muriel for Florian.
speaking of which, I find there's a certain distaste in putting Overhaul right next to Ari.
Rex has
Oh,
Bravo, which I actually thought Rex was gonna have her higher. And Fat Gun for East.
Yo.
Nice.
Another
I'm
point
back.
for
I'm
Gun.
back.
Great.
I'm back. I missed.
Oh,
I
okay.
missed. I missed the goat Moneta pick, but it is what it is.
You also missed that
The
Sayas
goats.
had La Brava at like a 11.
Oh,
that's
thank you,
surprising.
thank you. People don't put. I don't know if
Great.
anyone else has her on their list, but LaBrava is amazing.
Oh,
I like her a
I
lot.
know, bro. LaBrava top tier, but
Yeah,
that's the problem.
She's the best girl in the series, so, you
So-
know, it is what it is.
Let's
Up
see.
tier in what facet?
The best girl.
Every facet. Top
Best
tier.
girl.
Every
I mean, I have to be
Every facet.
honest. In real life, I probably would not want her to
She seems
too
unstable.
close, right? She seems a bit clingy.
She seems like
Nah,
she's a future case of Criminal Minds.
Nah, see that's y'all. I'm perfectly fine with her
No.
riding around with me. I'm perfectly fine with her riding around me
Right.
in real life. She perfectly fine with that. Hey man, guess what? Guess what?
That's because East the same
I-
height.
That's why one of your favorite because I got to say big ego.
Wow.
The same
Oh,
flex.
good.
Same big ego.
Good.
Same
Same
flex.
ego, bro.
Man, it's 1848. They ain't got time for this.
There you go, bro. This nigga can't say English words, man. For the English numbers, man. Nigga gotta go all big and fancy.
At number
Yeah,
9, because we broke it to the top 10. We got All Might for Squid,
Okay.
Twice for Sayas, Kirishima for Kid, Deku for Ponzu. I've got Mirko, Muriel for Ian.
Hey,
Another All Might for Florian, Gentle for Rex. Got the couple right next to each other.
Yes, sir.
hey,
Nice.
that's what I'm
Ease.
talking about.
Which he's got Kirishima right next to Fat Gun. That makes sense to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who's got the girls talking in the background?
That'd be me.
Okay.
Shut up.
Yo, which one of you guys final giggling?
Oh boy.
That would be me.
Oh, damn.
That's great.
East, let me take care of that real quick.
Oh, damn.
Y'all having too much
East-
fun. Y'all
Yo,
having
East
too much fun in this house.
He's trying to be the control double right now.
Y'all having too much damn fun in this house.
Read Chainsaw Man.
Hey,
Let me stop messing with y'all.
at 8, we got Mirio for both Squid and Sayas,
Mm.
Tokoyami for Kid, another Tokoyami for Ponzu. I didn't even realize that we had like doubles right next to each other.
Yeah.
I got Ochako. We got Twice for Ian, Mineta for Florian.
Yes,
The
sir.
fact that you got Mineta over
That's the
Deku is
highest
just-
Mineta.
Yes, sir.
Bakugo.
Go, let's go. Let's
Y'all got
go.
no taste. Bakugo
frankly-
for Rex, and All Might for East.
Look, I frankly look forward to the sexual harassment arc.
Already experienced.
Relax.
I got a lot of
Relax.
shit for that the other day.
Yeah, look,
I
listen,
told you,
listen,
but I explained why. You're like, oh yeah,
No, I understand now, but
yeah.
listen,
when I looked
listen,
at it at first, I didn't realize it was as big of a deal as it was.
Wait, why is it such a
Look,
big deal?
Listen, I was about to hop back on Twitter. And then I seen a Mineta discourse. I said, "Nah, we good off that, dog." I don't even feel like
Yeah.
looking at this nonsense.
It's 2 years too late.
It's
bro,
one of those.
sounds
It's an intent versus impact issue with Mineta. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
That kind of sounds like a covert incel chat, to be honest.
Hey, Aniki,
Uh,
check your chat. Check the private chat.
Which chat?
I probably missed
Lamau.
The friendship
But yeah,
chat.
the thing about Mineta is, bro, we already had this conversation the entire way through MHA until the joint trainer arc. It's like 2 years ago, bro. Horikoshi already toned him down way much. We already had this
Oh,
conversation.
someone
like,
wants to put Denji in their top list because he's made an appearance in the manga.
Somebody speaking French, I think, in the background.
Oh,
That's
that's you?
Medium.
See?
Yo, Ease, just mute your mic, nigga.
Nigga, I don't speak French. Are you crazy?
Sorry guys.
Nah,
It was my mom.
Pardon my
It's
French,
okay.
but
It's
mute mic.
okay. It's okay, Ponzu. This nigga Rex thought it was me. I don't speak French, nigga.
I know Ponzo's out here in Belgium. Like,
I'm in
Mute y'all
Belgium.
mic. Just mute y'all mic, man.
I know you not talking.
Rex,
I
you be the
wasn't
main
ready.
offender most of the time. I don't want to hear from you.
I wasn't ready for this. Sorry. I'm coming back.
At 7, Gentle for Squid. Say it as Hawks. Gentle for Kid.
Fuck Hawks.
Best
So many
Genius for
gentles.
Ponzu. I got
Listen,
Endeavor.
I don't know what your beef with Hawks is, but we can have problems if you keep talking that wild.
Okay, we
Bakugo
can have
for
problems.
Ian.
Step outside.
Tokoyami
I
for Florian. Stain for Rex. Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
That Nana.
Whoa.
Wait, that's a surprise. I think that's
Mm.
the greatest offset from for now.
I didn't know you could have a top 10 character based on physical appeal.
Oof.
No, Nana's actually a really, really
Bro,
attractive character.
let's break that down. Real
Yeah,
quick.
she's well done.
Let's
Like, think about it. You give up your son to protect him. It ends up fucking his head up to the extent where he decides that slapping his kids around, if they even think about being a hero, is a good thing.
Doesn't
So
have to do with
already,
her really.
but like that's what makes it sad though. Like it wasn't her
Yeah, of
fault.
course, it's
but,
very
like,
sad, but it would be.
It's like she tried to give him a better life, and in the process of doing that, it ends up leading to like him becoming like a piece of shit. And like it ends up like her grandson ends up messed up. It's now in the hands of
Her
All
arch
for One,
enemy.
has now become like the ultimate villain. And at the end of the day, she technically died a failure because she lost to All for One.
Yeah, and she lost everything.
And she's super attractive character.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
she worked for in her life.
even prior to that, it's like looking at the time she spent with her son, and you see the goofy faces she made. Like look at me. Do you think a muscle bound thick woman like Nana, can you imagine her being at home going goofy doofy with fucking Coda, her son? Imagine behind those closed doors, like how sweet and caring she really was, and like we really read their backstory and go into depth about her. And even some of the convos she had with like All Might is just like he's like, well, even if I do die, we'll still be together. All for One, isn't it romantic? Yeah. I'm like,
yeah, it was
damn,
cute.
bro, you spitting bars. I was like,
like she's like a good. And also, the way the anime did the Kamino scene where she like pops up and it's like Toshinori, like
yeah, that was so good.
And then on top of all that,
I'd admit
she's
that was
gorgeous. Oh my god,
she's so
back muscle.
gorgeous.
Oh my god. When you see that pedal, Gran Torino, she was built with the man.
Break my neck with those glasses.
Please, it's time to float today. We gonna float today.
Send my soul up.
I've seen hydraulics produce less pressure than those thighs.
Exactly. 6th place, Twice for Squid. Jiro for Sayez.
Whoa.
Like that. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Twice for Kid.
I ain't mad at it.
Mirko for Bonzu.
Mwah.
I got Eraserhead.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Aries for Ian, which makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Twice for Florian. So that's like 3 people with Twice at 6th place. All for One for Rex. And Endeavor for East.
You're.
Yep. All
I'll never pretty cool.
Anna,
All
could
for
you-
One
Anna,
is
could
go-
you- yeah, that's facts. Anna, did you see that message I sent you or no?
Hold up.
Wait, I'm the only one that has All for One in their list. That's crazy.
Let
He's
me
a
tell you
great
something.
villain.
I forgot
Yeah.
about him. I forgot about him. So
Yeah,
Hey,
like,
if you forgot about him, he ain't deserved to be on there.
and like
Yeah,
here's the
right.
thing,
Yeah,
right?
that's my reasoning. If you
All for One is actually really great.
Yeah.
In fact, I do like him a lot. And if I would have, but like he fell out of my mind. I just happen to like these characters more. But I'm also going to straight up say that a lot of these characters can move around
Definitely.
depending on the day.
Depending
Like-
on when they get focused.
yeah.
Like
Depending
my
on how.
like top 6 is kind of like locked. Like that Bakugo, like that Mirio, Bakugo, Shiggy, All Might, Deku, Eraserhead, like that slot, that's locked. Like those characters like have been my favorites in the series for a long time.
Mhm.
It's like the other ones that kind of move around.
Yeah.
And like there are definite like when AFO is on panel, he shoots up to like number 8. Like his presence, the
I'll
like,
realize
it's
that
like
with
impact,
his plan
everything,
was
yeah.
so strong that he's gonna win either way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And
Like-
you realize all he's done, like all he's actually done for the past 176 chapters, is sit in a chair and smile.
Love
She would
that.
Yeah.
And
would
he's still just racking up W's.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I was
how-
gonna say. I've never seen a villain get introduced, get defeated in the same arc that they like show up for the first time, and somehow get cooler afterwards. How does
No.
that work?
Just
Yeah.
sitting in a
He was
wheelchair.
Just sitting in a chair.
He was shown at the I think sport festival first
Well,
time.
I mean like into the story, like he's
Oh,
here with us.
Like
the
making a
characters.
move.
The reason
Uh,
why is because All for One built different. He just moved different as well.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true.
Even
bro.
when he not
There-
moving.
He embodies moving like the G in lasagna.
Yeah.
Like-
Exactly.
Mhm.
Stain is number 5 for Squid, which makes sense because he's a fucking edgelord. Gentle at
Straight
number
to the
5
point.
for Sayas.
Hey,
Not too
Nice.
optimistic.
Hey,
Kid has Hawks.
Mhm.
Ponzu has Hawks, so that's another doubles. Deku for me. Endeavor for Ian. Racer for Florian. Hawks again with Rex. And Eraser for East.
Hawks is
Yeah,
a number 5 character.
Getting that Eraser love. I love to see it.
hold on. This nigga Rex really eating fucking cereal right now?
No, I'm eating catfish with biscuits and grits.
Catfish.
Oh, I ain't even gonna hold you. I ain't even gonna hold you for that one.
Yeah,
Sound
that's
a little healthy there.
you ain't.
So that,
Florian just trying to get your meal. Don't listen to him.
hey, look, Flo, I told you Flo like that dude off roll bounce right now, bro. He like off roll bounce.
So wait,
That's-
are you
that-
guys at number 4 now?
You were at 4.
Oh,
Which-
okay.
And Aniki, did you see my message?
Hold on. I'm not. Did you send it in
I'm gonna
Zoom?
hit Oh, yeah, I'm gonna hit
Send
you
it.
up.
Send it somewhere else. Like the Zoom
Yeah.
chat is weird.
Oh, by the way, why I had President, I'm gonna put respect on President Mike real quick. Why I had him on my list is because what's funny is that you actually think about it, Eraserhead in his own kind is an MC of himself, just like Endeavor is an MC in himself. Like you could go with 3 perspectives. You could do the kids, you could do the villains, and then you could do the pro heroes. And all 3 of them all have different viewpoints. They all have different MCs. Because whenever we're following each perspective of them, Endeavor is always the MC of the heroes. And then you got Shigaraki is always the MC of the villains. And then with Deku, yeah, he's the MC like the kids for the most part. But it's like you can always intertwine or split pop and swatch out. But I've always liked side characters more than I've liked MCs. So President Mike really getting his DJ flex when everybody thought he was finna die right then and there was just a slap in the face. And I was so fucking happy. Everybody talking shit. Man, take out Mike. He finna die for sure. And guess what we get? DJ Punch, check on the 1-2s.
Two-page spreads dedicated to him.
Yes.
Such a stupid attack name.
He gave him the 3-piece and the soda.
With the I'm sorry, who took us?
Jesus.
Who really made this plan work? Was it? I know Miracle put in work with the Hines, but who blasted the tank? Somebody didn't. Somebody didn't blast Shigaraki, but guess who did their job? Yeah, that was Mike.
Mike. Yeah, I know. That was Mike.
Man, all Exodus had to do was double tap.
Let's not.
Hey,
Let's not
That's not what a
us from
hero
the
does.
bullets.
I know.
make
I
fun
know.
of that guy. It's a bad
Oh,
take.
but we could make for the President Mike when he put in his work. No, I think
He's not dead.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
still
Listen,
fuck
if the way
Crust.
you
All my
die
homies
is that
hate Crust.
pathetic, I think you have a right to be made fun of. Listen, if you're dying because you refuse to spam R2, y'all trash.
Good. I like it.
Bakugo in 4th for Squid. Kirishima for Sayas. Endeavor for Kid. All Might for Ponzu. Nice. All Might for me.
Oh, okay.
Shoto for Ian.
Shadow, really, man?
Shoto.
He's one of the best characters in the whole
You only
series.
had
What are
one
you talking
Shoto
about?
so far, right?
But yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
No. Florian had Shoto at like 15.
Yeah, only
Dude,
one Shoto until now.
did
That's the second time a
babysitting arc
Shoto
number
appears.
5.
No, Shoto is boring. Honestly,
Yeah.
I couldn't even put Deku above him, bro. I ain't
No.
got-
Shoto is well written, okay, but nothing is nothing special. Like
Yeah,
it's-
That's sad that it must be sad to be wrong.
Shoto is look. The way I look at Shoto is this: he is written on a technical level very well,
Yes.
but for some reason, I'm interested in all of his other family members more.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the thing.
The issue is that's who
Shoto has
that's who he is
been
as a person,
halfway
though.
interesting during sports festival, and since then he was just boring.
Yes.
Every other member of his family, even Natsuo, was way more interesting.
But that's who he is as a person. Because remember, in the reader course, our kids like, yo, you're boring, dude. You're dull. It's just who he is. Just
Of course.
It's just who he is as a person.
But
That doesn't put him on my top 15.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny to me? It's like that's not his only trait, because it's like, yeah, he boring, but when that nigga become unhinged or he talks shit, he be talking shit. He was like,
well, the fact that he's like one of the kindest characters in the whole series.
Yeah, bro. But tell me which one y'all finna talk shit to the police commissioner in his face and call that nigga a dog. He called that nigga a mutt.
Yeah, that's the other problem. He's racist.
Dang, y'all really gonna cancel him for what he said back in first year? Y'all trash.
When somebody put their hands on that nigga be snapping real quick. Like in a sports festival when Deku punches us, he's like, man, you mother. And then like when Tetsu was getting his ass the hands, he was like, motherfucker, if you don't quit, he be snapping real quick. I can't wait to see what his brother to his daddy.
In my eyes, Shoto's power is the one when the worst used in the story right now.
Got it. You know what?
This man said, hold on. The only thing that Exodus contributed is his cape to Shiggy.
Yeah. Have you seen that? The thing is looking like a wet blanket.
We don't make fun of dead people. That's a fact. But
that's fact. He did his job. He did his job. He was a reference to the X-Men, and that's all. And he gave the cape like he should do.
So here's the thing. The thing with Shoto is, though, that I will say is that one, he does have really good spreads, like when he snaps.
Yeah.
The half hot, half cold thing is part of why he's like kind of boring, because he's either really cold and just like kind of aloof, or he's flying off the handle really hot. So like it's literally that. So it's like either he's snapping and it's like cool, or he's like, I'm here.
I have a question. I have a question though.
See, this is
really blunt.
Is his temper hotter than the tea used to burn his eyes?
Oof.
You know
Good
what?
question. Good
You know
question.
what?
All right, let's analyze this one, boys.
To say about Shoto that I believe Shoto has massive potential to be way more interesting as soon as the Derby plot hits.
Yeah,
of course.
Never dies.
I want to throw something. Just a question, because I study engineering and architecture, and we are studying so we are studying what I forgot the word in English, like temperature, and the power of Shoto in my eyes is not cold and hot, are just like transport of energy. Do you think that it's going to be the next power up for him, just like to be able to change the temperature?
The conception of hot and cold from layman to an actual scientist are two different concepts.
No, because when you think about cold and hot are just states, and it's about the transport of energy.
Yeah, but ice is specifically water. It doesn't.
Yeah, I think he's got ice generation more than he's got cold manipulation.
Yeah.
But with that being said, this is also why I don't think Gaten had a Wind Awakening, by the way. If you remember when he fought Chimera, for those of us who went to see, Heroes Rising in theaters, which is probably like the last time a lot of us go to a theater this year.
Yeah, same.
He made it a point to lower the temperature and make it as cold as possible, because that's totally not attempted murder, Shoto.
But I mean, you could say the same about his first fight during the sports festival against Hunter. It's just could have easily murdered the kid.
Flo's right. That's the most interesting thing he's done in the series.
Yeah, but the fact that he started like messing with temperature, when at first it just seemed like he was just dropping out like ice waves, is why I'm also like, yeah, Gaten probably could always do it and just never like thought of it that way.
I mean, it seems both from Endeavor, also from Shoto, what we know so far, that at least the fire part seems to be very much connected to heat more so than fire, because we know he can like melt the ice without fire, for example. You can just melt it by increasing the heat. And also Endeavor always speaks about heat and not so much of fire.
Yes, that's true.
But about the ice part, I'm not so sure because that seems specifically ice and not just.
Yeah.
But ice is water, so my ice is
ice is water.
So the first thing to freeze in air is water. That's why.
But it's not just air in the water. There's
There's nitrogen in.
Not just water in the air.
Yeah, don't go that far. Don't go that far. They won't understand.
Okay, all right. I was gonna go into chemical compositions all night.
All right, let's.
No.
There's other chemicals, but they'll still be frozen, though.
Decuma del Chaco for Rex and East at number 4.
Chaco.
Y'all plan this out.
All right, so I like this one because Squid, Kid, Ponzu, me, Florian, Rex. Yeah, okay. All of us have Shigaraki at 3.
Yes.
So,
wow.
Oh.
Wait, did we move forward?
Yeah, we did. We sidetracked like on the last 2.
And I can check Discord, by the way.
Sayas has Bakugo.
All right.
And I have
respectable.
Yeah.
Very nice. I see the next one.
Cool.
Bakugo, Gentle for Ian.
Very nice.
3.
Hey.
That's actually really high.
That's really high.
Chandler, I like that. Chandler 3.
As it should be.
And then,
he's like I think one of very few characters who really makes me cry in the show.
Gentle can't even get into UA, let alone my top 3. Get out of here.
Doesn't matter. Fly to UA, I don't even know.
I like it.
Yeah,
Squid's on fire this stream.
Don't worry, Squid. Don't worry, Squid.
You're
These hands gonna hit your face.
Man, you can't even reach past my left.
You don't know who else didn't make it to UA? Shigaraki. He also didn't make it to UA.
Oh.
He killed his entire family. He couldn't go to school, period.
Who was gonna drive him?
hold up, if you think about it.
Since when is that an excuse?
Because it's like the opposite of the "Don't come to school today" fan text, where everybody sent that to him.
Yeah. Like that.
Hey, homie, I heard you did at home. I think you need to stay home a couple days, dog.
And Twice was on Rex's number 3.
Yes, sir. The GOAT.
Hopping to 2. Sayas, unsurprisingly, has Hawks as number 2.
What? No, not me.
No, sorry, that's Squid. My bad.
Yes, of course.
I was like looking at the ranking and I was like, oh yeah, of course this is Sayas. Aizawa's Sayas is number 2, which I like even more.
Nice.
Bakugo for Kid. Endeavor for Ponzu. Me, Bakugo. Ian has Shigaraki at number 2. Hawks for Florian, that number 2 hero, locking up that spot. Shigaraki for Rex, and Twice for East.
One of the best with the characters that got done dirty, but it's okay because we get our
basically it's number 3.
Can we talk about that?
3 for East. Let's be honest here.
And yeah, I mean his numbers are really wonky.
I said what it said. So Anarchy said what he said.
But
I'll say.
I still to this day wish Twice was alive. Like,
bro, if you don't, then get out.
Like there's.
Look, I want Twice to be alive, but we ain't gonna act like Hawks did something wrong here. Come on.
No, okay.
Bro, I don't care. I don't care.
Okay, go play your clarinet.
You've been slandering Hawks.
Just say play your clarinet.
I was totally okay with Twice killing everybody and him just being the last character alive. I was totally okay with that. But go ahead.
One of the things that I just want to bring up because I thought about it when Kid mentioned the hanky. I remember when that chapter dropped and we were talking about whether or not Twice was dead, and it's like, no, that'd be killing him off screen. I don't know. And I was like, is it really off screen? And it's like the conversation I was like trying to like push. The thing that like for me kind of sealed that he was dead was that the original hanky was flying through the air.
Yeah.
Twice would never willingly let that go.
Nah.
I just want to.
Yeah, and then Horikoshi just started flaunting the corpse every chapter.
He couldn't hold it good.
Hey kid, you want to see a dead body?
Yeah, people are gonna meme that when they animate it.
Yeah, but somebody gonna do the Boys in the Hood for that.
I'm really scared about the anime because
there is a lot of worries because it comes on TV.
Oh
And I
yeah.
don't think it comes. I think it's like it might even be like a Saturday morning cartoon slot in Japan. I'm not 100% sure.
So somebody said that somebody that knows a little bit more about that. He said they could just if they get a schedule for a later time slot, which would be the thing you do if you got a fucking brain in your head, you would schedule for a later time slot. I'm pretty sure it's not that hard to get a later time slot for something that's not even completely animated. And you have like months in a whole year advance. You can't be like, can we schedule for this time spot next year?
Not to mention, it's one of the channel's most popular shows. Like it's constantly getting good ratings. It's a global phenomenon anyway, so it would make more sense to like play ball with it and be more accommodating than to try to like no.
Yeah.
How can you like this right now?
You can see it all.
And then
Bro, what
number
am I
one.
I just wait before we go on to the number one. My number 2 through 6 are all interchangeable. I love those characters. Like it goes from like Hawks to like Twice. Those guys are like
my
to me,
top
they're
5
all
is
equal.
impregnable. My
Yeah, I think
ranking
my-
is impetuous, and I'm just ferocious.
Bars.
I think my top 4 are locked in the top 5.
And then we got Squid has Endeavor.
Very
Sayas
good.
has Shigaraki's mom.
What?
Kid has Deku.
Who said Shaggy's mom?
Hold up, does she even have a name? What?
No, but
Oh,
she's
Kid,
awesome.
Kid, you also have
Such a
Deku?
nice woman.
Thank you,
I
Aniki.
don't know why you don't have her on the list.
Bakugo is number 1 for Ponzu. I'm sure Florian is excited. I have
As
Mirio.
he should be.
Deku for Ian, which we all saw that coming.
Too hot.
Bakugo for Florian. Endeavor for
Sure.
Rex. And then a tie between Tokoyami and Deku because East is a cheater.
I have
He's
to
a
say,
cheater.
Good job,
I
Ace.
don't understand why every time I'm on the stream, I get so much shit for liking Endeavor when he's in every single top 10.
No. So here's the issue, says it's like we love Endeavor, but it's
I
like
know.
you like yo,
Yeah, I know.
you fools. How can you not like him? I'm like, okay.
No,
Say
I
it's
understand
like-
people cannot like him. It's just fine removed. It's
It's
really
because
really
what-
like
you know
three
what's
spots
the-
between Endeavor
I
and
know.
Asawa and
You know what's the
then
funniest
10?
part about East? He's the founder of the church, yet he's the biggest heathen in this ranking.
He is. He is. He is.
My. You've caught me red-handed. Now it's time to decay your ass.
He's stupid.
The real reason is, says, I know that you only like Endeavor for his cheeks.
No.
Yo,
No, no.
The panels, he was caked up.
dang, I didn't know you were a fangirl. Like that.
She is. She loves Endeavor, man. I love Endeavor.
Not like that. I like him for his jawline.
There you go.
That's the actual thing.
It's
mean, he
really
got some-
hot, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, he got some. He got some nice
I
fights.
like him way more out of costume than with costume.
Oh.
You can see that jawline.
We don't need to know about your after hours habits, says.
You started with that shit.
The way I like to think
Making
about
a
it
fresh
is like
plate
this.
of hot buns.
Hold on. The way I like to think about it like this is jawline or cheeks. They still have a ton of meat. So
Wow.
Speaking of
So-
cheeks.
So you like the
speaking of cheeks,
jawline and the fire beat
Go-
too.
Yeah.
No,
Hey,
right.
let me adjust the chat real quick. I think it was Neil, but mainly I think it was Jack Axel talking about underestimating the industry. If you were to see NBA coming out, they were to schedule season 5. I'm pretty sure it will line up with them asking for a later slot or heading for a later slot. If you knew what you were getting into, if it doesn't come out until late 2021, especially with the delay we got right now of the virus and all this, that, and the other. So I'm pretty sure, I'm still sure they would have time. This is a whole year and something in
Yeah.
advance, and then you see what you got to animate. So I'm pretty sure it's not like I'm pretty sure they could opt for a later schedule, a later time. I'm not saying like they get to do willy nilly like next week. We're gonna schedule for this. It's a year and something, some change, bro. I'm pretty sure if I seen NBA and I knew how dark the tone of the series was, and I had a whole year and a half, I would aim for a later scheduled thing to avert from censoring everything, because NBA is nothing but massacre.
I would they
Well,
need a
it's-
whole new schedule.
yeah,
And
yeah,
now
like,
had
what-
half a year to lock their editors literally
Yeah.
in a room and make them work.
Yeah, it's like, bro, what we undermine is that there was literally a massacre of an entire city on screen.
And a
Why
little
would you-
girl turns into mush.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you think they just gonna be like, all right, we got the same one, the same about censoring this, that, and the other. It's like if they can't keep that same stuff up, it's like they have to change things because they got darker in the tone. So I'm pretty sure they would aim to make it the best they can since it's the most highly regarded arc in the series.
You know what's kind of funny about MVA?
Is it?
You know what's funny about MVA?
No, for the American audience,
A little girl got
yes, it
turned
is
into
undisputed.
Play-Doh.
We did this.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
Like, also, somebody said we should get you a body pillow, says.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll chip in. I'll chip in for
Kickstarter.
Yeah, we'll get
Definitely.
Hold on.
I
Do
can-
we have
I
to
can
get
put a
an
couple quid
NSW
in.
cover for it, or do you want the normal?
She lives alone, I
Yannicki
think.
Smash first Kickstarter.
Yeah,
Oh.
I would definitely like if she really wants an Endeavor body pillow, I'll chip in.
Yeah.
All right, somebody asked me to explain the Mirio love. So real quick, Mirio, the reason why I love Mirio so much is because he embodies like everything he's supposed to do about a hero. And the thing, like people think about like how he sacrificed his quirk a lot. But specifically, I think about the fact that what he chose to sacrifice was his dream of saving millions, like 1 million people. Because in the moment, a hero, like he had the choice of like, I could try to like move in front of this. I could let her get shot. The thing is, he could have let Eri get shot with the bullet.
Hold on. One thing I will say is he had no idea what actual bullet it was.
Yeah. And then so like that's the other thing. He also was kind of just like getting shot for her, like period.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, who would use an actual bullet against a 5-year-old?
But
Especially
then-
when your plan relies on
Who
that
would use an
5-year-old.
actual bullet in MHA?
No, overall.
Actually, there's a
the
ton of
Mafia.
people. Like there's Six, there's Knuckle Duster, there's
Snipe.
Mustard,
Man.
Snipe. Snipe comes with a couple of sticks. It's very simple.
Yeah, there's the Mafia. Mafia kills people. Everybody knows that, though.
And like the other thing about Mirio though is like the fact that he kept fighting afterwards was always like something that I like valued a lot. Which is why
man,
even though I
that's
hate the black
slideshow.
like even though like people hate the slideshow, I was just glad to see it like something besides the black bar.
Bro,
like, for me, I was like, yeah, something like some of this stuff. Like
I was so hyped because I was like, we didn't get any of this. So I wasn't expecting to get any of that in the anime. So when we got it, even if it was a slideshow, I was like, fucking finally something to show what was happening in one was like in between time, that 5 minutes.
And
if they
I
skipped out on
hate
the
it.
giant fight, like with Hato and the 2 giants and stuff, I think I would have liked that animation put towards Mirio.
well, yeah, that's true.
Because in my
Who
eyes,
does 8 seconds of Yutaka Namamura and then gives y'all a slideshow? I would have saved that. But I would have saved that time, that crew, that extra time.
Why did niggas say crew like that?
I was gonna say it's one man.
It's my
Yutaka
it's my
Nakamura.
accent.
really,
That's
in
it.
my eyes, they butchered the she has just the overall arc. They butchered it in my eyes. We didn't see the speech of overhaul about the sickness, the rats and everything. I was looking for it the whole watch through for me.
I
Hell
wanted
yeah,
that in
Ponzo.
there.
That was my main thing. That was my main
Like,
thing.
that was my main frustration with season 4 is that they cut that particular scene out.
That and 20%.
Because like those two things, because that scene is really important for one.
Yeah.
It was like the mice thing sets up for the Destro look and da-da-da-da. Like it fed into so much stuff later in the story that it's kind of like necessary, and it also took away like explaining part of who Overhaul was as a character.
Yeah, because I don't think a lot of anime onlys really got that he thought quirks was a disease. It's because it wasn't really mentioned in the anime, so a lot of anime onlys don't have that extra look into Overhaul, which we do because we read the manga. But I just like it's real like some of the moments were good, but like stuff that pissed me off, like the Kirishima stuff, like he had no blood on it. It looked like he was just fine.
Yes,
yeah,
like that pissed me off.
Because
The man had a bunch of tick marks on him like he was in prison.
He literally got skinned alive in the manga.
Yeah, and like
he got his
I'm not even
skin
gonna lie.
punched
After I watched that scene, because like I was having my buddies come over, watch the anime, like that's our like a thing we do every week. That episode ended, and I was like, just so you know, he's not supposed to have any skin right now. The whole point, he's like, and they were like, wait, what? I was like, yeah, like if you think about it, like you keep seeing shards of him fly off, that's him constantly losing his skin. That was supposed to be a thing. They just censored it because it's an anime that airs on TV.
Yeah, because how are you supposed to show that Yeah, sorry, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Yeah, the whole scene. I saw. I didn't really remember what happened in the manga anymore, but I do remember that it was much more gruesome and much this hardening, breaking, hardening again, breaking, hardening again was much more.
He was
manga.
What he did was literally every time that he was touched by a punch was growing his skin back.
Literally hardened his blood.
Yeah, that's like him hardening. No, he was hardening his muscle layer.
Brittling away again, hardening, and then the next layer, basically.
And so,
yeah, and it's impossible to show the idea of like, because his whole thing is like, it is scary to be a hero. There are risks, and how are you going to show that if he doesn't have basically any consequences?
Which is really weird because they had no problem showing being
Deku's
skinned
arm
alive, more or less,
fight?
with, for example, Aizawa in USJ.
And then Tarnish pointed out about
I think it was because he was a kid.
Yeah, because he was a kid, because it was much more.
Yeah, because like Magnus straight up exploded, and we got a 360 rotation blood cam with it oozing down the lens, and then they're like, "All right, we scared the shit out of you."
That was way more than in the manga, right?
Yeah, it was like
the manga was like poof gone. That's it.
It was
I don't remember the manga having
you
a
missed
camera.
It if you blinked.
Yeah, it was like a Linkin Park soundtrack in the back. It was like Mountain Dew everywhere. It was like a 360 no scope. I was like, oh, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Then we like when
my fault.
I was like, when I saw that, I was like, okay, so we're really gonna get overhaul arc, like really, and then it just didn't really.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and then the basement was like lit like a daylight. Like it wasn't scary at all down there.
You know what? Okay, so here's my thing. I can't fault the anime for that, and oh no, real quick, I can't fault the anime for the lighting and stuff because in context, the stuff is actually bright. It's just that when this manga is dark, it's like black and white, so we get like this.
But that's dumb. It's the medium of animation. You can make the sky red and it's fine.
Yeah, but it's just like I really like as much as people fault them for that. I'm just like it's just one of the things of anime to manga that will be lost.
Hey,
but that's just the problem of doing it. Oh no, you can go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, this is the same. It's like same thing with movies. Like they be in dark ass warehouses, and somehow it's a light on the main character the entire time, or it's just like they going through the sewer way. How come they can see in the dark ass sewer? Because if we were to go down the sewer right now with no lights on, I'm pretty sure nigga we ain't gonna be able to see what the fuck going on. Like there are like you could. That's the point. Like Ian was saying, like you can tweak it in order to look like that and give it the more dark and ominous tone, and you can play up those undertones even better. You should be able to because you have the music and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing to the Hirasakai hideout is well lit. It's supposed to be well lit. Like it's like that's the thing. It's like it's supposed to be like this bright. It
should be well lit.
It's a modern triad house.
When it's moving and breaking the lights.
Yeah. The one thing I'll say also though is like I have a hard time believing that Overhaul would let it be really dark down there because of how like germophobic he is.
He wants to see everything. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what's like. That's why like it's like just the actual hideout itself is one of those things where I was like I can't actually fault it because like if you just think about it, like it probably was that bright down there. That's how they were able to see every turn. Like it just like that's just what it was, and like that's one of the things I always say. Like some things are just lost to the anime, like manga to anime. Like the Stain incident, like where he stepped down in the manga, I thought that was way done better because it just felt more impactful, and you just cannot get all those lines and stuff in animation. It's just impossible.
Shigaraki smile at the end of season 2 during the encounter.
Yes.
It still good, but it's not
as like.
But I want to finish answering Tarnish's question.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Because this other part is that the meathead in me likes really high technical fighters. And Mirio is the definition of a high-tech fighter.
Yeah.
Like that kick when I almost nutted when I read that. Like when I was like, he just what?
Yes.
He backhanded that nigga and slid his foot through her face, then still kicked. Like, bro.
That was so good.
The precision.
I was so shocked when I read this.
Bro, Phantom Menace to this day one of the rawest top 5 movies in this series. When you really read that shit go dumb, bro. That shit is
it looks like, so good.
That was such a cool move named after such a bad movie.
And in defense of Phantom Menace, it's not as bad as people think it is. It's actually really not.
It's
really
compared to like The Last Jedi and stuff, sure.
This is the don't let's.
I
What
think
is
yeah,
that?
The Rise of the
that don't-
Skywalker is
that
the
don't
worst Star
exist.
Wars film. Boom.
Okay,
Got it.
That don't exist.
the actual
What
3
else
Star
did
Wars
the last
movie
Skywalker?
people are nostalgic about, and it's not as good as people remember.
That
The
too.
the prequels are not as bad as people think they are, and the sequels are terrible. I think
yeah.
Phantom Menace and Revenge, like what was it, Revenge of the Sith, or
Mhm.
what was it? Revenge of the
It's
Sith?
just-
Those two are not, or all three of them, they're not that bad. It's just that people wanted this. I don't know. It's kind of like
The
they
Clone Wars were lit.
Boruto, Boruto.
It was, but
Boruto effect.
but my
Boruto
favorite
effect.
part of the
Like
Clone
Ponzible.
Wars era was the fact that the TV shows.
Bro, let's talk about this. I literally just got finished watching Clone Wars like
Yeah.
like earlier today, like this morning. And
Yeah.
that shit, especially the last season, was phenomenal. It adds so much character. Like Anakin Skywalker is the GOAT Jedi, bro. Like he's the greatest Jedi. Like Obi-Wan, it's so much, adds so much layers to all these characters, and it builds up so much more. And like the plot starts thickening to the end where they unleash Order 66. I'm like, bro, this shit kind of raw. I'm like, bro. Yo, and you know what? I'm gonna have to give Rex a W because Commander Rex is one of the greatest characters ever written. Bro. That nigga's so raw, bro. That nigga is so amazing, bro. Like that's the thing I don't want to have my back.
Did Rex
Yeah.
just win his first W just by having the
Yes.
right name?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
association.
The
Just
one
like
dub-
just
the
just
only
like just like how
W
Dobby
you
gonna
will
get his
ever have. Yes.
just like Dobby gonna get his
Everyone
W
gets one.
by getting his name revealed. That's crazy.
Everybody gets one. Yeah, we all get one W at least once.
At once.
All right.
I mean,
So
my profile be a blob.
So what's the
so
last?
that's
What's the
my
last
win.
list?
No, we got 2 more. Let's get
Yeah.
toxic.
Oh, okay.
Let's
we
get
have
toxic.
strongest students and
Right.
strongest in the verse.
Let's get
Oh.
toxic.
First things,
Go.
I
Let's do
I
students.
looked over your list and I think you didn't include characters that were formerly or like I have Miri on the list. And I don't think you have that.
No, I didn't.
So-
I didn't include. I did currently. I did do
Yeah,
what they
I did
were.
currently too.
Yeah, that's what I
Either
did
one
as
was
well.
acceptable to
2
me.
out of 10, so that
That's
Like
what I
either
did.
one is acceptable to me.
Okay.
Regardless, I get your intent and like what you're scaling. So
all right, all right.
Yo, hold up. Before
Oh.
we start, I'd like to say Nighttime Tokoyami in my top 1. Don't play with me.
still gets folded by
Hey,
Bakugo.
let's go.
So
let's. How about for this one we do bottom 5, then we do top 5.
that's what I'm gonna do.
All right.
All right. So real quick, Squid's bottom 5 of the students: Mineta, Jiro, Ochako, Kirishima,
go.
Mina.
So I'm not mad at it.
Hey, hold up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That Mineta pick doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It really does.
The
It really
others-
does.
I'm mad
No,
at
no,
it.
no,
It's
no,
not
I agree,
believable.
but I
I'm
want
mad.
to
Mineta?
I want to actually
I'm not-
explain this. I thought we were doing I thought we weren't doing
That's
bottom
one,
5, top 5. I thought we were just doing top 5 and then subsequent sequence. So I thought we were then doing 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's why I had my list like that. Because in my opinion, Mina is washing Kiri like a dish. So
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you having Mina.
I mean, you only have
Mineta is the
class
issue.
1A characters, so I
yeah,
guess Mineta
that's-
starting it is not that bad. Right?
Yeah.
Mineta has potential, but
I mean,
it's
there
not
are only
used.
like 20
I mean,
characters.
I think
at 10.
Mineta is like top 10. So
Yeah, but only if you include. I mean, if you include like 1B or third years, you would change it, right?
Oh yeah. See, he only has 1A, so Mineta
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I think Mineta makes sense if you
Takes-
only make 1A characters because I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
No, because of Kaminari.
Fuck Kaminari, man.
No,
Oh.
Mineta
Hold on, watch
stronger
him
than
out.
Kaminari.
See,
I
that's
actually
I just
think Mineta is
I
way
just-
smarter than Kaminari. Let's be honest. I
Yeah,
think.
but
Yes,
let's be real
he's
here.
really-
There's who got pulled to the front lines and who didn't.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
who-
who
Well, that was
defeated the
because he
teacher
had
and who
he had
didn't?
a full
They-
counter
they
advantage.
do what they think it was
He
about.
was
They do what
picked
they
because he
think
was
about.
strong. He was picked because he was a tactical advantage there.
I'm sorry. Who they send right back? Who this?
Who
we
actually
go cross
passed
reference?
their final exam between the two?
All right, so here's the thing.
Okay, that's not fair.
No,
You
no,
can't-
no, no, no.
That's
No,
ableism.
no, no,
He's
no,
just dumb.
everything-
But you have
Everything is on the board, okay?
Does intelligence not
Yeah.
count now?
To answer Cameron's question, is it just 1A? I think it depends on the person's list. For me, I just pick 1A because if we included 1B, Shuketsu, and Natsu would have been thrown in there, Kendo, and then all these.
Yeah, no,
matchups,
like
so
I
it-
want it.
that
I
would've
said
been much
students.
harder to watch.
I even
That's what I
said,
did.
I even
On
told
my
you
list,
guys.
look,
Yeah, I
It's
included
just
from the
students.
other schools and students just the ones
Yeah.
where we know something about because I mean there is what's their names? Yoshindo? No, not Yoshindo. What's their names?
Yeah,
Uh,
Yoshindo.
Like,
That's his name.
Nagamasa, I think, who is probably strong, but who knows? That hairy guy.
Yeah. So
Kage.
And
say
one thing
as-
real quick, one thing I will say is when Giganto was running like to get the Shigaraki, and all we see is he can't move. Just know it's Mineta. Just know.
Do you know what's gonna happen if he steps on a sticky ball?
Yeah, the ground is just going.
Yeah,
just gonna lift the earth
Yeah.
and keep going. Yeah, I know.
You guys, why is
Mineta
there
is stronger
why
than
is
the
there a
Earth.
giant? You guys, why is there a giant rock flying? Why is there a giant rock? Why is there multiple giant rocks flying at it?
Like, all right, bottom 5 for Seiya: Monoma / Seiji, Tokoyami, Honanuki, and Asa.
Who's Hananuki?
The
Uzo.
Mudman.
softening guy
Soft
from
and flexible thinking.
Okay, cool. I
And Shoto.
didn't put that as what you call it.
So yeah, and Shoto. Which that list just makes sense to me. Like I don't think there's anything like wild in there.
Monoma is the kind of guy that I would just.
Who's Seiji?
I think
again?
he's at a disadvantage in a 1v1, but I think if you think broader than just a tournament type battle, I think he's just the guy that you want at your side because.
Okay, so this is something
Seiji's the
kind
guy
of
who turns
creepy.
you into meat.
That's actually
Okay, so here's a really creepy thing that Monoma should probably do:
Okay.
steal people's hair.
Yeah, you said that.
Let me explain.
Yeah.
Because if he has like little
Explain
pouches
this.
with their hair in it,
Uh-huh.
he could literally just have access to whatever quirk he wanted on refresh.
If that works, you don't know if it works
Yeah,
when the
I don't
hair
know if
is
that
detached.
mechanic works.
But that would
But
be
speaking of
like
which,
Toga just better.
Okay. And someone asked who Seiji was, and he's the guy that forms people into like the little balls of like
Yeah.
Play-Doh.
mud? Oh yeah,
Play-Doh
okay.
or whatever.
I think he's very powerful. He was just
Meatball guy.
Yeah, he just-
arrogant.
arrogant.
Because he wanted not arrogant because he underestimated them, but just arrogant because he wanted to show them that they are not ready yet.
I mean, his power is he's another one of those people with basically a one-touch power. So.
Yeah, and he was easily holding down like 20 students there, right?
Yeah, he was like, I don't even care about this exam. I just folded like 30 kids. What's up?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
No,
Flo.
I was gonna say,
I mean, most disgusting power ever, but that's not the point.
Actually-
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on, let Flo go.
Yeah.
Go, Flo.
skip me. I have to do something.
Oh well, honestly, look, I take that disgusting power over fucking having Lego head or moving my fingers a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's very strong.
Hey,
but it's
hey, you ever wanted to build a Death Star out of your own hair? Don't play with me. You wanna do that.
not nice to look at.
Listen, I would take pieces of my hair off and build a Death Star with it.
Swiss.
So wait, how plausible do you guys believe that Monoma and Toga are?
No.
I don't
Not
think
at
so.
all.
No,
Not
I
at
don't
all.
think
They don't have a connection.
Who's reading?
We're on kids list now.
Okay.
So he's got Sue, Momo, Ochako, Ida, and Shindo.
Hey, let's go. Okay.
Shindo.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Shindo on here because it's important to remember that, like, yes, he got speed blitzed by Gang Orca, but he face tanked the Sonic Wave and was gonna get up and shoot another Earthquake at him.
Yeah, I think he would have been in my top 15, but didn't quite make it.
Man, it's probably gonna have so much CTE when he's older. Ugh, I hate it.
Hanzu, for his top, like,
I think the most surprising thing is Tsuyu in top 10. I think that
Yes.
I wouldn't have put it there. The
Hanzu's
others, like,
got,
They're strong.
Shinso, Monoma, Juzo, Shindo, and Shoto. So that's two
Shoto,
Shotos
yeah.
at 6th place.
Yeah.
All right, my list. I actually have. Let's see.
Oh, Tsuyu as well. Wow.
I got Froppy, Momo,
Mhm.
Ochako, Ida, Tokoyami.
You actually have almost the same as who's the other kid. Almost the same, just
Yep.
Tokoyami for that.
Yep. Because Tokoyami has matchup
Shindo.
issues. Ida's
Oh,
really,
you both.
Ida's really fast. Ochako. Look. What I kind of want to see is the return of the first combo move used back in the battle training arc, where all the rubble is falling, and I wanted to just kind of turn the gravity off of a skyscraper and just do a comet home run.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see that again. That'd be
Find
cool.
it super funny. You and Kid have really the same list, just 2 positions switched.
Yeah.
4 differences. That's it.
The man who go to college invent college.
Ian has Shinso, Mina,
Hey.
Momo, Ochako, and Kirishima.
Okay.
Sounds reasonable.
I
don't
like
know-
to
no.
call complete cap. I would
Oh,
like to
Shinzo.
call complete cap.
Yes.
If you look at Shinso's position on the top 10,
Wait, no. Flow.
Okay.
No, what even then, like regardless, Shinso isn't that like out of everybody and all the students we've seen, even the trash at exam, Shinso is way weaker than all of them.
Yeah, I think during joint training, it was pretty much obvious that he has a lack of training.
I mean,
to
I'm
make
gonna say
up for.
even at the fodder at the provisional license exams are better than Shinso.
I wouldn't go that far.
I
Oh,
cannot
bro,
believe
this
that you
nigga-
Not at the
don't
provisional
know.
license. I think it was
Think
quite
about
obvious that during
He's
the
correct.
joint training he was in the lower part. He was good,
No.
but there was clear
Yo,
that there was
I
a
have a
think about
question.
sizable
it.
difference in.
Think
Why is
about it,
your
though.
why is your
No,
cap
I'm not okay
invisible?
with it.
Why is your
Because
cap
he's-
invisible?
Because because I will tell you something.
Gotta take that off.
Shinso is putting pressure in every fight because if he understand your personality, he can use it against you.
Facts.
Cool, but
Yeah, but that's-
hold on, real quick.
Just fighting with him put pressure because if you said A or E, you're out.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but the thing about heroes is these are student heroes, and I think it's difficult how we measure them. But the idea is that they fight villains who they don't know, while the villains know them.
Mhm.
What
And
if you just cut their vocal cords so they're immune to his power?
But also, like, think about it. Like, everyone at the provisional license exam had been students in the hero course of their respective schools for a brick. While
But
Shinso
some of
wasn't
those
getting.
some of those schools are screwed
But
anyway.
Shinso isn't that good, bro. Y'all put in way
no,
too much stock in Shinso.
Shinso got obvious training from Aizawa, so there's
I
good
don't-
reason
I
to
don't have
assume
to
Believe in
that-
Aizawa's
I don't have to
teaching.
defend.
Right.
I don't have to defend anything until we get to the top 10, the top 20 strongest. So you just wait.
All right, cool.
Oh
cool,
God,
cool,
oh
cool.
God.
Oh, when we
So-
get there, that's gonna get brazy.
Oh yeah, it is.
So Florian's got Juzo, Ida, Tokoyami, Nejire, Inase.
Juzo! Somebody respect the name, man.
You actually put
Yeah.
Nejire down there. You put her in the list, and then you put her down there.
Actual
That's crazy.
king.
It's
I consider them. I consider them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
consider them heroes.
I
You didn't
my-
see anything from her, so whatever, right?
I consider them
Rex
heroes.
Let's work.
is the most factual.
I
Rex
got the
says-
factual list. I got the most factual list. So listen
I
up.
don't know about all that. Rex got Ida, Girato, Juzo, Shoto,
Who's Girato?
Tokoyami.
The beast
I don't
dude from
know
Class 1B. The
Okay,
that
that's,
nigga raw.
Good ball.
Exactly.
He's raw. He's
No.
raw. I
Oh,
wanted him
really?
on my list. I ain't gonna lie.
Really him?
But
Wow.
Tokugami over Shoto, I wouldn't.
100%. 100%.
So,
The reason why
I love
the re- okay,
Tokugami. I love
the reason why I have Shoto so low is simply his technical applications of his quirks. Now, can Shoto beat Tokiyomi 1-on-1? Of course, but I think Tokiyomi could beat way more people than Shoto could beat.
I'm just gonna point out that Shoto does not. Tokoyami's hand-to-hand combat is actually kind of nuts now.
Yes.
Like if you watch,
Yes.
like
Yeah.
anybody who saw the movie and saw that fight with Slice,
Mhm.
dog. He's
I
got
go.
he's got claws as a part of his standard hero gear now. So he's out here.
You know,
I'm
Right.
waiting
You know
on the
what's the saddest
I'm
part
waiting
about all
on the
this?
swords. I'm waiting on the dark swords right now. From
Shoto got all this power and he can't deal with one boxer.
Listen,
Yeah,
my
the thing is,
listen. Did you
Shoto
listen?
for me? I think Shoto for me is like the most difficult to place because while he was part of like the last training arc with Endeavor, he was like the one where it was like the most difficult to say how far he actually got. I think with Deku and Bakugo now appearing, it's kind of like we focus a lot on their how they got stronger. But with Shoto, it's like, yeah, he got stronger with them, but it's really difficult to guess where he actually is now.
And also, he was always in last place between the three.
Yeah.
No,
I-
but
I-
yeah,
I wouldn't say it was
but you
always
hear that
last
it's just
place.
between the three.
This is
though.
this is the part. This is the part of his writing and how his character is coming into blending half hot, half cold into one. So he makes up for Endeavor. So that's the more so like those two already have their characters perfectly in line and stuff like that. Where Shoto's coming into himself more
Yeah.
so. So it's like when the Endeavor thing happens, when he gets his character, I think post time skip, that's when he'll definitely be really
agree.
flexing his muscle. That'll be the because you know how Horikoshi writes it. It's not
Yeah.
just to
Yeah.
showcase everything. So it's like I feel like once he really the post time skip at the Endeavor, he goes to his thing and the Dobby stuff, then he'll really get solidified as like, okay, Shoto's right here, right now. Whatever.
I think the same. I just think that at the moment I need to see more of him to put him any
And
higher.
I know.
same here.
My whole thing is I can't put him over Tokuyami because it's just clear cut that there's
Yeah.
the big three.
Tokoyami's
They have the
better
big
in some
three.
ways.
Sorry.
Tokiyami is
Yeah.
better. Yeah, in combat and stuff. But Horikoshi's gonna have those three as the big three.
No,
That's
I
what-
agree. But as of now, I think that Tokiyomi is
That's fair. We've seen
way
Tokiyami
better
improve. Yeah.
than
Because in my eyes, Shoto has a problem because we see
Mental
him
blocks.
training. We see him training like in close combat, like doing martial art things in his house, and we don't see it on when he's fighting.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We just
Shoto
don't know
has
where he's at.
massive
Because
technique issues.
when we see Endeavor using everything martial art, everything fighting when he's fighting, because he trains his body every day, and he trains. Shoto, you're also I'm expecting from Shoto that he has some hands or something like this, Even in the sports sport tournament arc, we see him like using his eyes subtly, everything, and we don't see it anymore. So right now, I think Koei use Shoto not in a really good way, I will say, because he lost some technical things that he had in the beginning of the story.
I mean, the thing is, we don't know that. We know that he trained with Endeavor now, which presumably makes him a lot stronger because that's how he learns to use his fire better.
Yeah,
but it's just guesswork where he's at. So
yeah, even in the joint training arc, like
He got embarrassed.
And he's also unnaturally he's biased to a fault to using his eyesight. Like even it's subconscious. Like he's comfortable. Like he will use his fire side, but he's so biased to his eyesight that even when it's beneficial to use his fire side first, he will start with his eyesight just because it's comfortable. It's just comfortable.
Yeah, the thing is, I think that all changed now. I don't think he's still that way because he now had quite a long time to train his fire side, and I think that's what he focused on.
But it's still like, yes, you're right. It's my fault.
I was I still think there's a bias. I don't think that bias will ever go away until Endeavor dies.
Okay.
I don't think that like the natural bias to his eyesight is just simply because he hated Endeavor for so long, and that's the side that he trained the most. So it's the one he's most comfortable with. I don't think
he's wired like this, like you said.
He's wired. He's wired like that, and that's what's one thing that's always holding back his combat, is that I think that his fire side is stronger and is his strongest side, but it's just like it's comfortable to use his eyesight. So that's why I feel like he isn't as strong as he could be.
Yeah, that's something like, and on lesser scale, it's like how Shigaraki can control his decay, but at the same time, he still does the pinky thing. It's repetition. If you've been doing something for so long your entire life, it's like, how do you come out of doing that? It takes time. Like, he just started using his fire side, and he wasn't even really fully comfortable using his fire side until the joint training. That was full scale. Yeah, I'm ready to use my fire side. That was when he finally came into it. So right now, it's been like 5 months, almost 6 months.
Since he really started using flames.
Yeah. So it's like, now let's see what he's about. Like, now let's see a little bit more. He might be coming more into himself, but that shit is repetition, day in, day out, day out.
Quick question. I want to know how. I didn't really know how to put Nezuri on the list though, because we didn't.
She should have been in this like the normal like. Because I don't even include the big three in top of the students list, because they would have been at the top.
You only did 1A though.
Yeah,
I mean, even if I were to include them, I already don't consider them students because they're basically already sidekicks at this point. Because even you said they basically have already graduated, since it's like 1 week away from them graduating, and they even said next year Sun Eater is a sidekick. So it's like
they're still
Man's got a guarantee.
But they're still students.
Salary at Fat Gum's agency, so good for Tamaki.
And then if you want to do that, then that means the big three are still the strongest students. If you want to include Miracle.
But
the thing is, this is Nezuri.
But you're
just I need to see more.
People
really
scaled over her.
Interested if Horikoshi will introduce some second years at some point.
We're gonna get that because they made it a point to show us the class that Aizawa expelled. And I'm pretty sure
that girl's supposed to come back. They confirmed it.
Because she even got a page in the volume, so that'll be relevant. Real quick, going east, east bottom 5: Froppy, Momo, Chaco, Shoji, and Kirishima. Because he only.
Did anyone see that interview with Horikoshi and Kishimoto?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that recently came out.
Shoji with the 6 arms.
Yeah, well, Shoji Shoji's raw power puts him up there already because he's one of the physically strongest people.
Yeah,
yes,
not only that,
multiple
people,
arms is up there with Shoto.
Yeah, people truly forget like how fast that nigga is. Fast as shit. Like Pony. You see how fast Pony is with her horns. Shoji was keeping up with her when she was speeding, trying to run away. That nigga was right behind her on her tail. And the technical applications he got for his quirk, just not on physical strength, but like the way he has no blind spots. He can hear from miles away. Is like this nigga could do reconnaissance and upfront brute force. Like this nigga is equipped for literally everything, but he's just that side character. Because when last time Shoji's actually fumbled the bag? That's been never, because he didn't fumble the bag in the joint training like people like the so-called claim. Who fumbled the bag? The niggas who got their ass whooped. Shoji did his part. who the niggas that got faded? Who the niggas got faded? Not Shoji. What was Shoji's job? I'm gonna go after her. What do y'all do? Take out these niggas over here. And like, bro,
I mean,
come on now.
without Shoji, Deku would have died twice.
Listen,
Yes.
they
Exactly.
expect you to carry the most trash teams possible, and if you don't, you still get an L. It's terrible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm also just gonna point out.
Let's talk about Octoblow.
Like,
too.
how
This thing
long
had
can you carry your
21 new
defense?
arms.
Come on.
And
Also,
Octoblow had
factor in
20.
that Shoji picked Compress's pocket. Just saying. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, fine. He ended up
Shoji
getting
was the
ice
low-key
marbles.
MVP of that whole
But-
camp arc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Shoji's amazing, and honestly, like he will probably be my number like 11. Like he's really
I
strong.
just
like,
can't wait for
he's
his
strong.
arc.
Yeah, and then Octoblow had
um,
21 arms. It would have been 22, but he had one extra on the side just for that extra eye.
Which was great.
Like, come on now.
Like, all right.
I think
so-
Shoji wouldn't make it for me if I included.
All right,
I mean, if I included just
so
one
who's-
A
all right, who's
characters, probably. But
Who's
Yeah.
next?
We're doing the bottom 5 or top
All right.
five,
top
Top
five.
five.
however you want to call it.
And who's
Squid,
next?
List,
Okay.
Ida, Daytime Tokoyami, Deku, Todoroki, Bakuho. That's how he wrote it. So
I love
that's
the
how it gets
names.
read.
I love the name.
You differentiate between daytime Tokoyami and normal Tokoyami, and
Yeah,
Of
because
course,
nighttime
of course.
Tokoyami top 1. Okay.
Exactly. That's a different
yeah,
breed.
but I
at
think you
nighttime.
have to
Tokoyami is
find like a thing between.
In my eyes,
One
Tokoyami
person.
is the strongest one of the students.
Nighttime Tokoyami wipes 99%.
Especially since
of
nighttime
the cast
Tokoyami is not on your list at all,
jumped
right?
on his forehead. Come on.
Yeah,
All right.
don't worry, Squid. I use similar logic when we get to our top strongest, so you just wait.
Say
All right,
yes.
let's go. Let's go.
We got Deku, Bakugo, Nejiri, Sun Eater, Mirio. So
Okay.
Respectable.
plastic setup.
I mean, the last three. If I should kick them out, then
No, you don't have to kick them out.
No,
Because I said students in general.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of
Oh, I
disappointed
know.
when I saw people use just one A.
No,
Oh.
it is a lot.
it also explains why I was so surprised seeing Tsuyu at some place. If you only use one A, of course, there's no reason putting her. No reason not to put her there.
Kid has Tokoyami, Inasa, Shoto, Bakugo, and Deku. Thank you for acknowledging Inasa. Because,
Yeah.
Good job.
like, I actually have. Okay, well, when we get to mine, you'll see. Hey, good job. Hanzu, Inasa, Deku, Bakugo, Tokoyami, Sun Eater.
Wait. You have Tokoyami above Bakugo and Deku?
Yep.
Oh wow.
That's
Power-
crazy.
Power-wise, he's the strongest from it. Dark Shadow when he control. Dark Shadow have the potential to be stronger than Bakugo's quirk in my eyes.
Hey, Anaki, check
Because
Discord.
what I'm thinking right now
Anaki,
is
check
that
Discord.
Tokoyami will have the possibility to shapeshift Dark Shadow. I'm thinking about this. That's
I
why.
think my problem with Tokoyami is, for one, I just can't believe that Dark Shadow is this all-powerful thing that just is, as soon as it's all-powerful, it's at 100%, there's no getting past it. And secondly, it's like, this weakness to light is just too much of a weakness, because there's so many characters that have light attacks, fire attacks, explosion attacks.
There's
But the
very
people,
few.
but think about the people that don't have light. Think
And-
about the
and-
Yeah,
body.
of
they're
course, they
very
don't
low,
have
though.
light, but we kind of have to find like we have to include the weakness. We can't just act as if it doesn't exist, and every time he runs up against somebody, they just happen to have no light.
Okay, but think
Many
about it-
characters have light.
No,
Okay, but think about
they
it like-
don't.
No,
But
no,
the
no, no,
weakness-
no,
Less
no.
has
Think
light
about it.
tank.
Think about it like this, okay? So, let's compare like the top three, like Bakugo, Shoto, Deku's matchups, right?
Mhm.
Their best
I can check
matchups
Discord.
are nowhere near as
They already
dominant
fixed it.
as Tokoyami's best matchups.
Yeah, but their worst matchups are also
Tokoyami
nowhere
dominant.
near as the pathetic as Tokoyami's matchup.
Yeah, but guess what? You see, that's the moral dilemma here. Is it domination or is it overall win ratio?
Yeah, I think it's overall. I think you can't just ignore an obvious weakness that there is.
Okay.
Tokuyami has an
You have to
But how
factor-
many people
massively
are you actually
powerful
gonna
quirk.
face?
Okay, time out. Because one of the things that's also important is that you don't have to have a quirk that makes light. You just need to be able to cause it.
Yeah, it can also
So
be just
if
a massively
Tokoyami's
bright,
fighting you in the
sunny
city,
day.
if Tokoyami's fighting you in the city, even if it's nighttime, if you can cause a car to blow up, if you can cause, and think about it, if you're fighting a villain, the villains in this verse are only going to get more fucking warped. So 100%, if one of them knows that, they'll be like, fuck it, I'll
Yeah, but
blow
you
up
have-
these cars.
Yeah,
Now
but
there's
you
a bunch of light.
remember the nighttime basically recharges Dark Shadow. It gives
Yep.
him
Yes,
practically
but if the
infinite
city's
stamina.
on fire, he's still not going to be able to be bright.
Right. I mean,
And
like
okay,
the
but guess
first
but
character
check.
he ever faces.
Okay, but you
really
put
is
him in a
Darby,
dark
who he doesn't
alleyway
have a chance
in the
against.
corner, let's say
Okay,
like
I'm-
the Hosu alleyway where the Stain fight took place.
Yeah,
How many people are gonna have a
let me
chance?
let me counter this. Let me counter this. So we in broad daylight, right? Right now, the mansion has been split in half. That means there's broad daylight coming through. At this point, you could call some light, yes, but what's really bright in the sun? That means he's only going down to the normal size. If Tokiyami says, "Okay, you got the advantage," he can literally fly away at top speed and lure to where he needs to go. It's not just from like we in the like
Oh,
you
forget
said
he
we in
can
the
fly now.
city. We in the city now, right? So
City has the best place to be Batman.
if I'm losing, that means guess what I'm gonna do? I want speed because you gotta be fast enough to keep up with me. Even if you are, if I dip into one dark building, that's it. If I pull Ragnarok, guess what? You better have something. You better have something to fucking be
But you
durable
can
enough
say
to
it about
withstand
any
that shit.
character. They all can run away until they see an opportunity. I mean,
But this is what I'm talking about. But this is a one hitter. Ragnarok took on Redestro total, so it didn't completely win because of the
80%
legs.
Redestro.
But this is that nigga is strong as shit physically. He is the Hulk
People,
physically.
I mean,
so
if
it's
he
like,
faces somebody who actually can use a light fire, whatever attack, then this won't help because they can also use it.
My
dark
thing is-
anyway.
but my thing
Hold
is
on, real
that's,
quick.
this
that's
guy
not the
has
end
to
all be all.
fight
He's still
every day with the sunlight. He fights with the sunlight every day, man.
that's
So-
why he has his cape too.
Well, yeah.
So here's
Yeah, but for example, Darby, he didn't even dare face because he has. So there is obviously, if somebody
Okay,
has
so-
a fire attack, there's no way he's
Because-
gonna face them.
real quick,
even
real
in the
quick.
alleyway.
Pause
he
it,
had to
pause it.
protect someone. He had to protect
They
Hawks.
let Rex go because we've been.
Dark Shadow was crying.
Rick says, just think about it.
Because he was getting
Like,
burned.
Squids,
Yeah.
hold up. Squids, hold up. Here's the thing.
Okay.
There, like, we can name all. There's not that many people that use light in their quirks as you think they are. So we got Bakugo, we got Denki, we have Shoto, we have Endeavor, we have the dude from the Metal Liberation Army. There's not that many people that use fire or light.
We have
Darby.
X-Less who uses X-ray light
This
laser
is
But that's
wild.
not as loud. That's not
For the
as
record, I did
There's
not
a
expect
difference between
Tokuyami to be this
radiation
controversial.
and
No, because
he
my,
is.
hold on.
I knew
Here's
he
my
was.
issue.
I knew he was.
Rico, here's my issue: is that Tokiyami fights at a disadvantage every single day. He's used to it. He's used to it, bro.
Oh, thank you.
But we
He's used
can't.
to it.
I have no problem with putting him up there in the top 10, top 3, top whatever. I just think that we can't just act as if Dark Shadow isn't still crying when there is much fire around.
Okay,
You would be crying if you got burned. Don't play.
Yeah, but
I used to do that shit for fun.
Edgelord.
right?
Oh yeah, you showed me like when you got a
wouldn't put
lighter.
me in
Yeah.
the top 10, never mind top 3 or top 1.
Man, you couldn't even get into Kenabutsu, let alone
All right.
win.
Right.
All right,
So-
let's go.
My top 5. Shindo,
All right, let's go.
Shoto, Hinasa, Bakugo, Deku.
Shindo.
Earthquake
So
Boy.
why do you have
Yeah.
Deku over
Fine,
Bakugo?
You think Deku right now? Deku
Oh,
is
look,
stronger
that
than Bakugo,
Okay,
Inaza, and Shindo.
Yes.
I
And
don't-
Wow.
one, because he doesn't have to use 45%, but he can use 45%. So he's and something that a lot of people didn't realize, Deku skywalked last chapter. If you looked when he ran to like jump to get to him, there's an extra like boom behind him. Realistically, he ran and kicked off the air. So Deku's already at like skywalk levels now. So
Until you float.
we've got
To the waist.
We've got the ability for 45% smashes, which like basically take up the entire like city block streets. He's got Black Whip. We've seen him like literally hauling ass with a bus plus carrying other people. The reality is like due to the utility of his kit right now, the ability to fight from range and literally not care, like, you got to think, even if he's not using 45% for the smashes to use the range attacks, it doesn't matter. 30% also launches range attacks. So he's at a point now where he can always like.
I mean, his 20% had a sizable impact on a tree, so.
Okay, so here's the way I look at it with Bakugo and Deku. I think that one-on-one right now, I think it's a really extreme diff, and I think that Deku wins. But I think overall, I think Bakugo just so technical with his quirk, and the more tired he gets and the more he sweats, he gets stronger. And we just know that Bakugo has been doing this longer, and he's a genius. So I just think that overall, Bakugo still is better. I think that eventually, like very soon, Deku is just going to be out of his league. But right now, still, especially in the story where Bakugo's saying, "I'm still like,"
yes.
and then that panel where he went ahead a little bit, I think that's Horikoshi still showing like it's not a lot, but Bakugo still is just a little bit ahead of Deku.
And here's the thing: it's not like I don't like cleanly think Deku bodies Bakugo.
Oh, Flo got up.
Oh no, I didn't say that.
That's my thing. Like Rex said, I think between the two, I have no idea. But I just think from a story perspective, the way Bakugo was just given this panel with, he's still keeping up, and the way the story goes, I think Horikoshi wouldn't just let Deku brush past Bakugo without letting us know so.
Yeah,
And
but
I
here's the
think
thing:
at this point,
keeping up is different than than being better.
But
If I'm keeping up with you, that
Bakugo
means we're at the same
stating
pace.
Yeah, but Bakugo doesn't want to be surpassed. He doesn't just want to keep up, and I think that's what this panel says, is that Bakugo is trying very hard not to let himself get surpassed, and I think that's hinting that he still, at least Bakugo still thinks he could take Deku very high. And I don't think Horikoshi would just let Deku slip past Bakugo without.
I need to establish this
hinting
because it like sparked that. Bakugo is realistically still combat smarter than Deku. So
Very
I can
much
still see him winning a good chunk of their fights anyway, just off of being smarter and like more adept and technical.
Yep, exactly.
Like it's not so much that like I'm saying like Deku's like it's really like I can see Deku getting like the more W's across the board only because Bakugo has a slight warm-up time, and just Deku has like a little extra utility in this that can probably help him out in a couple more matches.
Yeah, it's very
let me say two things then off that. For one, what people seem to misunderstand about that Tokiyami, Dark Shadow crying, he cried for Hawks. Let's get that straightened out. Fire came after. He cried for Hawks essentially because that nigga back was gone. Their master, who they spent quality time with, somebody to care for, like that motherfucker got fucked up. That's why he was crying more so than the fire. Let's get that straight off the rip.
And he got burned.
So, that's after the fact. He was already crying beforehand. Second off, to go back to Bakugo and Deku, it's like, okay, we're looking at 45%. It's easy to measure Deku's growth because if he ever is like, I start from 5%, I move up to this percent. Deku learned all this stuff, but guess what? Bakugo was right there with Endeavor too. It's like he had an AP shot, and they also learned their own version of Flash Fire. Like they learned their own version of Flash Fire, while Deku was learning other techniques.
Yes.
He instructed Todoroki and Bakugo. You two need to learn how to do this shit like I do it. So at that point, it's like, okay, if Bakugo had a strong enough start off, and like, and that 45% is gonna make a difference at that split second. But if Bakugo's already in your face, how much do you really got? So that's gonna be the starter. Bakugo can get that startup, and they already talked about what are you gonna do? You take this long to get startup in the real world, and they don't have anybody to save you. Nobody gives a fuck about that shit. So they are addressing all this stuff. It's like, we looking at Deku's 45, but it's like Bakugo not staying stagnant, but he's also learning more techniques. He's got the AP shot, cluster shot. He's got the flash, his own flash fire.
Endeavor's got 20 years of experience, and he still had a 20-year-old step on his chest. So
30 years.
No, even to think about it, because right now, what in the Pro Agency arc, when he came to Endeavor, he asked what he was searching was, what are my limits? Because I'm thinking that I know that I use my quirk at this maximum. Right now, I want to know what I can't do.
Yeah,
the thing is, Bakugo definitely has much more.
Because he wants to search the option how he can counter his own limits as a hero. That's why
objectively,
I wanted to
Bakugo realistically has an ability to do like a high scale, what would be like a howitzer impact, but condensed, and it'll fire as a beam. It's not like at the end of the day, you can literally coin flip who's going to be stronger on the day or who's going to win the fight.
Wow.
So
One of those
like,
coins that says heads and heads, and you pick heads as Bakugo. Yeah.
oh my god! All right, moving on.
I understand niggas talking.
I know
Talking about,
what you mean.
I just want
Talk
to
your
add
shit, Flows.
to what East said because we were talking about Shoto, like that we shouldn't forget that Shoto also was there right with them. So we talked about Shoto and his progress, and I think I don't think he fell too far behind, even if before that we talked about how he's still technically behind them. I think he worked on these issues a lot.
Who? That spam merchant? No, I'm just playing.
All right. Now,
All right.
Ian's list was Kirishima, Ida, Jiro, Bakugo, Shoto, Deku. Because he just did 1A. He did 1A.
Whoa.
Okay.
Even then, Shoto over Bakugo? Yikes.
Ian.
That's
Hey,
a big yikes.
Be careful. Be careful.
You
That
looking
nigga is
Jiro,
dangerous.
I'm very
That
surprised
nigga is dangerous.
Okay.
to see
That
Jiro
nigga's
there.
dangerous.
There's still
That nigga is
potential.
dangerous.
There's still
That nigga
potential.
dangerous. That nigga's
There's
dangerous.
always
Watch
potential
yourself.
with those three.
I smell
So
some credit-lessness.
Florian,
Where is Ian?
Ian probably had to like go do something with his family.
Yeah.
No, I'm here. I'm sitting letting into all this slander about my favorite characters, waiting in the wings.
Listen, your boy.
Oh, dog. That nigga evil,
Listen,
bro.
poor guy.
Lurking, he
Has a
ready.
freaking flash fire.
People
That's
just
it. He got a boost
all
in
this
speed.
random garbage about like, oh, Todoroki, he's so freaking strong. Oh yeah, he's like the nicest guy in the story, and we're all just like, oh, he's. That's all I'm hearing here. I'm just hearing. And by the way, just to answer the question about Jiro, the reason it's like that is because I thought this was a favorites list, and I'm dumb.
Hey, one thing about
Ian-
it is stupid
Ian,
people
So
that
are
is
the
just tell
others
the
are the others
Ian,
based
that
on
is
strength,
duly
or is it
noted.
just Jiro?
I literally thought that this was a like, which do you like more? I did not do this based on.
So it just happened that
on
that your favorite list is also a bit of a strength list, and it did make kind of sense so far.
All
No,
right.
no, yeah.
Anyway,
Meathead logic
So-
declares
so
that
I-
the strongest are also your favorites. So.
Yeah.
So I
it was-
done goofed.
we're
What's
not
so funny?
Zoro fans.
Not when my logic is flawless.
What was funny about this is that we argued about this whole Shinso thing about why he's there, and it was actually just because he liked Shinso. That's actually hilarious.
Well, that's
Hey,
what I was
notice how he say shit.
He didn't say nothing the whole time. He didn't say anything the whole time.
That's why I was like, move
Well,
on. Like, I was like,
Oh,
we got,
well,
I was like,
no,
'cause
well,
we, I was like,
no,
we had
well, no,
something
he
to
is-
talk about later anyway. So
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he is the strongest in the verse. I didn't put that out of favorites. It's only
I
the kids.
think
I thought the
Sliding goes
kids
the
list.
strongest in the verse, but
I thought the kids
We'll-
list
we'll
was
get there.
just
We'll get there.
arbitrary.
We'll get
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
We argue about it. We
That-
argue about it.
So I apologize, Aniki, that I didn't understand what the list was.
that's
my
okay.
fault.
You
That's
just
okay.
made two favorites lists, right?
Yeah, I just made two. That's why I was confused about it. I was like, why am I making two favorites? All right, whatever.
All right. So Florian has
dang, you didn't see the strongest in the verse tag?
Shoto, Deku, Bakugo, Sun Eater, Mirio.
Yeah,
Respectable.
Yeah.
respectable.
Rex
Just that
has
Nejiro should be up there. That's
Inasa,
clever.
Deku, Bakugo, Nejire, Sun Eater.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another person putting respect on Inasa, important. And then that's right, I had to fix that. East has Ida, Deku, Shoto, Tokoyami, Bakugo.
What do you think so highly of Ida right now? I don't understand.
I mean,
Listen,
he's
Ida
faster than
gets
Gran Torino,
washed by
and he can hit
Ina.
you.
That is a fact, and y'all are dumb.
Wait,
Don't
did
believe
you
that.
read it? Did you read it? You show swap Deku for Tokoyami.
I did. I said Ida,
Oh,
Deku,
you-
Shoto, Tokoyami, Bakugo.
Oh yeah,
understood.
you did. Okay.
Listen, one acid man and
I forgot you
Ida
did it
is
from five
dead.
up there.
DEADDED
Oh,
dead.
you're right there. Too.
So yeah.
Have to
Like,
do is
Could
just
you
walk
please
it.
spell it again? I didn't follow.
Yeah.
but like the thing is that even with like the controversial arguments of Tokoyami, like most of our lists are pretty
Yeah.
similar.
Yes.
So
I have to say, if I would cut out the big three, I would probably put Kirishima,
Even with the
Kurohiro, and
Even
Momo
with the
in
big
there.
three, I still
Yeah,
put
with-
Tokoyami.
I'm missing
in
that
there.
nobody put in
If it's
Kurohiro.
nighttime, I'll put.
Put in
if
who?
it's nighttime, I put Tokoyami with
The
the big three or above
with
them.
black
That's fine.
black guy
Vincent
from
Black.
Progress.
D2B. What's his name?
The black guy, Rocklock. I'm just joking.
The
Yeah.
actually black
The
guy.
true
Whoa,
black one.
actual.
Okay.
Damn.
All right.
So-
let's go.
Actually, his
Hold
name
on,
is
that guy's double.
Are you
Shihai
trying to promote
Kurohiro.
blackface?
Kurohiro. I said Kurohiro, but they asked, so I.
So
Yeah.
this
Oh,
Zoom
me
meeting might only last 4 hours. So make sure like you let me read. So for the strongest in the verse, just to make sure we have the time and it doesn't
Okay.
like auto shut off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna point out the more unique picks on people's list.
Yes.
And then what I'll do is for the people watching, I'll actually put this in the description, and then you guys will be able to view the spreadsheet and see people's rankings.
Yeah, and I might.
Oh, okay, that's
That's
respectable.
fair. I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
I just leave it like that.
We just need to talk about one
So
list.
first off, we got to talk about how like there's like 6 Sugar Rockies, of course. All Might is number 1. One of the first, like even ignoring the super big one that's going to turn into a giant clown fiesta, we're saving that one because Hanzu has 13 ranked as the 5th strongest in the verse.
Yo.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you gonna have such a broken power yet only use it for rescue? That's like an automatic deduction of like 50 spots.
No, because listen, because you can't.
Listen, you wouldn't even use that power to
you're
kill
supposed to
people.
kill
Because you're using
everybody.
it to destroy rubble. I could do that with a freaking lawnmower, bro.
If heroes can't kill and you use that shit, nigga, your ass don't coming back from a black hole, nigga.
Even
Honest, I
light
never
can't
quite
escape the
understood how
event
black hole
horizon.
is
Gotta have
useful
that
for
little
rescuing.
pebble.
She might as well be quirkless for any actual fighting with living things.
Look, did y'all not watch Inuyasha?
I have.
Ta-da! Like, no. Like, so I was like, all right, yeah. Like,
Yeah, but I never quite understood how it's good for rescuing, to be honest. How is black hole
Hey.
specifically good quirk for rescuing?
Hey, shout out to Walmart Luffy real quick. Captain Celebrity, top tier. Here we go. We should have included some of the vigilantes.
Oh yeah, I
niggas.
should have. Like, if I would have been thinking about that, I would have included Captain Celebrity. I dropped the ball.
I mean, celebrity is above Endeavor, and he has more lawsuits, so.
Also true.
Just because it's just because his past came to light.
Yeah.
No,
that's also true.
Endeavor would at max have, I think, like 5 cases. Because I don't think domestic violence is a federal crime in Japan.
To be honest, the thing is, I don't know if.
Hold up, I'm
there
gonna
is
study
enough for
Japanese
two.
law for like 2 years real quick.
Let's see. Some of the more.
I
Other
mean,
also,
do I need to explain myself for the 13 or everybody?
No, you good.
No, it's absurd.
No,
you
you
don't need to
good,
explain
Chief, you
yourself.
No, I understand why he put. I understand why he would put 13 up there. I understand why.
If 13 wanted to fight anybody, the motherfucker just open his entire hand, not just a finger, and be like,
Yes.
what's good?
Okay.
What's good,
yeah.
Shelby?
So
Like,
I'm gonna say this because only some of us remember to put him in.
Okay.
Kid has him in at like number 5.
Who?
Chimera from the movie.
Chimera?
I don't consider
Oh.
that canon. I don't consider
I
that
didn't
canon.
consider canon.
Same
Yeah.
Rex. Same Rex.
I
Same
don't
Rex.
consider canon.
But
Yeah, I made this
Say
up
yes,
out of
say
the.
yes.
I just.
it is though.
Yeah, but
The
I
movie
kind of
isn't
pulled this list out of my sleeve, so I didn't think about movie characters at the time.
And with that being said, because like you gotta remember, we already saw like in the manga, 9 exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the way I look at 9 for anybody that. So we know that what's the dude name from One Piece with the Shiki? We know he's real, but his role in the movie was non-canon. That's the way I look at the second movie of My Hero. 9 is a
Same.
real thing, but I don't think those events were canon. That's the way I look at it. That honestly,
I just put Chimera in because I wanted him there.
Yeah,
Because otherwise I would.
If I put
otherwise
Chimera
I
in there, he would have been kind of high. He would have been high. Like he would have.
I would have put 9 in, but I hate 9, so screw him. He doesn't get to be in.
Yeah, like yeah.
Ian love Chimera. If y'all don't know, that's one of Ian's favorite people right there.
Okay.
I'm about
Because
Because 9 would be the second strongest. 9 would be the second strongest.
Yeah,
if we're being
exactly. And I hate 9, so he's not
You
in.
won't even put him in
Also-
your top 5.
one of the cool things about 9 though is that if you think about it, when we were like, oh, is a duplicate quirk worse? Yes, that's already your like. So that's part of why AFO had worse quirks, less quirks too. They
You also had less time to gather them.
still,
Yeah.
like,
So
could have just gone and taken him out of the no move if he really wanted to. So there's probably like more than likely the restrictions on a duplicate AFO are just
You gotta
like,
walk down the stairs. I don't know.
like 9 had that restriction just because it just was a copy of All for One. It just wasn't as good. Which now that you think about it, the movie was literally telling us in advance, just so you know, quirk duplication tech allows
Which is really cool.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we
Shout out
didn't
to
get that.
Kaiser Phoenix.
Like we didn't get that doctor stuff until like March or February, I want to say. So getting all this information, like getting those examples and events in the movie was actually really instrumental to seeing some of the more like lore building. It's just something that we kind of like casually like strolled past, but it was like a little cool touch. And yeah, 9 would be like number 2 or 3, but like actually no, because I still wouldn't put 9 over Gigantomachia.
I would. I do. Like his like it took 100% one for all users to beat 9.
He has dragon spines.
And not only that, the
End of the
electricity and stuff.
discussion.
But yeah, bro, like
Dragon Lady come outside.
9
That's
is
why I
like
don't
OP.
include movie characters. because
I
it's just-
really wanted to see Chimera's backstory in detail. Because in one of the like websites where I was reading, like before the movie was released, there was a description for Chimera, and they said he was persecuted for his appearance. 9 saved him from being chased by heroes. So I was kind of interested in that because we know from Spinner's Town that some more back alley, bigoted towns exist. So I was wondering, hey, maybe were there some racist heroes?
By the way, if you want to include, I don't know how much time we got left, but if we include a bonus round, Spinner really top 5 rated characters in MHA, unintentionally or intentionally, whichever way you want to look at it. But we're gonna leave that there.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Spinner top 5, one of the most well-written characters.
Top
within
top
that
5?
story. Yeah, top 5. Easy.
Okay, if
I
we
can
get
make the
into
case for my.
the
Okay, hold up. Let's finish.
Who is the angel of death?
okay,
Shigaraki.
Shigaraki.
Then why is Poppy
The angel
Shiggy-
of death,
Oh wait,
the messiah
Alpha.
of
Okay.
villains.
All right, there we go.
Also,
Where's this list at? Because I don't see anything.
I'm gonna point out that Squid's list is automatically creditless because he let Mineta in his top 20.
No. I put like 2 dots. I put like 2 spaces below them, which basically means that they're like almost at the bottom of my list.
What?
Of like all the characters.
Squid, what did you smoke to put that beat that down on that list?
Said, what did you smoke?
Are the feds watching?
Oh my god,
Oh,
this guy, bro.
Yo, kid, control your boy, man.
Whoa. I see
Okay.
crust. No.
the fact that like the fact that somebody put crust bum ass
What are you doing?
on his list, like crust don't
Where?
belong anywhere but like
He's
He's
so
last-
high. I mean, wow.
I would have
you
put
got
crust.
crust over Edge Shot?
Yes.
What the fuck, East? That's creditless.
That nigga died, man.
I'm joking. But here's the reason I didn't put Crust on my list. Otherwise, I would have. Is because he's dead. I didn't put any characters that were inactive or dead on any of my lists. So,
Yeah, that makes sense. But
Yeah.
like,
You could,
for example,
you could interchange Crush and S shot.
Ian's got best genus on the list.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
And she's dead. So,
No.
yeah,
Yeah,
like,
but he's
Probably.
It's
I
alluding
didn't even
to
get
it.
to see the rest
but-
of my list.
it's one of my favorite characters, but yeah, I don't know.
Yo, hold on, where's the list at? Because I keep hearing that.
bro, look
Yo,
at
you have a
look,
link,
open the
right?
spreadsheet.
open up the spreadsheet.
Where's
All right, so the way
spreadsheet?
the way the spreadsheet works is that there's letters at the top and then there's letters side to side, and you have to like basically use those to find your
I
category.
don't even know what the spreadsheet is at.
To
That's
be
what I'm
honest,
talking about.
I had no idea
It's in the
about
chat.
who to put where beyond Endeavor. It was
No,
just
he's looking at Zoom chat and scroll all the way to the top.
Yeah.
If
No,
it allows
honestly,
you to.
Here, I'm just gonna put it in the church.
If you have
Yeah.
Shigaraki at the top, that's good. Then from
actually-
there, got your Machias and your high ends, the Endeavors and that. And then after then is a toss up, but you're not allowed to put crust anywhere on your list.
We not gonna do that.
Hey,
Yo,
supposed to
hold
take
up,
that
yo,
off
hold
the
up.
sandwich.
We gotta give some credit to Crust. Well, his
Okay.
shield kind of took off the arm of like a high end, so I think that was pretty dope.
No, I'll give him credit where it's done.
Yeah, my nigga Aniki, thank you.
No,
But other than that, though,
this man's name is Crust.
he uses 10
That's
spots for
all
that
I
alone.
need to
Flo.
hear.
Flo,
10 points
Yeah.
docked on the
The-
test.
Okay,
The gang
Yo,
with
Flo,
the
I have
respect.
let's.
you know what's funny about Crust's death? The crustiest face in the verse killed Crust.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I'm stopping
Yeah.
it.
Watch your damn mouth.
One thing,
Poetic,
one thing,
if you ask me.
no, real quick,
Crust.
one character I want to talk about that's not on everybody's list, but is on a couple of our lists is Muscular.
Let that man die.
Oh, dude,
die in
Muscular,
peace.
Muscular. I
Mm.
think
I
is
completely
at-
forgot about him, but I don't think I
He's
would've
really
put him.
he's really strong. Like
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did
Like,
rack
yo,
up
I
some
swear
pretty
I
I
intense
put him
girls.
on my
Muscular,
list,
man.
but on the
What?
bottom.
He
Yeah,
punched a
he's-
piece off a mountain.
Yeah, like he's strong. It's just that if he would have been going all out versus Deku from the jump, Deku would have died. It's just simple.
Oh, yeah,
as that. He
definitely.
played around way too much. If he would have gone all out, Deku died.
Yeah, he plays with
Muscular,
his food.
yeah, Muscular was the strongest person at the camp.
Oh yeah, that's actually one of the things they got called out for when Overhaul was like, "You waste your pieces." Moonfish and Muscular were like great, even though like, I think he overrated Moonfish a little.
And you know those.
Yeah, he overrated
Moonfish.
Yo, I want to ask you, how many heroes do you guys believe?
Moonfish was strong, man.
He was.
Yeah, but you got to remember he wasn't that strong. The issue is that the only thing that Shoto and Bakugo could do was throw ice at him because they couldn't risk burning down the forest.
Yeah. He was very situational.
Care for the environment.
Yo, what you about to say, Flo?
I was gonna ask how many heroes do you guys believe could actually take on the high end and beat it?
Everybody
what model of high end are you talking about? We talking prototype, we talking perfected, we talking nearly like there's models of these.
Yeah, that is
the
true.
Perfected Nomu is a high end though in my eyes.
Like a perfect
I just put them all in one category.
All right, let me say this: Hood. If the final version of a high end Hood, say Hood. So if they're perfected to the max, Hood. So every hero
I don't think any hero beats Hood besides All Might.
No. All right, here's
about Endeavor.
Okay, here's where I have.
He had assist.
Help.
Yep. No.
Yeah, but Endeavor got
let Rex explain. Let Rex explain. I think he got a point.
Here's the heroes that I have that's stronger than the high end. It would be Endeavor, Edgeshot, and Miracle. Literally the only
Hawks.
Against
no. The reason why Hawks could not take out a high end is because he's not a power type.
Not a power type, yeah.
That's
personal matchup. That's personal matchup. I would put Hawks higher than high end, but I don't think Hawks.
Yeah, could beat a high. So like Endeavor, I think that if he doesn't have to worry about any surrounding cities or anything, and especially the Endeavor now, he beats a high end. I think that Edgeshot, just the way that he can like maneuver in and go inside bodies, he can like
Yes, you have to remember the thing with the high end is that damage doesn't matter. You have to kill the thing. And what killed Hood? Hold on. I'm really gonna ask here. What killed Hood? A prominence burn, specifically one at point blank.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. Only one Edgeshot can literally go into the high end body and destroy the brain from the inside out as much as he wants.
Yeah, I think I got to scale Edgeshot higher on my list, to be honest.
Edgeshot is pretty powerful.
It's like if you think about it, Edgeshot could go in their body, move up to their brain, just expand normal, and then it would just.
It doesn't need to.
But then you got to ask: is the regeneration quicker than
Edgeshot's
cutting?
No, the regeneration doesn't happen on their brain, because we said that Hood literally took off his head to protect his head. I mean, Hood took out his head too. So like,
but if that's the case, then when Endeavor fisted Hood's mouth and started burning
Edgeshot has speed. He's faster than the sound.
Yeah, but the thing about the brain damage, I'm not sure if it doesn't heal at all, or if it's just. I mean, of course, as soon as the brain is obliterated, that's it. But to sure, the question is, does he have to does he have to manage significant parts of the brain at once? Because the thing is, even normal people can survive an injury to the brain.
I mean, so but if you go,
that's why I said he would literally have to go in there and expand.
Right, he would have to do more than just puncture the brain.
But he can though. Exactly, that's the thing. He can get in there, and even if he didn't, he just has to shoot around the brain in a fucking like fashion, like a circle.
Yeah, and the
like
speed. If he's moving at the speed of sound inside the brain, like they're dead. Like even if he doesn't expand, that's what I'm saying. Edgeshot is one of the few heroes that can. Then I put
my question is, can he actually enter the brain? Because
if he can enter the lungs,
it's basically open. I mean, there's.
He open. You go.
His body is human. He has human flesh and bones. He can go. So if you compare him to Bullet, he's faster than Bullet, almost. If I'm not
Yeah, he's fast. No, he's
Higher
faster than
caliber
bullets.
guns have quicker times, but you know.
I mean, unless there comes a high-end Nomu with some sort of shield quirk, like Crust,
Yeah,
that probably makes
but even
difference.
then, I don't know. I don't know how
That's a very
fast.
specific thing.
Yeah, because
I mean,
speed equals force.
a
He's really
prototype was
precise.
fast as Hawks, so
Yeah, Hood was as fast as Hawks. So
yeah.
Yes.
No,
And
but
the,
yep.
But
Go ahead, Flo.
Hawks is really fast, almost faster than the sound too, because his actions that he takes in the story are really in split seconds. So
Yeah, all those boys, all that's what I'm saying. Like all top 5 niggas are considered like even like okay, if all top 5 are considered top tier, like they're all damn near knock speed. They all have the feats to prove it. Transforming at the speed of sound, fucking best genius saving everybody in the blink of an eye, even getting praise from all one for all. I mean all for one. Endeavor saying he moved before we could even hear the sonic boom. Hawks moving as fast as he possibly can. It's like they all have speed feats. That's why I don't. With the people lower than top 5, it's not like they have a scale super far down from that.
Well, the issue with so like taking a character like Crust. This isn't my normal just slander Crust agenda.
It's just
But it should be.
other
It should
slander
be.
Crust.
It
this
really
one has
should be.
meaning.
It's more about
It should be though.
what does his quirk do to augment mobility.
Wait, what?
He can-
Wait,
he
what
can-
the
he use-
ability?
he can-
Shield,
he
I
can-
guess.
Like,
can
he
use
could've
it just-
made-
restate the,
like, if he
restate
was
the
like-
question.
This
If
is my
he-
thing. He can use it just like Gentle uses his electricity. If he were to press off or like use it as a repel, like how strong is Press's shield stuff? If he can shoot it off as a projectile, or if he can use that force momentum to push himself forward. I'm trying to think of a character that does some shit like that.
Captain America?
But we just don't know he
Yes,
can
Captain
push
America.
his shields like that. Like
But that's the thing though, because that's the thing. It's like we just thought, okay, he can use a shield from his arm, but you seen him when he defended Aizawa, Exless, President Mike.
So here's
all
the
of
thing.
them.
It
It's
seems like he
different
can make
applications.
shields fast and like reflexively. But the way I look at it is, if he could have used his quirk for speed, Miracle wouldn't have had to fight alone.
Yeah, he seems
No,
to be a very,
okay,
very,
No, because he
because
still
he
had to
would-
fight. He still had to fight. No, who's coming down the hallway.
No, but like think about it. Like if he would have been able to do that, like if he would have been able to move as fast as she could, he could have like high speed blitzed them, caught up
No.
to her, and
No, the
and
issue
fought.
was that high end was blocking the whole hall, so he
I'm
had to
saying if
literally.
he would have been faster, he would have got there before that high
Yeah,
end.
I don't think Cross is a speed type. I don't think.
No,
I don't ever
I
think
agree.
Cross is
I
very
agree.
fast. I mean,
But also he had regular heroes behind him, so he was defending them too. There's a lot of implications as to
Yeah.
why Crest did not
Yeah.
get to where Miracle
yeah,
was.
but
And-
ultimately,
and-
I,
He should've
we
stayed
still
on the
assume that
actual
he's
mission.
not a very fast character, right?
and
I
I'm
put
not-
him
I'm
more like the category with like Kirishima, who's also. I mean, he's
Yeah, I'm not-
sturdy but not fast.
I'm not considering him, like all of a sudden, like just because he's just the top 5, top 10, he can move at my speed. But because of course there are some stationary quirks more rather than that. But like somebody like Wasp, he's a joke, right? But I'm pretty sure if he could use hydrokinesis, if he wanted to propel himself at high speeds, I'm pretty sure he fucking could if he wanted. Just like somebody was, I forgot who was confused how Dragon Lady got there. That fast. I'm like, she's a fucking dragon. Half of her powers are flying through the sky. I'm pretty sure she can fly as almost fast as Endeavor. These niggas.
I mean,
Or
there was
damn
like
near
3
close.
movies based on training one, so.
All right,
Like-
so now I want to address the elephant in the room.
All right, let's go.
What's up?
So what's up?
Oh, see, look.
he wanna cut.
Number one.
All right.
Get ready, chat.
Let's
Get ready
go.
for this.
No,
Number
do
one.
everyone but that. Like go across the
Okay.
board, then do that. See how everyone else rationalized, then do that.
Okay. Number one's across the board.
Yes.
Shigaraki,
Say his last.
All Might for
Oh yeah.
Sayas. We're talking healthy All Might. Shigaraki for Kid.
I just saw it.
Shigaraki
Yeah,
for Ponzi.
I took a moment to.
Shigaraki for me.
Skip.
Shigaraki for Florian. Shigaraki for Rex. Shigaraki for East. And Hitoshi Shinzo for Ian as number one in the verse.
Reasonable,
Shinzo
right?
makes zero sense.
I don't know how any of you find that complicated. How is
I
this
think
not
he
get
just
past
miswrote
Ian.
Shigaraki, misspelled
Trolling.
Shigaraki.
Ian.
He started with she, and then he just forgot how to write Shigaraki.
Ian, very rarely
What's up?
have
What's
you
up, bro?
made listen, very rarely have you actually made complete sense to me. But this is utter insanity. What are you talking about?
Let me go to my
What
master
combination of illegal drugs did you do? And in what
What
order?
y'all don't realize is
I
Ian
love
takes
that there's a
serious.
combination.
He took some imaginary drugs. I don't know.
Oh my
You
god.
trying to overdose us, or are you trying to make me overdose with this foolishness? What is this?
Listen, it's simple. It takes
Hold on.
one word. Shigaraki. Master, that's all you need. That's all you need.
There's just no like. There's no way Shinso is.
I mean, let me explain.
All right,
Explain
So,
this.
all right, the way this was presented to me, I said,
Okay.
what does it mean for them to be the strongest in the world, or in the verse? And it was like, all right, how
Ooh,
often,
philosophical.
like, how would they be able to like win the fight? So I was like, all right, well, if you literally just respond to him, the match is over. He doesn't have to hit you. He doesn't have to take you down. He puts handcuffs on you, or those things that the police have, and you lose. So I then asked, all right, so what version of these characters are we talking about? It can't be like versions we haven't seen, obviously. Like, we can't be like, oh, I bet like a fake version of Shoto when he masters all his powers, like that's going to be the strongest in the verse or something, because we haven't seen it. But I said, so they said like something like the best version of the character we've seen. I said, okay, the best version of Shinso's, the best version of Shinso is that he comes in, he says, hello, you're a bitch.
What's your name?
And this is how all of them respond. All Might, ha ha ha, he loses. All for One, he loses. Shigaraki, grr, he loses. Gigantomachia, roar, he loses. Endeavor, that little brat, he loses. USJ Nomu,
Accurate.
roar, he loses. High End, you think you strong, he loses. Chimera, I was racist against myself, he loses. Twice, I'm gonna win. No, I'm gonna lose, he loses. Edshot, he loses. Mirio, all right, buddy, he loses. Mirko, you think you're so tough, he loses. Giten, woo, he loses. Redestro, grr, he loses. Muscular, Hawks, Best Gina, Sun Eater, Bakugo, Deku, any character in the verse, you make a sound at him,
Okay,
and
what
you
about
lose.
USJ?
Game, it roars. It roars.
So here's
Your top one could be destroyed with basic surgery to the vocal cords.
Oh, bro, take your L. He bodied all of us. He bodied all of us.
No, he did not.
No.
Yeah,
I will
no.
tell you. I will tell you why. And I will tell you why. I will tell you why. No. I will tell you why. I will tell you why. Yeah, Ian is bad. Because his quirk doesn't work effectively on people like Deku, All Might,
It was a fluke.
and
It was a fluke.
and Shigaraki.
Okay.
Because they have
Alright.
all for one. They have like
Or
Anyone with
Giganto.
vestiges basically
Okay,
gets a
Ian.
free out.
Ian, he had major troubles applying his quirk during the joint training arc effectively against anyone.
But I told you
really.
how he does it. He says, you're a bitch, and then all these characters who
Actually,
don't know his
all right,
powers run.
by that
Only
logic,
works
by
if
that
people
logic,
don't know his quirk, and his quirk was televised on national
Before he
TV.
can even ask a question, All for One can launch an air cannon that wipes
that's
3
what I'm
blocks.
Okay,
saying.
but here's the
No,
thing.
no,
Here's the
no.
thing. Here's the issue. Because Ian told, like when I saw Ian put this on the list, I immediately was like, well, I did say who can win the most matchups.
Yeah, and
No.
he's not
No.
like 50-50, he's not 40, whatever. He's one shot, you're done. Game over.
Here's
he
the
win
thing.
as soon as it takes
Then
over?
why is it Eraser higher then?
I
Where's
gotta put
Eraser?
13 at the first, 13 on number 1 to play like this, man.
Ian, I think it depends a little bit on the settings of the tournament. First, I don't think everybody will respond because they all know his powers because they weren't to be. Second, I mean, if we're talking about a little tournament in a little square where you just have to walk out, sure. But they're not gonna die just because he takes them over. As soon as he attacks,
I
they're
didn't say
gonna wake
die.
up.
I said you arrest them. I didn't say die. You arrest them.
Yeah, but as soon as he arrests them, he's gonna move them and they're gonna wake up.
No, because he can just tell them to get in the car.
Yeah, he just says get in the car.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
know
They're
Iron
on their
Maiden.
way to the car.
yeah.
They're
All
out
right, no. All right, so let me end this whole argument right here. Let's say he goes against Giganto, he roars or whatever. In what capacity does he is able to capture or beat Giganto? Now let's go to a high end. In what capacity is he stopping?
No. You
No,
win
no.
when they stop moving. That's the end of the fight. What are you
the
talking
fight doesn't
about?
Doesn't
end.
How
The
does
thing
the fight
is,
end
his
when they try to stop moving?
That's
No,
the
the
He's
thing
pool.
is-
That's
police
it.
car. I mean,
no, the
Match
thing
over.
is, his quirk doesn't last forever though. That's
right,
the thing.
imagine you manage to get your people your enemy into a police car. The police car starts, moves, the jolt of moving will wake them up, and then you have Shigaraki in a police car. So what?
This is the funniest part about all this. Y'all don't understand. This nigga Ian is Darth Sidious. What don't y'all listen? I'm talking to the screen right now. Apparently, because you don't understand. What? Listen. You understand how crazy it is, right? But guess what? For the past 10 minutes, guess what y'all been arguing? How Shinso can beat everybody. Literally, think about this. You seen what Shigaraki just did, and Ian still put Shinso over him. And the point that he got y'all niggas to argue for over 10 minutes about something so ludicrous, air quote,
I mean,
means he just beats
about all kinds of shit.
That just means that I'm
I have one question. I have one question for Ian, though.
It's almost a miracle. Every single word you said was wrong.
Damn, my name must be Squid then.
Oh no, you may be east,
Looking out the window,
actual
watching
arguments
SpongeBob
go
and Patrick
west.
Look, Ian, so why? Tell me how in what universe does Shinso beat Eraser?
Eraserhead? Oh, you got me. I didn't think about that. Never mind.
Oh my god!
I know he's going to. I know who he's going to defeat in any way, in any case, no matter how hard they try. Present Mike. That's. Really, I think the easiest opponent for Shinso ever is Present Mike.
No. That's actually that actually did maybe his
might be a
worst opponent. No, that because like you ask President Mike to speak and he yells, you could die from him yelling.
Exactly. See, listen. This capo President Mike go stop.
Shinso blocks with his arm.
His worst opponent is Buck.
Of course, Shinso will duck. I mean,
yeah,
stupid.
He's got a duck. What are you talking about? He owns 10 ducks. He's got his ducks in a row. He's got all of you in a row. He's got you freaking out.
Here's the thing, though. Like, objectively speaking, it is correct that anybody who responds to Shinso loses.
Yeah,
no. So here's the thing.
Stop. So, because here's the thing. If you get mind control of a high end, it's just make it go do something else.
Sure.
Even having it attack somebody else once completely can fuck things up.
Not if they bump against anybody while they attack.
Yeah, but like the fact that you could be like, hey, go crawl in that, like swim into the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
And stay there.
Keep swimming until you see land.
Well, and also the way Aniki presented it was just like who has it's the potential to be the strongest because there's matchups matter. Shinso has the most potential out of any character in the entire series to win any matchup ever. The end.
But also the thing that you have to acknowledge, because this is something that always comes into play, and it came up earlier when we were discussing Shoto. Literally, when almost every person that Ian listed off, if they didn't know like Shinso's exact quirk, would respond if he was just like, "You're a bitch."
Okay. The issue with that is that we're working under the scenario that Shinso isn't even allowed to get close enough for them to have a conversation to talk. If Shigaraki is in a bad mood that day, he is killing him without wondering who he is.
Rex, Shinso will block with his arms. What are you not getting here?
Okay.
The idea that
his arms are made of titanium.
Mute that guy.
He's pulling the pipes down on him.
Real quick, Aniki, the chat been saying your screen begin black as fuck, and they ready to lie because every time you come back on the screen, this nigga get darker and darker.
Yeah, he's the real Dark Sidious over there, masterminding me.
There we go.
There he is.
That nigga Ian said Aniki real Sidious. Ian just
but the whole issue with Shinso is that the perfect conditions have to be in place for his quirk to work.
Yeah, and just think whenever he becomes a comedy master, he gets a few nightclubs and he's just like, knock, knock, who's there? Me, bitch. And then they laugh. Like, it's done. The verse is over.
and also...
Wait, hold on.
He's gonna have an interaction with Miss Joke.
Nah, hell no, man. This nigga said me, bitch.
Oh my god.
Do we know counts as a response?
I was like, yeah, like the thing is, it's like if we go by that, Logic Joke would be like the strongest hero or something.
Well,
Like, you
Joke
know
would
what I
be
mean?
Joke's his sidekick because once he gets his own agent, once he gets his own agency, she's gonna be like, oh, why would I work for myself when I could work for God? So she just works for him and makes everyone laugh.
She's gonna become devout.
Yeah,
Again, but the whole premise is they lose when they get mind controlled is completely false, though.
Well,
like,
but I wouldn't.
like DS, they get taken over by his quirk, but that doesn't mean they lose the fight.
Bro, just make him jump in a volcano.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Giganto
gonna be volcanoes around.
Well, that's why Mr. Compress is also on his team, and he carries. That's why Mr. Compress is also on his team because he carries miniature volcanoes in his little pods. Like Shinsu's got this on wrap. I don't know what you guys don't understand. And if that doesn't work, he just blocks with his arms. So we're just good. It's all good. That's my piece. I don't know how much time.
So wait, you're telling me he has unbreakable arms?
Yeah. Speaking of, how much time do we have?
I thought Zoom was gonna auto shut it off.
Does he have? He has unbreakable arms, correct?
What part of blocking with just arms in general don't you get? Why do they have to be unbreakable? Why do you have to make this such a big deal? I'm telling you, Shinzo wins at every fight.
So you're telling me Shinzo's arms are harder than Kirishima, the
Shinzo
guy who
being
literally
the god
has
of
a
this
Red Riot
world?
unbreakable? No. You're saying he's gonna block everything with his arms. I want to know if you think he has indestructible arms.
Well, no, because Aizawa would have turned off his quirk, so he wouldn't be able to do it.
I mean, technically
Oh,
speaking,
okay,
even
so
if his
Squid,
arms were broken,
Squid, just
as long as he
forget about what he said.
Thank you.
All right, Ian's been a clown long enough. He's been a clown for like over 3 hours. You know what? I'll let it go.
That's why I like you, man.
I like you too.
Very surprised how few.
Yeah,
Flo gets slow
Aizawa
over
on
there.
the list.
Okay, Flo.
Ian, give me the number of your dealer, bro.
Wow.
Ian, for real, who's your plug?
Oh man.
So I'm really glad that no one came up with any legitimate arguments against me. I'm glad I ran the whole stream from behind the scenes.
This nigga Ian said he's Shigaraki right now. He's standing on all the bodies.
Well, except for Flo, I didn't think about Aizawa. That's why he wasn't in my top 20. So by Rex logic, if he didn't exist in that means he doesn't exist at all, and therefore he's not a character in the thing.
That's my question. Why
Talk
some
that
people
talk,
have Aizawa
nigga.
in their list?
That wasn't
I've been
even
taking
my
so
logic.
many notes. I've been taking so many notes.
That wasn't even my logic. That's like
It's too late. You said if you forget about him, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
That's
therefore
not my
Aizawa
logic.
doesn't matter, Rex.
And we were speaking on favorite characters. They would have nothing to do with the
I'm
stroke.
trying to hear it, bro.
Just keep digging that hole, because I'm gonna be dancing at the top with my man Shinso.
Oh, okay. Also,
Over your grave, he's gonna be dancing in the pale moonlight.
almost
That's why I
everybody
came to the
put
stream.
Redestro
I'm
in the
good.
top 10, by the way, which is something that I like.
Of course,
They better,
you gotta have
otherwise I
common
was gonna slap
sense.
them.
That's second best. Squid got that.
Squid, unfortunately, I don't see.
Wait.
There it is. I was worried for a second. You didn't put the
All right, no,
hyphen in there.
I'm looking at Ian's list some more. How do you have the USJ no move higher than the high end?
Because it's as strong as battered All Might.
No, it didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Actually,
All Might,
here we go. Here we go.
heavily injured All Might, half already out of his powers, defeated him within 2 minutes. How is
he had to go plus ultra.
And everybody says like, oh, you missed Nomu was like made for All Might. No, All Might washed him.
Contributed. Like, you realize shock absorption absorbs a huge amount of shock, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and as far as I knew, the high end doesn't have that.
Okay, so here's the
Yeah,
it's true actually.
Yeah, so that's why it's stronger.
Because the high ends are also partially defined by their intelligence. But the USJ Nomu, as far as like looking at like what he fought,
he was a killer.
He was like a steroided nearly high end.
He's a robot. He's a robot.
No, the USJ no move was specifically made to fight All Might. That is, but the high ends are just stronger in general. They have multiple corps within them.
Pathetic failure at fighting All Might.
I mean, think about it like this: in 5 minutes, a woman was able to like deduce the entire logic of Aizawa's quirk.
it didn't even take her 5 minutes. She was like,
It was in
Yeah,
second.
Flo's right.
Oh no,
was in
wait, yeah,
seconds.
you're
Made
right.
the stream.
Cork,
It
but
was
I
in
was right.
Mike
I
seconds.
made
was
the
on that.
stream.
It was in seconds. It was in seconds.
was
Also,
like-
one thing you all are misremembering, there is literally a panel in the last like maybe 10 chapters of like the doctor ranking the Nomus, and it's literally the white Nomu, the black Nomu, the Endeavor fought, and
No, it
Host
goes.
did
No,
it.
it goes.
and
It goes
then
lower. It goes
no, no,
mid and upper, then high.
then-
Yes.
then literally there's the USJ Nomu, and then the high end above them.
Yeah,
So
well, and to build off that, and Horikoshi wouldn't have put that there unless that was true. So I get that's why I put the high end over the USJ Nomu.
Yeah,
You know?
of course, high end is over the USJ.
That's why I actually said right.
Against that.
But did anyone see that one nearly high end? That was a dog. The dog looked like he was on drugs.
Why were you saying that I said the USJ was higher? It's not what I said.
Because you have it.
It's what I. But it is what I. It is what I. But it is what I wrote. So you got me.
I would say even just looking at it,
the
USJ Nomu wasn't like comparatively to all the other Nomus we've seen. The USJ Nomu really wasn't that like.
I mean, he could probably block with his
Okay,
arms
again,
too. So I don't
how
know.
does so few people have Eraserhead or Aizawa in their list at all?
He's hard. He's hard. To be honest.
I have a
I mean,
racer
to
head
be
as a
honest, he has
thing.
some matchups where it's just a straight up L. Like
Yeah, but he also has a matchup against people that nobody else could defeat.
Every mutant quirk, he can't do anything about just fighting them. So people we Tsuyu, people that Tsuyu, Mirko, he can't do nothing against them.
I mean, he's still a fighter, but to you, I think he would defeat.
Look,
Imagine getting
I'm gonna be
walked
honest.
by a freshman.
I still have a Eraserhead in like the top 20 because one, yes, he doesn't cancel out mutant quirks, but one, anybody who's read the Vigilante's backstory knows that he literally like took on a giant.
He was training boxing, yeah.
Yeah, that shit. That nigga raw.
He's a combat specialist. He's a hero that literally his whole thing was, I'm just gonna go running around whooping ass. That's
He's
it.
Batman. He's Batman, okay?
Third,
He is Batman.
this man standing there with a broken leg has Shigaraki bearing down on him.
Right.
And his
No
first thought
pulling a
is,
blade out on him.
I'm gonna cut this.
He might.
off.
He might be
Cut
He
this
might be
nigga.
Batman, but is he Blockman? I don't think so.
I mean,
So-
for one, we now establish that he's going to beat even Shinso. Secondly, the thing is, I think Gigantomachia aside, and excluding the high ends, there aren't really that many mutation types that are top tier, right?
Okay, so here's the way I look at
Mirko
it.
maybe, but that's really it.
Every mutant has the potential to be high tier because if you have an eagle or
I don't care about potential. I look at the list and I see Mirko and Gigantomachia, and is that
you get Hawks. Hawks also a mutant though.
Okay,
Well,
Hawks,
here's the thing
but,
with Hawks though. If Eraserhead stares at him, he wouldn't be able to manipulate his feathers anymore.
Right, he would just be
but
a bird.
He will use his feathers as
blade.
As blades. He could
No, he
fly.
can't. He can't.
No, he
can't
would
detach them.
Like,
he would fly because
If he did it beforehand, then yes.
But
no,
otherwise,
wait.
He would
Didn't Aizawa tell when he explained his quirk? Didn't he say that he would stop Ojiro from moving his tail?
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually mentioned right here. So like anything like separating the feathers, using the wings, probably wouldn't be able to fly. It's specifically because Mirko's
wings are
quirk
still
is just
there.
her legs.
It's just
yeah.
the
They are still there, but he can't use them. So they're just
he can still use his swords though. That's still hand to hand combat. He can
Well,
still
yeah, but
use
he'd
his
have
swords.
to already have removed
yeah,
the
but he
feathers.
has like massive wings that just weigh him down.
And Aizawa would at that point it would just be like a battle of hands.
I mean, Hawks loses
I got
his
Hawks,
speed,
and
loses
I
his
have
feathers,
Hawks.
loses his flying abilities.
Yo, which one of y'all
No.
niggas change y'all face? Which one of y'all niggas change y'all name?
Me.
No.
Get this nigga split out of here. Ian is fucking crazy.
You didn't notice his
Wait.
name at the top.
By the way, Aniki, since you didn't do
minute
a
and I
chapter
said it.
stream to build up Aizawa a little bit more, I love that Horikoshi gave him a moment where he could have actually killed Shigaraki because his regen's off. If he had got one good hit, it was a 1 in a million chance. But if he had got one good hit to the brain, he could have ended Shigaraki, and that's such a cool thing that he gave that character. So I really love that.
I mean, like
All right,
people
all right,
saying
now I'm gonna go back
Aizawa
to
isn't.
Dummy.
People saying Aizawa isn't gonna die. Y'all remember Twice in Hawks? Well, like when I saw that, they were like, "No, he's gonna escape. Hawks is gonna fail his mission." I actually heard some people saying that, and guess what? He died.
No,
and
I'm not
then
saying
I was
that.
getting
I'm
cursed out. I was
saying
getting
that.
slandered. You know,
I'm saying
Aizawa's
if
gonna
he's
die.
if
I'm
he's gonna
predicting that.
die
I'm
now,
predicting
it's
that.
gonna be Deku's fault, and I'm gonna hate Deku even more than I do. I don't hate him, but I will start hating him.
Bakugo too. Don't get it twisted.
Bakugo is just running after Deku.
right
Bakugo
there.
is just running after Deku. Deku is the
Bakugo
one
right there.
who's
Hey, their bodies
Deku is
moved
the one
before
who
they could
has to
think.
get involved.
No, Bakugo was the one that said it's our turn to save you. That's Bakugo said that.
Yeah, but that wasn't Baku. But
Deku-
Deku was already there. Deku was the first to move, as always.
Real quick question. Like, I know we was talking about like Aizawa and like him erasing quirks. How many of these top heroes do you think he could beat in hand to hand? Because I'm like thinking, I think Endeavor beats him hand to hand. I think Hawks beats him hand to hand. I think Miracle beats him hand to hand. Like there's
No, Hawks doesn't beat him hand to hand.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's my reason for Hawks. He's been training since he was a little boy to fight.
Yeah, but he hasn't been training
Yeah, but you also
fight
have to
without his
remember.
wings.
Yeah, like a lot of that training is
very much
specifically around.
focused
I'm pretty sure he did martial arts training. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he did.
Sure, but what we saw of his training seemed to focus very much on controlling his feathers, being able to sense through them, and that all.
They trained him to be an assassin, so he will train him in if he would in every position possible.
Yes, okay. That's not the point, though. The point is this: yes, Hawks would have hand-to-hand training, but you have to think, all the time that Hawks spent training his feathers and wings, Aizawa would have the same amount of time allotted to still martial arts.
No. So the issue is that Hawks has been training longer, though. That's the issue.
You realize Eraser's 31, right?
How old is okay?
But remember, he became a hero. He was in UA like 15, right? And then he started seriously training at 16, 17.
He was already training, though. He just
that
started.
still gives him 15 years.
Whereas
there's a
Hawks
difference
at most
between
has
like
15
training
years.
casually and like legitimate.
Let me do the math. Let me do the math.
15 years actually training, while 15 years ago, 15 years ago,
so if you take
Hawks
18,
was 7. So
listen.
Hawks was already training then.
The fight.
He might have already been training.
The fight's finna go like Kakashi versus Obito hand to hand. I'm not changing my mind. It's gonna go that high dip. Like, of course, as Eraser might get the edge in the end, but if those two fought hand to hand, because y'all too much think about like if his feathers weigh him down, he would have to have.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
You have
his
a character
who's
been training hand-to-hand combat all day, every day, because
Hawks
that's his bread and butter.
No, he has not.
But he's not getting washed though. He's not getting
flying,
washed.
He's getting
has
washed.
trained his
He
feathers, has trained his speed. All of these major aspects, Hawk's biggest strength, his speed, his flying ability, his feathers, all fall away. What's left is essentially a normal guy with 2 appendages that are just going to weigh him down.
No. Okay, here's the thing about weighing him down. He has had his wings on his back. His natural strength is higher because he's always had the wings on his back. It's not a disadvantage. It's not a
But he
disadvantage.
also has lighter bones than Aizawa, so his natural strength is technically is already lower, just naturally lower.
No, he's not. His strength is high, so he can move with the.
No,
he's literally
he's
literally
weaker
got
because
like
he has
he's got
lighter
like
bones.
he's got like a C in power for a reason. It's because he's literally bird built. He is more. That's why he can't be the number one.
Yep.
Because he's not going to have the durability necessary.
Just look at Hawks ranking in terms of ABC, his speed, technique, and then exclude the speed because that's going to fall away. Exclude the technique mostly because that's going to fall away. Just leaving his physical power, and that's low. And Aizawa is just going to fight how he always fights.
Y'all learn.
No, you're not using actual math here.
Y'all are
no.
Y'all using
ridiculous discussion.
Y'all sucking off Aizawa, bro.
No, Hawks is 20. No, just listen. Hawks is 20.
Cool.
Aizawa is 31.
Cool.
They've both been let's just say they've both been training for 15 years. They've both been training for, let's say, fucking 8 hours a day, every day for the last 15 years.
Correct.
All right.
Hawks would have invested 4 hours into his quirk. Because think about it, he needs to be able to detect the vibrations, the way people breathe, all these other things. So if Hawk spends 4 hours of his day on that shit, and Aizawa is just spending 8 hours on hand-to-hand combat, he literally has double the hours of hand-to-hand combat training that Hawks has.
To go
You
against
have to
that.
assume that he's
There is no going against it.
Yes,
That's how
there
math
is.
works.
Hold on.
You can't argue math. That's
So
not
here's
how
the
it
thing.
works.
Hold on,
Here's the
wait.
thing.
You're relying on a bunch of preconditions. Hold up. You're relying on a lot preconditions. So let's say yes, they're training 15 hours. You have to factor in the level of training.
Exactly.
Hold on. Aizawa
Yes.
is training at UA. Hawks is being trained by
No, Aizawa trained 3 years at UA and then 12 years out in the open fighting villains.
Okay, so here's
Better experience in training.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Even Aizawa, those 8 hours, it doesn't compete with the quality of training that Hawks was
You
receiving.
don't know that.
Do I do? No,
you don't.
Okay, so listen.
You cannot just assume that the Hero Commission has better training than the UA. That's
all right,
Rex.
You have to look at this, right?
Specifically take into account that all of the top 10 heroes, with few exceptions, are from UA.
Hold on. Now, same way we can't equate for that. I'm not getting into y'all about the whole this hour spent on this hour spent on that. Who are we saying 100% that his wings are going to be a detriment? He uses the damn things every single day. And he doesn't have his quirk on the entire day.
He was walking around.
He don't have to fly. Exactly. Brett's my point. Exactly. He doesn't have to fly with his wings.
Okay. You realize
he can
his
walk.
primary fighting style will revolve around actually utilizing his wings.
Yes.
And you mean to tell me he can't take a feather? That's not telekinesis. That's literally plucking that shit from his back. That's not telekinesis.
But
and also, Aizawa has to blink at some point. If Hawks can evade him for a little bit, we know how fast his feathers are. Dude, what are we?
He can't use his feathers.
If he doesn't use his feathers for 35 seconds, he's still losing.
Yeah, you're also forgetting his scarf, though. He has a capture scarf, right?
The time that blink, he's dead.
He's gonna have his weapon, his primary weapon against Hawks, right? His capture scarf, and Hawks is gonna have nothing for as long as he could keep eyes on him.
He's just
at the moment that Eraser
running around with two massive
blinks,
things at
he's dead.
Okay, so we're
gonna say
at the moment,
we'll stop.
No, how long you need to blink?
At the moment that he blinks, he's dead.
Right?
Yes.
At the moment that Eraser head blinks, he's dead because the speed feeds from Hawks show that he's so fast that if you blinks even for a microsecond, he can put a tiny feather to your throat.
First and foremost, one part of Aizawa's skill set.
Thank you, Edward. Let's stop a Hawks from taking a feather off his back.
One part is he first needs to survive long enough for Aizawa to blink. Secondly, Aizawa hides the time he blinks. It's a specific point of his quirk that unless you're constantly trying to use your quirk, you don't know when you actually can use it, and then you can't use it again like 2 seconds later. So Hawks has to realize the exact time when he can move, and has to move very quick enough for Aizawa not to be able to open his eyes again. Not long. Not long.
Aizawa, and then Hawks can do this. What are y'all talking about? Like
I don't know if he was this bamboozled when I was talking.
Y'all ignoring how important quirk training and how much time people actually spend into their quirks.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, that's Rex. No, that's Rex. Y'all talk about time put in. I'm talking about he not getting washed. I'm talking about y'all. Nobody has answered. Nobody has answered.
Okay.
What's stopping him from taking a feather off his back and using his blade? He has not once when he's used the feather blades, used it as telekinesis. He's literally popped it off his back.
Here's the thing. I don't have a problem with him grabbing a sword, but we also know that Aizawa has knives. So that's still blade versus blade.
Specifically a Tonto. It's a Tonto.
And
if you want
at the end of the day, the other thing to factor in is think about Endeavor's fighting style. Yes, he uses hand-to-hand combat, but what else does he do? There's a lot of his hand-to-hand martial arts is specifically built around augmenting the flames too. When you have
flash fire turns him into a rocket.
Like let's look at Bakugo's fighting style. He uses outside boxing, but it also revolves around high mobility, so it's not a fighting style that's particularly focused around what he can do without his quirk. Most people who train, even when they're training their hand-to-hand combat, are training with their quirk in mind. So the martial arts style that Hawks would be using would be like Aikido mixed with fucking a bunch of flying stuff. Half of the moves you spent your life practicing are gone.
That nigga getting beat.
No, he's not. He's bad at scale.
Well, specifically, Hawks.
Bro.
The thing is, Hawks is all about flying. He's all about speed, and he's all about these feathers. The rest is just stuff he might be able to do, but that's not his special thing.
Y'all like
all his three
Azawa
special
is
skills are
Batman.
away.
And he learned 20 forms of martial arts.
I mean, can
yeah, like he learned 20 forms of martial arts.
He's not no more martial arts than
Hold
the guy who had to
on.
spend time flying and listening to fucking phone calls with his feathers.
Listen. This is honestly going. We've been on this point, and ain't nobody moving from they side, whichever case you want to be. And say as to answer your earlier previous question, why Aizawa's not higher. If any person gets out of Aizawa's line of sight, which that's all they need to do, dodge the cloth and get out his line of sight, they're Gucci. If Gien gets out this nigga line of sight, all three needs for a second, he can use his ice from long distance, and then that's the wrap for Aizawa. If any other previous character I put in, you can incorporate anybody. If they get out his line of sight and they can use what they want from long range, then Aizawa is done deal. Because you have to think about how long.
I mean, unless they get back into his line of sight.
Okay, but also here, let's factor in Giten real quick. Because if we're gonna like bring up a matchup like that, we have to like put it under conditions in which they can actually engage. Sure, if Giten's all the way over there, like on top of a building or something, he can like run away forever. But the reality is that if they're ever in engagement range, it's not like he's going to be able to run away with ice. And based on the way he's been training, and if you look at the way he fought with Dabi, if you look at the way he's attacked like the hero side, he doesn't even like factor in collateral damage. He's another Shoto that just kind of throws out big spammy moves because he's been so focused on training his quirk. Because that's like how they think. So like he would actually
let's not insult him.
It's
the
not
thing
an
is also
insult.
Aizawa is a bit of a sneaky character.
no,
he doesn't come straight at you. He kind of comes in a way that you don't see him coming. So you just don't look at him at the other side and think, well, I'm gonna keep away from him.
Okay, so
you're gonna come out from behind your back.
Hold on. I'm gonna address Anaki real quick. I said that's an insult because you kind of call him a Shoto when this nigga actually got some raw ass moves. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, he's got like the cooler ice dragon and shit. But like you get what I'm saying, like the fight.
Yeah, I get what you said. And then say that's putting that shit that's putting that stuff in the Aizawa's favor more so than anything.
Why?
So because if he's coming from behind, that's playing up his maximum capabilities. So
no,
then
he doesn't start the fight from behind. He walks around while sneaking and hiding until he gets a line of sight. He doesn't stand in the middle of the field and say, "Here I am, please hide from me."
So let's put it to his advantage at the same time. So did we have to incorporate how other people fight?
No, it's fighting style.
No, I'm saying you got to incorporate how other people fight. I'm not just talking about Geaton for that example. It's like if we put him against somebody else, who don't follow. Okay, so
I was just talking about your example earlier that they're just gonna stay away from him. They're not gonna know where he is. I mean,
I got it.
Remember the fight with Shoto and Momo where he just popped out of nowhere and they were like, "Oh, where did he come from?"
And that's my point. That's my point. I'm not just using Keaton. I'm like anybody has long range attacks like that. If they dodge in his line of sight.
Yeah, but they need to know where he is to dodge his line of sight.
The other thing is, like, you gotta remember, for his training arc, he dodged a point blank big ass blast from Dabi.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's slow at all.
No.
Okay, so here's my thing with Aizawa. There are so many things that need to go right. And for the most part, every time we've seen Aizawa fight and use his quirk, it has gone right. You know what I mean? And like, there's been very few situations where he's been super caught off guard, besides the Dabi incident. But like, it was still like right in his face, so he had time to react. Like we're like the thing with Aizawa is we're putting him in very specific conditions into which where he will do good. And like, we also got to remember that he damaged his eyes, so he cannot keep them open as long as he once did before USJ. Like, there's a lot of factors going against Aizawa in a lot of fights now than they did prior to USJ.
And here's the thing, like,
looking at the list real quick, he's not gonna win every fight in every scenario.
And I still think Hawks whooped his ass. And I just looked at the power. And Aizawa's a C, Hawks is a C plus. I rest my case. Let's go.
Yeah, barely
passed. The other ratings like speed and technique for Aizawa is still intact, while it is not for Hawks.
I think Hawks is actually fast without his not as fast.
He's just running
around.
No. Speed is flying.
We know that bodies are basically suited for quirks, so we know that Hawks.
That's what I'm saying.
Because of his hold on, because of his feathers, his bird-like appearance, he'd also most likely have hollow bones. Or lighter bones at the very.
You just throw birdseed on the ground and then you kick him because his bird side would go for it.
Plus, Rex, you've been a little too wild, so we gotta address the fact that you got fucking Kurogiri in your top 20.
Yo, what?
Oh yes, 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 I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
How can you justify that versus
Nigga.
Shinzo? Tell me.
Hold on, let me pull up the list again so I can explain to you why I put him where he's at.
Ian, you're still not off the hook for that. So.
Flo,
Rex.
only you're allowed to roast me because you remembered Aizawa. That was the one trick, and nobody figured it out but you. So.
Damn, so
Rex.
Flo makes
Did you just say
Wendy? That's
crust over
crazy.
Aizawa? Get the fuck out of here.
I also have to say, I don't think muscular has anything to do in this.
Tell me what
you.
Woods is so high on your list.
So here's the reason why I have Kurogiri so high, is that one, he can warp really fast. Like the whole issue at USJ was he had a specific goal and a specific plan to keep the students away while things happen. But like Kurogiri can literally cut people's body parts off with his warp quirk.
Couldn't dodge Gran Torino.
Gran Torino's fast. Like I wanted to put real quick. I wanted to put Gran Torino on my list, but I didn't because he's inactive and he's old. I didn't want to put someone on the list that wasn't in his prime.
Nobody.
But with
I get
Kurogiri, I think that he's really underestimated. I think that there's a reason why he was protected. He was chosen to protect Shigaraki for so long. I think that he can warp. He warps really fast if it's just himself and not transporting others. I think that if he catches somebody off guard, he can take off their limbs pretty quickly. That there's so many factors to why Kurogiri is actually really strong that people just don't
think of like whenever Shigaraki, Dabi, and Toga tried to kill each other, he created like 6 portals immediately.
Yeah,
was able to redirect them.
And then calculated where they were going. Like
and then in a second he could have closed them and cut off their arms if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's so strong.
But that, but that's a byproduct of them not trying to fight him.
Wait, do we know that Kurogiri could close the portals while someone's in between?
Yes.
Yeah, because he said he was going to do it.
They were going to try to do it to All Might.
That was the plan with All Might. Was the high end hold him in place and was going to cut him off. And then also relative to my list, the people that I have below him are Muscular, Gang Orca, Toga, Sun Eater, and Nedre.
Yeah, the thing is, Kurogiri is that Kurogiri essentially he lost first against. Who was that? Hunter, Zero, Sato, and Uraraka combined at the very beginning of their training. Then he lost against Bakugo at the very beginning of their training because he was just surprised by them. And then he lost against Gran Torino very much without fight. He doesn't seem to be a fighter much. I know.
Okay, so here's the thing. Like the whole USJ thing is multiple people versus Kurogiri, and Kurogiri getting caught off guard. Like it's not
not taking children seriously.
Yes, and also listen. If Shigaraki gave Kurogiri the order to kill all the kids, specifically him, Kurogiri would have dealt with a lot of them very fast.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if his teleportation speed was actually that good, he wouldn't have gotten he would have just got away from Bakugo without the number.
Yeah, he has an obvious weakness.
That's where my issue is.
His body, which is clearly visible. Secondly, he just doesn't seem to have the awareness of a fighter. I mean, he didn't see any of them coming when they attacked.
Yeah, he's just not combat savvy. And that's not what he's made for either.
Yeah.
Like the reason why he's entrusted with Shigaraki is because they can just dip.
Yeah,
I think that him being entrusted with Shigaraki is twofold. One, he's a great caretaker because he has what's the
Shirakumo.
And two, I don't think All For One would have given someone to Shigaraki that couldn't protect him if the situation was absolutely called for.
Yeah, but
but it's usually to run away, I think.
No. Yeah, like to run away. And if he had to protect Shigaraki, I think All For One plans for a lot of things, and I think he planned for if the possibility ever arose that Kurogiri had to fight, he could defend Shigaraki.
Gotcha.
It's like I get why you would feel that way because it's All For One. It's just based on everything we've seen from him. I can't go with it at all.
But it's
like he's constantly.
I mean, I would put half the 1A students above him. I think.
Embarrassed. Like
it's funny. It's funny because
when Kamui Woods when Kamui Woods caught him, like he should have been able to just at least get himself out instantly, then get them out.
He has a physical body, so his physical body was captured.
Yeah, but think about it. If his teleportation was that good, he should have been able to just.
No, but I'm saying his physical body can't be actually captured for him to teleport. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but there are a few weaknesses to his quirk. It's also he's just lacking the awareness. It's just he was surprised so often and just overwhelmed within seconds so often because he just didn't see any attack coming. And I feel like most heroes have better
That's,
awareness. about
it's
the
funny because
surroundings.
you could use the same thing for when it came to like Eraserhead in a couple of situations. He just got caught up. Not even cool with USJ because that was bullshit. Because
Eraserhead
That's what I'm
was
saying.
not caught.
I mean,
Eraserhead
Aizawa
mostly
ran through
saw
like
them
30
coming.
people at USJ. So
that's what I'm
But
saying. But it's just like it's
Yeah,
just like it's just one of those things.
while you say that Kurogiri could have taken the kids out, Aizawa took a lot of
No,
people
what
out
I'm saying
at the same
in
time.
101, if Shigaraki said kill this person, Kurogiri would have killed most of the kids.
No, let me
101,
elaborate.
if not all of them.
Let me elaborate what I mean.
Yeah, one-on-one, but not all of
Let
them
me
together.
elaborate what I mean. I mean that it's kind of wonky when you scale him because it's like, okay, it's just like at the same time, let's be honest, there are narrative things and there are scaling. As the series went on, the scales went up too. So it's like
Endeavor.
like Rex is saying, it has a point too. It's like, okay, it's how much can you get away with limiting or for plot? Because like, okay, like Ian loves how Eraserhead is so balanced within the series, even now more so than anything. So it's like, where are you finding that balance at? Because it's like Aizawa got taken out more times than he should have, right? But he's a combat specialist. But it's like, due to the situation, it's kind of like you got to catch him off guard, or you got to limit how much he can do. And Kurogiri, and how many combat situations he's in, you can't count when the Camino incident because Gran Torino is Gran Torino, and then they
Yeah,
speed blitz everybody.
Aizawa was actually only taken out twice, effectively, right? Once in USJ and once in the overhaul arc.
Twice in the overhaul arc.
And that match.
Oh no!
then
Oh,
that
sorry,
matches
taken out permanently.
Kurogiri.
You're right.
Oh
you're
yeah,
right, you're
twice was one surprised by Toga.
Yeah, then that
And
matches
that was because
Kurogiri.
Toga
was going after Deku.
yeah, he like panicked
That
trying
was
to
when
stop her.
Toga played Rocklock, right?
Yeah.
And she, yeah.
And she got like the stab off, and like really he like took the knife out and kept going.
Yeah, I mean he
It's-
ultimately.
real quick.
But that's my
small,
point.
small,
Nick.
hilarious.
Rex has a
Oh,
point.
sorry. What were we gonna say?
Yeah, this you.
I was gonna say small, hilarious analysis of that scene. He threw enough capture tape because if it was like quick capture tape, he would have grabbed her by the chest and pulled her back. But he decided, you know what? I must protect Deku's eyes. So he made like 5 feet of rope around her before he pulled against it just for censorship purposes, and it's really funny. Because the amount of rope to the action that it would have taken to do it is like so ridiculous.
I mean, he's a responsible teacher, right?
Yeah, he's a good teacher. He's a good sensei.
He should have showed up Deku around that age. They know what's going down.
Yeah, he should have said, "It's time to grow up, boy. You don't die. Well, you know about this."
All right, let's get off this topic because somehow as soon as we jump to power scale, we even reached 3 yet, and we already jumped to fucking Rex's 10, and we spent 20 minutes.
So the reason we're going this way is because Aniki thought the stream would cut out. But now it's like we're just jumping around like other people pick. We're just picking up people picks at this point. The egregious.
Like
the truth.
Hot Lady is like top 15. What?
I just want to say I don't think Muscular should be in the top 20.
The Muscular is
I understand why you put him there, but the thing is, I just remember how he was taken down by a Deku that couldn't control one for all. Oh god, so out of it.
Yeah, that's shit.
More than 5%, and of course he used 100%, but that wasn't Deku as strong as we know him now, and even Deku is not very high up on many diseases now.
But yeah, Muscular was playing around. Like that's the issue with Muscular is if he would have literally formed all the muscles around his body and hit
Deku,
take
that as an excuse.
Would have died.
Don't take that as an excuse.
How is that not an excuse?
I mean,
it's like
an explanation of what happened.
It's literally the same thing.
Personality is a factor.
Yeah.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like in any other situation that it wasn't kids, he's really strong.
Yeah, the thing is, I know he's very strong, but the thing is, at this point, it's kind of assumption to say how strong is he if he plays serious. That's very much assumption, and we don't know, and it's just guesswork. I have no idea how strong he would be. I just see he lost against Deku, who was in beginning of during the what's the name forest training.
Also,
training camp.
Let's put context to that. Muscular took 3 attacks at 100% from Deku.
Yeah,
who else is taking that?
I was going to say that too.
100%. But we do have.
Yeah, but it's also a power type, so that's essentially right. The kind of
I saw it.
Yeah. So like, hold on. I want go ahead and explain why you chose Dabi over Gitten.
Ooh. Yeah, cool. Do it. That'd be awesome.
Wait, what? Who chose Dabi over Gitten?
I actually did that.
Yeah, somebody was like,
I would have probably done that too, to be honest.
Redacted.
they're
Redacted.
like,
I
Yeah,
forgot about
redact that.
Gaten. I forgot about
No,
Gaten.
Dobby is garbage, bro.
yeah, you have Dobby over Gatan.
Oh
I don't
wow!
have-
I didn't even realize that.
I don't have
You must
Dobby.
have
on my
read
number
it- you
one.
typing-
must have
I
read
remember-
it, backwards.
Yes, I do. Actually, I
Guys, let Kid talk.
do. Go
No,
ahead.
because I remember typing in my stuff. I don't know if I typed all that in.
Oh, okay.
I could have got it mixed up because I know I was like trying to fix Mirko and Gang Orca and all
Yeah.
of them. I could have mixed it up.
Dude,
Okay,
my
so
first
it
list I
should have
sent
been
to him,
flipped.
I forgot 2 people.
Yeah, it should have
so-
been flipped.
Here.
Because the way I was looking at it, I was looking at, okay, Hawks twice, Gaten,
Yeah.
and then Dobby, and then I had Mirko.
Yeah, I think I forgot about Gaten. Or I would
Also,
'Cause that's how it was on my notepad. I must have slipped up because I was getting too distracted in the conversation we had earlier.
I think I have twice the highest out of anybody on this list.
Where did most of you have Mirio?
Yeah, because you got twice at third.
Yeah, I have twice as third. And I have him
You
above
get to-
Endeavor.
Oof,
Wait.
good one.
Oh.
Oh, I like that.
Aniki, where do you have
The only
Mirio?
reason, like I think
I didn't
on
put
a
him on this
one-on-one,
list.
I think on a
Okay.
one-on-one fight, Endeavor beats twice. But I think overall, like in certain conditions, twice beats Endeavor, and then in like just overall, like twice is ridiculously broken, bro. Like
Yeah.
if he has
Yeah.
the time to create 10,000 Dobbies, 10,000 Shigarakis, 10,000 of himself,
Yeah.
like bro, it's like
No
there's no
move.
one, very few people are beating twice.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
remember
Very few.
when.
Yeah,
remember
but I
when-
think all the people that twice can defeat Endeavor would defeat too.
Because
No,
I
no, no,
remember
no, no.
during
That's
MVA when Jiren was talking to him. I remember he says your quirk has the potential to take over an entire country.
The country.
Yeah, and like,
Yeah.
and the people that Endeavor can't beat, like I think Giganto, I think twice can beat.
High-ends?
You
Like a
think
bunch of
twice can
high-ends?
defeat Chicken?
Yes. Yes.
Unleashed twice.
Yes.
I couldn't say that.
Yes. If twice is further enough away
Why
from
did you put
Giganto,
twice? Why did you
That's-
put
yeah,
twice
that's a-
below Makia?
So here's my issue with the idea of twice beating Makia. Makia jumps into the air.
The end.
That's
And then
that's
like
it. That's
that.
it.
but again, I'm saying under the right conditions. I'm not saying that like all the time. I'm saying like
Right, so you're
Let's-
giving him like
let's-
a
let-
percentage advantage.
let's say like right now, like I know twice is dead. Well, let's say he got current Shigaraki as a clone that he can make.
Yeah.
Twice
He
like
makes
an
and he
anthill
makes
against
five,
the
and he
giant.
makes he makes 2 of them. That's honestly he just needs to make
Game.
1, and that Shigaraki is taking out everybody. That's the reason why I have twice so high. But again, I know that
Son.
Giganto under normal circumstances is beaten twice. But there's
Did you
so
ever-
many
My question is, can they even measure Giganto?
Yeah,
What you mean,
so
in
I
terms of
wanted to I wanted to
No,
talk
can they
about
measure
this.
Giganto so we can clone him?
Well,
They
what were
gotta
you about to say,
think
like
Ponzu?
that.
Yeah.
What were you about to say,
Now-
Ponzu?
I wanted to talk about Makia because from what I was understanding, he had like different quirks in him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
He
it
can
said that in the
grow-
Ultra analysis that he possessed multiple quirks. We just don't know what they are.
The doctor
And,
said
yeah,
that
and then
too.
Ujiko said it too.
I think he's
We-
like the
we-
perfect. He's the first. I don't want to say perfect Nomu, but like in the sense of he has
Close enough.
multiple. He's able to take multiple quirks in his body without any repercussions, just because he's just that strong.
Yeah.
But he
This wa-
wasn't
I
built by
wanted to-
Ujiko, right?
No, he wasn't built.
Yeah.
He was a guy who took the different
Yeah,
quirks,
yeah,
and
Yeah.
he didn't suffer for the breakdown.
No.
Because normally people when they take quirks from Alpha
Yeah.
1, is it's 2 or 3,
Doesn't work.
they
He might be a
psychologically,
but he's not brain dead.
they break psychologically, or their body can handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
like
he could handle it. We don't know why, but that's the thing. Because
Yeah.
from what I'm remembering, he could become bigger with size, like a Mount Lady.
Yes.
He had also super strength because he punched out a mountain.
And he has the same durability. Like we don't know why he's so durable.
So that might come
Yeah.
with the size. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
if it's
I'm
different.
looking at
I
this.
don't know.
And he had a super long durability, yes. So
All right, so I'm gonna be leaving now.
Okay.
all right.
All right, Squid.
Yeah, have a good
Fine.
night.
All right, see you
Yeah,
later.
do I need
Thanks for
to-
being here. You're
all
always
week.
hilarious.
See ya.
Thank you.
Be
Thank
safe.
you.
Stay healthy.
Take out
Thank
them
you.
Air Force Ones too, by the way.
For Shiggy, of course.
Squid, thank you for your energy. You were the light today.
Yes, he was.
He's gone.
Next to
He's
Ian.
gone.
Also,
Someone's always got to shine brighter. That's how it should be. There's always a bigger fish, and it's squid.
That's funny.
also like I want to talk about this because I know this is going to come up soon in the manga. What like who? What combination of people? What combination of people are needed to beat Giganto?
Man.
That's
Honestly,
actually something
Howitzer plus Kirishima to the chest.
I would say one Shigaraki.
No. I mean from the hero side.
Yeah, sure.
From the hero side, what combination of people are needed?
13, motherfucking 13.
She's dead.
True, she's dead. Super dead.
Oh, it's a woman. It's confirmed a woman.
They're dead.
Just depends on which version of the anime you watch. Because in the dub, it's a girl.
In the light novels, it's a woman. So I don't know how you want to play it, bro. So just call them they. Just call them they, and we just get all that up.
I would say 13.
She's dead.
Yeah.
So,
but I don't know. Like, what combination of heroes would?
I think actually the mansion is going to answer that because I feel like Musha, the equipped hero. I feel like, and they even talked about how he's just like Batman. He always has plans upon plans in any given situation. Like Mina and Hakaguri and fucking Ioma mentioned that for a reason because this nigga Hori don't miss the panel. So to have in his name to be equipped hero, I think he'll play a big role. I think him playing a big role in that part. They won't take him down, of course, but it'll be like okay. It'll be like okay. They might stop him for a split second.
Guys,
do something
she's alive. She's alive.
Nah, that decay hit.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think the decay got her.
No,
the corpse.
You got to accept that. Like realistically, everybody who we saw running
is probably dead.
She was in the radar. I totally forgot. I didn't remember it.
Yeah, she was in the radar when it was happening. She's like looking back after everybody else.
Yeah, and she didn't jump on the Ryuko.
Yeah, there's no way she ran out.
Yeah, like at first.
Okay, she's dead then. She's dead.
Tried to black.
Same with the Pussycats. There's no way they like jumped high enough or something or blocked it. Like,
anyway,
or Coda.
Rip.
Yeah, like at this point, especially and like the thing is that Corey, like they even had the whole oh man, Funk Man is dead. Like
not only that though, but I remember you brought up that whole thing with the telepathy on a
yeah, like at some point you would think she would like be like, hey, is something
hey guys,
wrong?
yeah, what's wrong with the comms?
Like
not that anyone can respond, but
it might be a range thing too. I mean, that could be also the point.
I mean, they're all pretty close, honestly.
The reason I want to say it's a range thing is because she was able to communicate for everyone in the mountain range, like the camp, and Deku was pretty far from everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
Like and the thing is that, like I said, even if you call, also remember that like the whole, even if a piece of rubble touches you, you die.
Yeah, like
so like if you think about all the stuff that was falling around Wash, for example.
Yeah, and
how did he not get touched by it?
Wash is the only one who I think you could give it just because he might get into a bubble and float away, but that's the only one.
But then if the rubble touches the bubble, like
oh yeah. I'm just saying he's the closest to being lucky enough to survive.
And the way I look at it at this point is that if I haven't been seeing you at this point, you're until Torikoshi tells me otherwise, you're dead. Like I mean, I know this. That's just the way I look at it right now. Until he shows
we all believe we all believe the villains are going to win, and I do think we're going to get here's the people who died in this arc, and that'll be when it's confirmed. It'll be this hero died, this hero died, this hero died.
You see, I'll give y'all that, but Wash not dead until I see otherwise.
That's fine. That's fine. Like that's what I'm
I'll even give y'all the Pussycats.
I looked up Mandalay's quirk real quick, and it says the range of her abilities is unknown so far.
Yeah, because they never told us. Same with Ragdoll, which is why we're like, could he run to America, or would he still be able to see him? But Anaki's like the circumference of the Earth, and I'm not that smart, so I can't argue. I mean, I'm over here like saying Shinso's the best character in MHA. I don't got those feats.
I mean, like, it's just like it. Too many people like, and what I want to happen is like, even though I don't read the freaking the manga, everybody was posting it like the gunhead demon or whatever.
Oh my god!
How it had all the names like just on the panel. I hope it's like that for.
Yeah, I want.
I had the same idea right now. I had the same idea. Really, right now.
I lost my shit on that.
Yo, chat, bro. A
lot of people.
Bro, that shit were built differently. Fujimoto built differently.
A lot of people let me talk about Makima in that chapter.
Oh my god,
booty.
Oh, not just that though. It's just what she's.
That's how like significant what else happened though was like, dog.
Yo, I'm gonna read Chainsaw Man because that all right. So Aniki, I'm gonna be real with you. The thing that got me interested in Chainsaw Man was like when the gun demon was like introduced, and we heard about like exactly everything they did, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." Then we didn't get that for a bit, like so many chapters, and I was like, "Oh," and I wasn't really feeling everybody. But now that I know he's
Right.
back, I may catch up. I may just catch up. Just to,
I
Chainsaw
read
Man
I read
feels
a
like it's
Gravity Boys
ending.
for you. You got to do it.
but
Yeah,
the
bro.
difference is I had already read 50-something chapters of Chainsaw Man
No.
before.
That is a
And I'm
lot.
telling you where we at is Liddy McFitty. So get on it.
Bro,
I'm-
tell us how this nigga.
That
Oh
was
my-
it,
don't.
man.
I
This nigga
forgot to
don't
watch
understand.
Kaguya-sama. Jesus Christ. I'm
It's
watching
okay.
tomorrow.
I'm about
I
to binge the
purposely
season.
didn't watch it because I wanted to the 13th episode to finish. So
Yeah, I was waiting for it to finish, but I was supposed to watch it all day today, and I just did not do that.
I can't wait to binge. It's supposed to be getting to season 3. I can't wait to. Apparently,
Yeah, it probably will.
Yeah, it got a teaser thing. Somebody was pointing out it was a
That's cool.
teaser thing. The manga readers know. It's one of those things the manga readers know, like how we know the best of this shit or whatever. Apparently, it was like a teaser or something in the finishing episode, and it was like on the ending credits. It was a teaser.
Oh,
How long have
also,
we been going for?
can I don't know.
We're at 4 hours.
Oh, also,
I knew
awesome.
also, can I? How many more chapters do y'all think this arc has?
Man.
20
I think
minimum.
20 or 30.
I'll say around like 15 to 20.
Yeah, I can see.
I don't know.
How
Bro,
long has it
think,
been
Rex?
going for?
It all
About-
comes down because
about like 17 or 18, I think.
Because part of me is kind of expecting that like Shoto and them are going to end up pulling up now just because of the fact that Bakugo and Deku are there. And I feel like,
Uraraka, I think. Maybe.
yeah, like it would have made. I don't see those
'cause-
boys and those girls letting like realize like seeing all this, having the comms go out and not trying to figure out where their friends are.
Yeah, because we had a lot of panel
If
focus
they
about
come to
Choco
Nintendo,
lately as well.
if they come, somebody
Yeah.
needs to die. If students come right now, there must be a student must suffer the consequences. Losing an arm or losing a finger, even just something to show that okay, guys, we don't play with people like this because
I'm pretty
right
sure
now
there'll be repercussions.
Yeah, Deku should not have ran into
always make
saved
sure
by
to do
Baba.
that.
This is why I say at least 20 because you got at least 2.5 chapters for the Bobby and Endeavor and Shoto stuff. That's at least 2-3 chapters. You got an Ochako chapter. You got whatever the fall off from this is going to take at least 2-3 chapters to get done, and that's
We
even
gotta get
if-
all for one.
Yeah, you gotta get off. You gotta get some all for one shit in there. Then you got the vent. Then you got stuff happening at the mansion. God knows what's happening at the mansion. You still got matches at the mansion. Then you still got the whole class 1A to even get incorporated. Like,
imagine just
remember at the very beginning of the arc where we get pictures of Inasa and his school. We get pictures of
Inasa's
class
popping up,
1B.
yeah.
Like there's a lot more that Horikoshi has planned for this arc. I don't think. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
by the way,
I
I think this arc, I think the prison
Like I
break
said,
is not even gonna be an arc at this point
That's it.
because it's not even like anything that much
He
exciting.
just has to touch the prison and it's
Yeah,
over.
it's-
Because
it's
he can
literally-
decide what to decay or not. So he can just decide, don't kill my master. The end. And he just touches it.
Yeah, then this is the after he stops the number. Who won't even step up to the plate? He just stepped on fucking Endeavor and Ryuku like it was a fucking doormat. Who won't step up? Who?
Coming home from work.
Okay, so
Shinso. I've been saying it this whole time.
I'm looking
Shinso's
at
gonna step up.
I'm looking
Shinso
at
sleep.
real quick. I'm looking at the wiki right now, and they currently have the number of chapters for this arc already at 24.
Really?
Really?
Oh.
Really? Crazy.
Where did it start at?
I thought it started in like
No.
258.
Yeah. So they said it started at 253 with the Shirakumo stuff.
Oh, well,
Okay.
I guess.
I
Yeah,
count that
that's
as
the transition. Okay, that makes sense.
okay. I count that as
Yeah.
I count as a transition breather chapters.
Yeah, but we don't.
But I mean, it's got
Yeah.
it's like Aoyama being attached to Culture Festival. Like you got to attach it to something.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
I
it's
understand.
attached. So it's attached to the. If that's the case, this is about to be the second longest arc.
Yeah, it's almost the second largest arc in like 2 chapters, right?
No, next chapter.
Next chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, we're gonna get an overhaul length. I think.
and sports
Oh,
festival.
how long was
24.
overhaul?
48.
No,
or
joint
40
training's
40
the second longest because it's 23.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. So overhaul
Which is
arc was
crazy.
41 chapters. Provisional license exams was 24.
Joint training is
Uh,
20, right? 20, 21.
Joint training is
Joint training's like 23.
Actually, joint training technically
24.
runs. Yeah.
It's 24.
Yeah, because it
Oh,
runs
okay.
from like 190 to.
So yeah, no. So this is about to be. So next chapter. This is officially the second longest arc.
And you know what's going on for at least 10 more, but I think
Yeah,
20
at
more.
least at least 10 more, and that's just bare minimum. Like
Because
really bare
we
minimum.
still have a lot of characters that we need to get.
Yeah,
involved.
and
Yeah.
We need to
Well,
see
like
the other
Flo said,
students.
there's all those people. Yeah.
And we
yeah.
need to visit the
exactly.
mansion team. In addition to that, we really need to see what's going on at the mansion with the other heroes.
Yeah, because Horikoshi never just has like them teleport to a new location. He always shows what happened in between. So
And if you think about it, yes, Giganto Maki is going to do whatever to like get across the country, but
yeah,
there's no point to that many students being there
if they're not
if
gonna.
there's
Yeah.
going to be nothing that happens. Like there's no point in even showing us that.
Oh,
And
Easton and
because
I were
Mineta
talking.
jinxed it.
Oh, yeah, right. Easton and I were talking about this. So I think that when Shigaraki says bring everyone, I think Giganto knows to just bring the league, and so the kids are actually going to have to fight the PLF. And the PLF are going to be left at the mansion. So like Redestro, Giten, I don't think Giganto's going to grab them. I think he knows to just grab the lead.
Yeah, and plus it's like you remembered how many they still have like 100 people forces underneath the basement, but they locked down all the basement doors. So now with like Giganto busting that hole through, it's like, okay, we climbing all back out, and you get like hundreds of niggas.
And we haven't even
coming back
mentioned
out.
All Might and Neri, like they got to get involved.
Somehow. They do.
But I always say that there's going to be one more arc after this arc that's like a transition into like the post time skip, and it may not be long. It could be like 5 or 6 chapters or something. But there's going to be a separate arc that transitions us into the next.
The gentle police force training arc.
I want to see. I want to see Shigaraki killing All Might. I just want to see that.
Yes, and I think that's what the next arc is going to be.
I really want to see
I think it's going to be this arc. That's gonna happen.
Really think it could be like that. It really depends on how long. Like this, if this arc goes like 50 something chapters, it's totally possible. Like
the Kill All Might arc, it's just like the one chapter, but Horikoshi's like, let's consider it its own arc.
Because
the Kill All Might arc.
you know what's gonna be terrible, because it will just show that Night was right. We can change the future. We can change the future.
Right. And okay, I've always been of the belief that the reason why Night Eye saw things that like didn't add up is because of the fact that he was looking at a time anomaly.
Yes, with Eri.
Like that shit don't count. Like don't try to count that shit. He was
yeah, true.
Like, when's the last time you looked in the future and there was somebody who could rewind somebody's time?
Oh,
like,
the
how often? Like
when I died. That was the last time it happened.
Like,
and with Eri, there were so many possibilities of how her quirk could have like manifested at that time that there's no way Nai could have possibly known exactly how the time would have been rewound. So like it's just and like there's just so much that Horikoshi can continue with this arc that like
there's so many characters and payoffs. Like Horikoshi has set himself so good because like I said, we have the whole series. So like there could be a chapter that ends with any character coming back and everyone's gonna get so hyped. Like just imagine like a chapter that just ends with like hello my boy and like freaking Gentle shows up. Everyone would freak out. Or like Mirio just doing anything, you know? There's just all these characters.
If I see Stain, I'm gonna start getting excited too.
Okay.
Like there's all these
Stain, I don't see Stain joining them.
I don't. Stain's not joining.
Oh
them.
no, I'm not saying joining. I'm just saying just seeing.
Yeah,
just being there. Yeah.
Stain will be in this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he defended All Might.
Team. He will be in his own team.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be an interesting moment where he defends All Might and then Shigaraki kills Stain and like calling back to the first time they were. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
bro.
He's like man, this guy's got conviction. Dang it.
If anybody camera or mic cut off, you know they were spot on.
Oh,
that's on my list.
Yeah, that's true because if Shigaraki kills Stain, it's gonna. And also his influence on the story too.
That's the other thing that I don't know how much
influence. I mean, he has at this point inspired quite a few characters.
He still has Dabi's legacy, I will say. Dabi,
I mean, there's Spinner who sees himself. Toga is actually part of the league because of I mean, at this point, of course, she cares about Shigaraki and the rest of the league, but she did join because of.
Yeah,
So the way I look at it is Spinner and Toga and joined because of Stain, but after seeing Shigaraki's vision for the future, they've completely switched sides. Especially Spinner is 100% the Shigaraki camp.
He became a follower. He became the first follower.
No, I'm not saying that they're going to leave him. I'm saying that he's still having influence because I still think they will be influenced by his opinions.
No, what I want to say because it is what he said like at the end of season 2 when he said that I will steal everything from you, Stain. Like everything that you build up, I will still at the moment that he will kill Stain, he will have stole everything in my eyes. That's why.
Honestly, I'm surprised if Dobby dips after that.
I could see him taking Stain's quirk, but no.
It's funny that you
notice.
That's tough.
A lot of times, Shigaraki doesn't kill people. Like he does kill people sometimes, but like, look at Overhaul.
I'm interested to see how he's going to come back because he could have killed him.
Fates worse than death.
Yeah, true.
Cut his hands off, nigga.
Because he could have literally just smashed Endeavor's face in, but instead he decided to pose. So
for the people he truly hates, for the people he truly hates and has a vendetta against, he really do be showing the fuck out. Like, nah, you got something like.
I think that honestly, if Shigaraki is indifferent towards you, you will just die. But if he has a personal attachment or vendetta against you, that's when you are probably not going to die, but your fate is going to be worse than death.
Unless you're super cool like Eraserhead. Because he wants him dead.
Omar's death was terrible. True. For Nine said that Omar said was terrible. I think that I think what he's gonna do to Omar is he's gonna kill people one by one in front of his eyes. Then he will kill him.
If he kills Eri, he's off my list. He's off my favorite list forever.
If he kills Eri, oh man.
If he kills Eri, he's the greatest villain of all time. He's the greatest villain.
Cream of the crop.
Let's relax.
If he steals the quirk of Eri and kills her, damn, cream of the crop.
Nah, bro. If he did that,
look at it like this.
I was a hero too.
Pretty much watching the world he created fall apart. And he can't do anything about it.
You know what's funny is that everyone's saying Eri's gonna be a plot device for the heroes. What if she's a plot device for the villains? What if Shigaraki captures her and she's actually used for nefarious reasons?
In my eyes, it doesn't even make sense to call Eri a plot device anymore.
I know she's not, but I'm just speaking like
I get you.
Like if she's captured by the villains, then that would be insane.
We have to look at the actual meaning of the word plot device, because plot device just means like something that moves the plot forward. Technically, like say the gum fruit. Almost everything is technically a plot device.
Like
it's just
everything's a problem when it's a trope. Yeah,
it's just like it's only a problem when it's a contrived plot device. When it's like it's used in a way that is unpleasing to read.
Yeah, and even then, that's all subjective. So you can never be truly sure.
Shout out to Solo real quick. He said, and before Shigaraki follows in his master's footsteps and tries to raise Eri to be his Sith apprentice.
Oh my god! No, that would
honestly, I'd be cool with that.
I would.
Yo, I'm scared because I seen Eri ex Shazam, like she had the Shazam costume on and she was like grown up and built, and I was like, bro. Imagine how broken that would be.
I forgot what I was about to say.
It's all that alcohol.
Hey, for real though.
This has been a fun stream though. No, we got like a mini discussion at the end too.
No, I was trying to like get the thumbnail changed for the stream and stuff.
So. Oh yeah. Also, it's funny that somebody mentioned about Stain's ideology and affecting Toga and Spinner. It's funny because those two were the only two that had a combo about Shigaraki getting promoted to the Liberation King. That was in the back having like it was like. I thought his hands got destroyed.
Hey, hold up. Coyote Charles said Shiggy kills Eri in front of Overhaul, so that all of his work is really for nothing.
No.
It's a bit too
Yes.
Too much effort for Shiggy, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much
Yes.
effort.
Shiggy will
Yes.
That's
if
carrying
Shiggy
too
kills
much
Eri,
about
it is
overhaul.
before All Might. If Shiggy kills Eri, it's before All Might because that would be more.
Because it's just an
Why not
innocent
before
person.
Deku?
Yeah.
I mean, Deku makes the most sense.
No,
he doesn't know that Deku and Eri are like
because
friends or
right
anything.
now, Eri is with All Might. That's why I'm telling this.
Yeah,
because
okay.
if All
And
Might, the
it's
hero that
innocent,
saved
yeah.
everyone, can protect a little girl.
I mean, it's not the
Then
hero
what good is
anymore.
I'm
his?
just
Then what
putting
good
it
is
on
his
the
alchemy?
table. I'm just putting it on the table.
I just thought about. Okay,
He's been training. He must have something planned.
I know that that Dustin and Aniki argue with me about this because y'all think it would be like totally against the whole point of All Might. But if Eri loses control and All Might reverts back to like his buff form, and that's still not enough to beat Shigaraki, just to say that, oh, dude, that would be so perfect to me. It's like,
that'd be wrong.
Even at your best, I'm better than you, dude. Like I get that y'all love the Small Might and like what it means for his character, but if All Might always is thinking right now, what if I get that chance just to be myself again? If he gets that chance and it's still not enough, that solidifies Shigaraki as like just
right. I have another thing I prefer. What if Eri loses control and reverts Shigaraki back to before Nomu days?
I would be really upset.
Plot over. Eri defeated Shigaraki.
That would be plot device.
I would drop the series.
Why? The plot would just end. It just.
No, the trash condition.
You thought that was the main plot? Shigaraki, the main villain?
Harry.
No comment.
That shit would hurt. I'd have to delete my whole channel.
Yeah,
it would be like the Julius thing from Black Clover. I would spend the rest of my day slandering my.
Your amazing, powerful, unbeatable villain defeated by like a 7-year-old girl.
No, it's not the fact that it's not the fact. Yeah, that's why. That's on accident. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think Shigaraki. Okay, I don't think Shigaraki is gonna get rewind. I don't think that's allowed.
Yeah, no.
Like, that would break.
Nah, I'd love. That would be so funny.
Also, I'm in the mindset to believe that she will play in the final battle. She would be crucial with Deku, like not as a lolly backpack this time, but somebody actually like useful and like I feel like she could. Like if Deku were like charging forward with no other choice, with her using.
Wasn't she already useful
in my eyes?
Fight against
in my
overall?
eyes, she's not. She will never be made for the bell, because because her power are too destructive. She's like 13 in my eyes, because 13 her power is too destructive, so she will focus on something that's not will use her powers to destroy people. You understand what I mean?
But I mean, this is the end of series. I mean, this is just, I'm talking end of series. Let me let it set it up. End of series. She's already been training right now because Eraser had said before the 3-month time skip, we're going to start training Eri this week on her court and how to use it. So I know they've gotten somewhere with how to do something with it. So I'm talking about this is,
and her horn's small, which means it's either a visual error on Horikoshi's part or she did use it within the time skip.
And not highly doubt it's a visual error. If he waited this long to bring them back into the story, he's not going to bring them back and he just be like, visual error. As many small details that he paid attention to. So it's like, and the time skip was
the power to rewind everything right now. She has the power, potentially the power to rewind everything, even laws of physics, just so tiny.
I also wanted to bring this up as well. What do you guys think Mirio is at right now?
Well, he's in the janitor's closet.
All right, listen here. Fuck Ian. Cross the line.
You guys think he might be?
Did Overhaul actually have success at building the quirk revert? The bullets that, I mean, the idea was to make bullets that take the quirk and then drugs that give the quirk back, right? Was he successful with that second quirk?
Yes, he did.
He already had that, right?
Yeah.
And it's never been used, in the story. So I feel like, it's got to come up.
Okay, so here's the way I look at Mirio right now. Because he wasn't shown.
You cut out.
Me? I cut out? Yeah. Hello?
You got really quiet.
You're good now.
All right, so the way I look at Mirio right now is two things. either one, he's doing something else like school related right now, and that's why he's not with All Might and Eri, or two, because they've trained Eri quirk enough, he has got his quirk back and he will make an
Yeah,
appearance in this arc.
I think so too.
So
and what I want is I want him to face off against Shigaraki and what are you gonna say?
To lose his quirk right again there against
Not
Shigaraki.
lose, not lose. He's gonna die.
Not lose it again.
He's gonna die.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, he would die.
Oh, I don't think he's gonna die. I think he's just gonna get Eri out. Like I think that's his job.
You're right. So like if
Yeah,
Shigaraki
yeah.
pops up with at All Might in Eri location, this is time
This time he protects her for real, all the
for
way.
real all the way. No repercussions to him or her. Yes.
Hey Ian, put it.
And
Tell what we was talking about the other day.
Oh yeah, and what I really want to happen, because I know it's gonna get real dark. So what I want is, because obviously Mirio can't do anything really to Shigaraki, but what I want to happen is that Mirio, because he's him, is just like a gnat that Shigaraki actually. But right now he's been having fun. No matter what, he's got a smile on his face. I want Mirio to be the one character in this whole arc, just for one chapter, where he's just moling all around, blipping through things, and he's like, "Hey, stop! What are you doing? Stop!" And he's just trying to swat a fly, basically, while he's trying to like move Eri through the building because he can't carry her through walls. And so by the end of it, Shigaraki's like, "I didn't kill that guy. I hate that guy. I don't know who that guy is. What just happened?" And then he goes and kills all. Like, I just need that's what I want from Mirio.
Have you guys ever seen Dragon Ball Z Abridged?
Yeah.
You know the relationship,
like Goku?
the relationship between Cell and Tien. That whole like Cell and Tien. That whole relationship.
Exactly what I want. I want Mirio to still be the invincible man. I want him to come in, be the only person to ever annoy Shigaraki. Heck, Shigaraki can be moved, so if he just like judo flips him against a wall, he's like, "Dude, what are you doing? Stop!" He's just trying to swat him, and he can't do it. Like that's all I want. Yeah, and he gets Eri out and he dips, and that's all Mirio does. But it's just like, all right, Shigaraki destroyed everyone, but he still couldn't have defeated the other simple piece. It just would have been really funny. I hope that happens.
I hope Davi start talking shit too. Like, damn, you killed number one. You killed All Might, but you couldn't kill Fly. Damn.
Yeah.
Talking shit.
You know Dabi's gonna talk shit. Like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dabi's future as a character, regardless of any Todoroki stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you guys see him like betraying Shiggy at the end and like trying to pull a hole in him? Do you see him?
I mean, what's he gonna do to betray him? Like, what are you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Sell his secrets? He ain't got no secrets. They got a one-man army.
No.
The thing is, though,
he got a plan. He got a plan, man. This guy had a plan.
You remember?
Not gonna work.
So the only thing that like I could see is like if Dabi ended up being like a deciding factor in the final battle because he snuck shit.
Right. Okay.
Because he's got flames that we've already seen, like blue fire, or like once the flames are intense enough, you can carbonize the cells beyond the point of healing.
Yeah.
So, like, if he's got flames hotter than Endeavor, then it only tracks that if he were to like I talked about on a Roger's stream the other day, Dabi, because I feel like Dabi, if he is Toya, the reason why like he ended up in this position is because the doctor was like, "Ooh, that's a nice quirk. He's already injured.
Yeah.
I can like take this kid. Maybe I'll turn him into a Nomu." And then it was like, nah, actually, this quirk does too much damage to the person that it actually burns faster than the high-speed regen to deal with. So if that ends up being the case, then like him getting a quick cheap shot off. Well, yeah, Dabi's probably going to be fighting Shoto. I don't know if Dabi's going to turn around and like be like, fuck Shigaraki or not.
Remember, this is a manga, and Horikoshi has to draw all this thing. We still have the Dabi walking into the light panel. So if he's like a deciding factor, not that he turns good, but if he's just like a deciding factor in Shigaraki, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like Shigaraki's so ascended that if it was like I betrayed you and you suck, he'd be like, yeah, but you were on my team for like a while, right? And you still helped. Whatever, it's cool. Like I don't know. I just feel like Shigaraki would just be loyal to a fault because he's so powerful that he's just like, whatever. I mean, are you gonna leave? No, I still want to use you. All right, well, then go ahead. Remember, the whole reason Shigaraki said is after I destroy everything, my friends can get what they want. So if Dabi wants to do a thing, I'll help you out. Whatever.
And that's the only reason why I don't see Dabi ever betraying Shigaraki is that Shigaraki, in a sense, helps Dabi achieve his goal
Exactly.
at any point, and there's no reason to ever betray Shigaraki.
Yeah, to become the leader, he doesn't care about that.
Yeah,
So,
and then and I don't know if
Yeah,
Dabi has any.
that's what I think.
I don't know if Dabi has any plans to rebuild anything, but if he just wants to tear it down and let it rebuild itself, then he's fine with whatever the rebuild is with Shigaraki.
does.
Yeah, so that's what I'm like. I don't see him ever betraying Shigaraki at this point.
And honestly, I feel like I see Dabi like not even because look, there's only one way Dabi going out. There's two ways Dabi going out. Either this nigga dying or he just like escaping and just like his usual hand on the back of the neck, just hand on the back of the neck, and just talking shit and just dipping. It's like, you know, saying some slick shit. It's like he's not.
He goes into a bar and
he's
he's like, "I brought down Hero Society."
Yeah, he's not going to be sitting up in a jail cell trying to reform himself, or he's not even going to let himself get captured. Like, I can't see that happen. That's not plausible. It's like Shigaraki's too damn powerful for that shit, and that shit would be dookie for him to end up in jail cell because he's not finna turn good. So that shit's just ass is in a jail cell after everything he's done. That shit's whack. And then for David, for David is like, who Dabi sitting in the jail cell? Would Dabi sit in the jail cell? No. Just know what he finna do. Be fucking redeem himself? No, he don't care about nothing. Like he don't care about all this shit. So it's just I can't.
He cares. Dabi cares about things because he cried when Snatch died. He cried because he felt the guilty, but he accepted.
He also hated Gaten for He also hated Gaten for saying that like power was the only thing that mattered, and he's like, "That's a horrible way to live. You're gonna have to die now." So he definitely has like.
I don't mean heartless or he doesn't care about anything at all.
Oh,
Regardless of what he says, he cares about the league. Regardless of those deaths weigh on him. I'm just talking about is you really think he's gonna like risk his entire like life in the end game to all of a sudden you know what? Let me sacrifice myself for these things and go to jail. Nah, he's finna he finna do his own thing until the end. He's finna be selfish until the end. You can be selfish and still care, but you gotta put yourself before others. That's all a nigga's ever done at this point.
Okay, so here's the way I look at Dabi. I think there's gonna become a time where he is going to follow the Spinner and Toga route, where he's gonna abandon his goals eventually. Not right now, not 20 chapters, maybe not even 100 chapters from now. He's gonna abandon his goals and jump on the Shigaraki's ship.
You think so?
I think so.
If it happens, he's the last one because he's
the last one. No, he's gonna be.
He's for Jesus, the unbelievable Thomas. He will be this one then in my eyes.
Yeah, like I think eventually he's going to jump on the Shigaraki ship. Something's going to happen, and I think that it's going to inspire Dabi to follow Shigaraki. And it may, in fact, be a meeting with Stain that changes Dabi's viewpoint.
Okay.
I don't see Stain living after he encounters the law, though. Even if Dabi says he cares about Stain, I feel like once he realizes that he's kind of a dude that like romanticized All Might super, super hard, he's gonna be like, yeah, that's kind of lame.
Yeah,
like, that's how I see it.
Yeah,
I don't think that he has problems with All Might. He just had the problem. His problem is really because his idea of bad hero was people like his father, if you understand what I mean. So I don't think.
I'm just saying that like he doesn't want Hero Society in general. So like if he doesn't like heroes in general, he's saying he like hates the Hero Society. Then the fact that Stain is like hero killing because he's a hero worshiper more or less, like the ultimate internet fanboy, then that's probably gonna turn him off a bit.
And what's funny about Stain is that as much as Stain killed, he reduced crime in every area he went to. Like he was as much as people hated him, he was like a necessary evil to a certain extent.
Yeah, like they
Stain.
That shit
I mean, he killed people, so I'm not sure if it's worth killing 17 people to reduce the thieves,
well, okay, so look at it like this.
And
look at it like this. Stain killed these people, but it reduced crime in this area, and it reduced someone else from dying.
Yeah, but I think it depends on the type of crime it reduces. We don't really get any information. If it just reduces overall crime, it doesn't mean that we have less burglaries. I'd rather have like 5 burglaries for a murder, but I mean,
honestly, all things considered,
regardless of my not changing, Stain was a necessary evil for this world. It was definitely a necessary evil for this world as a fucking wake up call.
I mean, the issue is like Stain showing up when he did makes him like have good timing, because heroes were starting to already get on their toes a little. Because like I always talk about like they basically had like 3 9/11s in a year, which is another thing that I liked about 276, where they were like, so the large scale terrorism just keeps happening. But like they had a serial killer that ended the careers of 40 heroes and ended 6 of their lives. So it's like, okay, we had a crazy ass serial killer. Then we had a random attack on a high school by villains. Then we had a terrorist attack. Then we had another full-scale terrorist attack. Then we had another full-scale terrorist attack.
What's going on in this kooky country?
Like the past year in Japan has been fucking nuts.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I like the fact that My Hero is like set in our world and they acknowledge it on the news and stuff. Because a lot of series, when you have like all these kinds of events, it's just kind of like, yeah, a lot of stuff happening, but it doesn't feel like it. And everybody's literally like, no, I'm terrified. This is scary.
Yeah.
And that's why like I think the Endeavor arc is so important, because like when the lady was on the news was like, this is what it's like when we don't have a symbol. Because everybody is running, people are pushing each other over, trampling each other. Like if All Might was there, everybody's like, oh, okay, well, let me just move over to the side a little bit, let him do what he do, so I can go on about my day. It's like, you know what I mean?
Hey, man, listen, pause. I don't give a fuck if All Might exists. If I see niggas turning to dust on the street, I'm gonna start pushing people too, dog.
I think it was meaning the pro hero situation.
Okay.
No, but the thing is that like in a lot of people's eyes, like it wouldn't get to that point where people are turning to dust if All Might was there in the first place. Like if All Might was in his prime where Shigaraki was, let's say Shigaraki did still get out, a lot of that stuff wouldn't have happened as it did, like as intensely, because maybe All Might would have punched him hard enough to like get him off the ground or something. Like there's a lot of things that could have happened to
would have punched him up and then punched him up again and then just punched him into space and then punched him and then he keeps moving in that direction. The end. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I think that like that's why I was just saying like All Might being there is such a Shigaraki may be dead if All Might was there in the beginning. He may have never woken up.
So, yeah, that's true.
Man, you know what? It's okay. Just say you hate Endeavor as number one and go, bro.
I love Endeavor. Endeavor is a good number one because he's the most human number one, man. Because
so All Might everybody up.
All Might is like DC universe, man. They were like they were gods, bro. They were gods.
Yes, they're gods.
And Endeavor's Marvel coming in like, okay, guys, I'm gonna try.
That's so true. That's so true. Yeah.
All right. I'm starting to have back issues, so we're gonna start winding down the stream.
Old man.
Yeah, I'm pushing 30. Leave me alone.
This was a great stream.
Oh yeah, the longest one I've done ever. So, final words. Let's real quick go. Kid, go.
I was gonna go break loose. I'll say that. Next couple chapters, definitely. I mean, it already has, but it's gonna be a lot worse.
East.
Indeed.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think we ran through our top 15 or 20 in the strongest universe, but all right.
We covered all the anomalies, and I gave the spreadsheet to the chat already. So
okay, yeah. So all right. Shit, y'all already know what it was. Shout out to Anarchy. Shout out to the Dark City is Eden. Shout out to the homie Rex. We couldn't have these discussions without you. Shout out to Sayez. It's nice to have a pretty female up in here, supportive. You know, she's supporting Mineta too, but we ain't gonna go there. Shout out to Ponzu. That's my homie right there. Shout out to Flo. Shout out to that out of pocket ass Air Force One wearing nigga Squid. Shout out to kid, you know what I'm saying? But let's start with shout out on the top one. But yeah, man, hardcore should go. I can't wait to see where this goes. I got 20 chapters betting in on this. I just can't wait to see for everybody wondering how Class A is gonna get involved into this. I mean, or their future as side characters.
everything you've seen right now is just a precursor to how a Class 1A will be in the future when they can be into the fray, first and foremost, when there are no more heroes and they are the heroes. The time skip gonna slap, the drip gonna slap, and all I need is Ochako moments so y'all can shut the hell up about the female. I'm about tired of shit. The Pussycats exist, Mount Lady exists. Horror Coach top 1.
I mean, the Pussycats don't exist no more.
Exactly. Yeah.
They put in their work.
Yo, dad.
Ponzu.
So it's my second time that I came on stream, I think so. I'm just a casual fan like you guys, so I'm happy to be there. Thank you to Aniki to invite me here. Yeah, I make some threads on Twitter. If you want to read, I make one about the future powers of Dirk Diku. Put a like, and thank you for having me.
What's your Twitter called?
Yeah,
what's your Twitter called?
I have his Twitter linked in the description.
So
everybody's Twitter is.
So thank you, and it was really fun for me. It was my first time that I'd be forward after in the back of my screen. So
yeah, you had some great thoughts. It was interesting.
Thank you, and yeah, I'm following you guys because you're like Kido Teko. I know him from as a fan, so it's really weird for me just seeing being here with you guys. So thank you, and I hope to be the next time to talk with you guys because I really like your ideas, and I'll try to do my best for my English. So.
Hey, you straight, man. We still understand you.
You're good.
Oh yeah, man.
Listen, man. Your English may not be the best, but you still talking more truth than Rex, so it's all good.
Not even wrong.
Thank you.
Wait, Flo.
First and foremost, thank you for inviting me. And this was by far the best My Hero discussion that I ever been a part of. Probably the best on YouTube, just in general. This has been great. Hope to do this again. Bakugo top 2, not 2.
All
I can't blame him.
Yeah,
I can't blame him. Bakugo.
Shout out to Tarnish and Quasi B.
Tarnish been in here like all day. Mad respect.
Yeah. Shout out to Quasi B. He came on the scene. I fuck with that man.
Yeah. All right. Say as.
Yeah. Thank you for having me again. This took long. I need to go to bed. Also, send me that pillow. I think.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
We're all gonna contribute.
We're getting an Endeavor body pillow for Sayas, guys.
Say less.
All right. So, I'll be dropping I'll actually put the spreadsheet in the description of the video, actually, just to make it even easier for people who are watching to get along, like follow along and see what we're talking about. I'm glad everybody came through. We've been sitting at like 40 viewers for like the past.
Damn.
We were over 30.
I don't get final
I was gonna say, did Rex get to go?
That's
I didn't get to go. And Dad, just forget about me, man. It's cool, man.
You just be so creditless, bro. Rex, say your final words. My bad. I started closing things down without you.
I get slandered so much within the community for having the correct opinions. But it is what it is, you know.
People said different things, so it can't be true.
People hated Jesus for his opinion too.
Oh no!
God, don't do that.
Oh, it's Sunday.
Oh
it's
my
cool.
God.
It's cool. It's cool, man.
I think I might have imagined, but
it is cool. Support your favorite mangaka. Viz is only $2 if it's supported in your country. Please, they put in a lot of I really just want to say this. Like, I know a lot of people still read illegals. Like, it's like, here's my thing. It's cool if you read illegals, but still support. Like, if you want to get the chapters early, like I was doing, I got them early, paid for the viz, and still bought the volumes. Just do that. Support. Like, even if you can't buy the volumes, it's $2 a month. If you are working, like most of us are like above the age of 19, well, you can find $2 in the course of a month.
This was cool.
That's fast.
Squeak came back.
He came in and left.
He came in for his final words. That was dope.
Aniki, I just want to say thanks for you let me go off a lot more than I probably should be allowed. And I appreciate it.
Put a muzzle on that boy.
We have to put him on the leash. We have to put him on the leash.
I'm usually a lot more analytical. You can check out that on my channel at Kirby Sonic.
Oh yeah, let me put the link to that in the description actually, or I'll do it after the stream's over.
So I just appreciate you let me go wild because I don't usually get to do so.
And look, I have you guys on here so your voices can be heard because I think you have things that are worth hearing. Even Rex.
Even Rex.
Not always, just sometimes.
You just accepting anybody now.
It's very low, but
All right, y'all. We're gonna have to really chip in for this damn body pillow. This shit crazy.
Because Sayez is actually up at like 6 a.m. right now.
Is there even like we gotta check if this exists?
I actually looked.
No, it does.
I
It
mean,
does.
the guy
I saw
in Belgium
images.
too, right?
How much
It
is it?
does. That bitch $80.
Jesus.
Oh, that's Jesus. We got that.
And that nigga fully clothed too. I'm like, damn, bro, y'all can like throw some spice in there.
We can find it, but we can find her spicy in SFW pillowcase.
Yeah, we can.
Here's one of
I also take
here's
fully
one of him in a
clothes
towel.
if that's
You say there's a miracle one.
Oh, whoa.
All right.
Is there a LeBravo one? Is there a LeBravo one?
Oh my god.
Give me one of those.
All right.
I don't think we can. There's a body pillow, but it might be a regular pillow.
All right.
All right.
So, thanks to all you guys for like being out here. You guys have been all sitting at a computer for like 4 or 5 hours to like be a part
not
of
that I'm
this.
doing anything else anyway, but whatever.
It's
quarantine.
So yeah, like subscribe to these guys, follow these guys. All good people. East will always drop you some banging memes. It's the new thumbnail for this video right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Like
You already know.
Damn, I'm just really appreciative of you guys all coming out. So
Oh,
I had
you're
great
welcome.
time. And the Mirko pillow, like y'all see. All right, so no, we're not gonna have a body pillow stream. Never mind.
I need a burning pillow.
Bravo body pillow. I am buying it. I'm
Top 10 most wanted.
I need a burning body pillow, bro.
Hey, it's love to all you guys too. With that being said, I'm gonna wrap up the stream here. Man,
Shout out
I'm
to the
gonna be
chat.
tired
Love y'all
tomorrow.
niggas. You heard that.
Take care.
Up. Good night.
Love y'all, man.
Sleep
Love
well.
y'all, man.
Peace. Love y'all, man.
It's gonna be 6 in the morning for me. Like.